The story starts in the rush hour with people trying to go about their daily lives. It's a hectic day as people squeeze themselves into the buses trying to reach their destinations. Students are pushing each other and everything feels chaotic. The bus finally comes to a halt in front of the college and a young guy steps out. He looks tired and defeated, wondering how he managed to put up with all this madness back in his first year. This guy is named Seongwu and he is the protagonist of this story. One of his friends, Han Holy, hears him complaining and jokingly asks, "Were you lying about serving in the special forces? You can't even endure a hectic day in traffic." Seongwu hits back, mocking Han for not even doing his military training. The two continue chatting and make their way to class. As they're walking, Han suddenly stops and points at the sky. Up above, there's a loading screen that's reached 99%. However, Seongwu fails to notice anything since he has poor eyesight. He starts mocking Han, asking, "Are you still missing your girlfriend?" Han is certain that he saw something in the sky. However, Seongwu isn't ready to listen. He simply thinks that his friend has been playing a lot of video games and now he can't differentiate between games and reality. He tells him, "You're just imagining things," and slaps him back to reality. The MC tells his friend to hurry up since he can't afford to be late for class. Both of them finally part ways and move towards their own classes. The MC can't really focus during his lecture since he feels a bit sleepy. He regrets not having a cup of coffee before attending the lecture. However, this is something more than just fatigue. A huge screen suddenly flashes up in front of his eyes. It asks, which class will offer the best chance of survival in an apocalyptic world? Beneath the question is a statement requesting him to choose his class. The MC is reasonably confused as this bright screen flashes in front of him. He rubs his eyes to make sure that he is not dreaming. The situation becomes even more real when the electricity cuts off. All the students start panicking. It is currently daytime, but they still can't see anything in front of them. Moreover, none of their electronics work. All the students begin to notice the same bright screen in front of them. They are all equally confused and wonder if this is a hologram or if they are having hallucinations. However, the MC knows that something is not quite right. He can now see a countdown on the screen, along with a bunch of cards with different pictures and stars on them. As the cards start floating in front of everyone, the students decide not to touch them, since they don't understand anything yet. Seongwu sees the situation in a different light. He thinks that it is more dangerous not to pick a card since they don't know what is going to happen after 15 seconds. As the timer continues ticking, he stares at the cards in panic. He doesn't know what to pick, but he can't waste any more time. Suddenly, he notices a flash. It appears that one of the students has picked a card. A huge sword falls in front of the student out of nowhere. Moreover, the card he chose also disappears. The MC knows that he has to make a decision quickly. He starts to wonder which class will give him the best chance of survival in an apocalyptic world. Every card has a different number of stars on it. In a hurry, Seongwu picks the card with the highest number of stars that he can find. This is the Necromancer class card. Bro is about to turn into Jinwoo. A few seconds later, the class selection concludes and all the screens disappear. It seems like the classroom is back to normal. However, the nerdy student still has his sword. All the students stare at his sword in confusion. He tells them, "It came down after I chose the warrior class." Hearing this, the MC wonders how I actually become a necromancer. He can't feel anything different. Out of nowhere, one of the students gets stabbed by a pesky goblin. He screams, calling out to the rest of the class for help. However, everyone continues looking at him in shock as the goblin repeatedly stabs him to death. After killing the guy, the goblin looks at the rest of the students. They realize they might be next. Everyone immediately starts running except our boy. To be honest, he didn't run because he was scared of catching the goblin's attention. Seeing the goblin enraged, the students ask the nerdy sword guy to do something since he's the only one with a weapon. However, he starts crying and refuses to fight. Seeing this, the MC realizes I'm officially screwed. As the goblin pounces at him, he starts running away. But then, he suddenly realizes that he will die if he turns his back towards it. So he turns around and kicks the goblin away. The goblin is smaller in size, so the MC decides to fight back with a chair. As it rushes towards him again, he squashes it with the chair like a nasty bug. After killing the goblin, he gets a notification telling him that he has received 10 gold for defeating a goblin. He looks at the message and wonders if their world has actually turned into a fantasy game. Another notification pops up informing him that he can control the dead under his command. At level 1, he can only control 3 goblins. As he is trying to figure things out, the goblin he just killed comes back to life as an undead warrior. Seongwu finally realizes that his class allows him to summon the undead. As the undead goblin looks at him with its glowing eyes, 2 more goblins enter the room. The students start to panic again and scream for help. The MC stands in front of the goblins with his undead soldier awaiting his commands without thinking much. He orders the goblin to attack the enemy monsters. The skeleton starts moving and uses its blade to slash open the living goblins. However, the monsters start to fight back since it's a 2-on-1 battle. One of them manages to slash the left arm of the undead goblin. The MC realizes that he might have to step in if his goblin loses. The monsters didn't look that difficult to kill since they had a childlike body. However, he needed a weapon. He quickly called out to the nerdy kid with a sword and asked him to hand over his weapon. The guy held his weapon tightly and screamed that he wouldn't be giving it away. The MC told him, "Fight the monsters if you don't want me to use your weapon," but the guy was too scared to fight. At this point, the MC thought he should just toss him to the goblins and steal his sword. To help his undead soldier, the MC grabbed a chair and threw it at the monsters. The skeleton soldier used this opportunity to finish them off with its blade. The MC gained more gold for killing 2 monsters. He stared at the one-armed goblin as it slowly walked toward him with a cute expression. The MC felt a bit weirded out as the skeleton kept making eye contact with him, so he orders him to look somewhere else. The skeleton lowers its head as if the MC hurt its feelings. Just then, Seongwu gets another notification reminding him that he can control the undead. He quickly uses his spell to revive the 2 goblins he had just killed. He now has the maximum number of undead soldiers he can summon at his current level. As everyone tries to make sense of their situation, they start hearing cries for help from other departments in their college. The MC realizes that this might not just be attacking their college campus, but the entire country. The outside view looks absolutely devastating. It seems as if the entire city is on fire. Considering their current situation, one of the students opens the door and suggests that they keep moving. Another student tells them to rush to the Daeongning lot since he has a car. As they all run toward the stairs, a group of goblins appears from the shadows. The goblin monsters charge at the group of students, but before they can attack, the undead skeletons ambush them. The MC screams at the students to run as his skeletons take care of the goblins in a panic. The students scatter and run toward different areas of the college. The MC tries to stop them, but then realizes it is better for them to go alone. He knows that the game follows some sort of rules. He thinks to himself that his best chance of survival is to keep fighting, as it allows him to become stronger. He watches as his undead minions continue to fight for him. One of the monsters goes crazy and slashes the head off his undead soldier. With one of his soldiers down, Seongwu realizes he might be in trouble. Now, the 2 of his skeletons go against the 2 monsters. This time, his skeletons manage to kill him, and he receives more gold. He also notices that his level has increased. He opens his profile window to check his stats. Instead of attribute points, he gets a level up card that gives him a random reward. He knows it is based on luck, but it is one of the most important parts of the game. He finally chooses the random skill card, and it increases his maximum minion control capacity by 1. This means he can control 4 minions at a time. Now, as he summons another skeleton, he realizes he is low on mana. He surrounds himself with the skeletons and sits down to think for a bit. He still doesn't know what's going on, so he decides to focus on his survival for now. With his skeletons acting as his shield, he slowly makes his way downstairs. The situation down there doesn't look good, but he knows he can't stay on the campus forever. He orders his skeletons to lead the way and moves out. As the skeletons are going down, they come across Hanno. He gets scared upon seeing the undead goblins and smacks one of them in the head with his dagger. The MC sees him crying and calls him out. His friend asks him, "What are these goblins?" He replies, "They're kind of like my bodyguards." His friend then asks about his class. The MC tells him, "I chose the rogue class." His friend, being a bit slow, had picked a class with only 1 star, thinking it would put him at the same level as a brigadier general. Even the minions were disappointed in Bro. Hanno joins their group, and they all start making their way out of the campus. As they walk, the MC sees a notification. He has acquired the effects of synergy since he is moving with a group. The effect requires the group to equip 5 daggers. It gives bonus gold and a chance to land a fatal hit on the enemy. The MC realizes that a buff is applied to parties when certain conditions are met. Moreover, his skeleton army can also benefit from these bonuses. This means he can trigger the buff without even needing a party. As they slowly descend, they come across some minions and a giant monster who seems to be their boss. Upon encountering the goblins, a notification pops up. The monsters are affected by the scent of death, which decreases their stats by 30%. This effect is triggered when there are 4 or more skeletons of the same species. With this buff active, Seongwu sends his skeleton minions into battle. They quickly overpower the goblins and begin taking them down. However, the real challenge lies with the boss minion. He raises his hand, activates the Wild Berserker skill. This buffs the enemy minions, and they start to turn the tide of the battle. The MC knows he must stay calm in this situation. He understands that to give his skeletons a fighting chance, he needs to remove the buff. He orders the one-armed skeleton to ignore the other minions and go after the boss. The goblin leaps at the one-armed skeleton and slashes its arm in half. Suddenly, he gets kicked by the boss, but he has done his job. With the buff gone, the skeletons easily take over the enemy goblins. The boss minion doesn't want to die that easily, so it puts up a fight. Eventually, the boss also goes down, and the MC receives some bonus gold. He notices that his boss has also dropped some items. One of them is a spear, and the other is a wristband that buffs nearby allied units. After claiming the items, he looks at the one-handed skeleton standing in front of him, waiting for praise. Seongwu smiles and pats it on the head, which makes the skeleton a bit excited. He decides to continue moving with his friend. As they walk, they hear some people nearby. The MC orders his skeletons to hide so they don't scare the other people. A lot of students are gathered in front of the exit gate. A guy tries to calm everyone down and assures them that he has contacted the student council. It appears that the main exit gate of the college is locked and they can't get out no matter what. The MC already knows the guy. His name is Jin Sik, and he is a bully who also harasses women. He was part of the student council, so he acted like he was the one in charge. The MC wondered if he was trying to show off by pretending to be the leader. He told Seongwu and his friend that they needed to help protect the rest of the students since they had weapons. He then asked about their class and bragged about killing a goblin. As the MC cringed at the student council guy, the nerd with a sword ran in. He informed them that he heard the sound of goblins near the stairs. The council guy quickly ordered everyone to hide in the cafe while they guarded the front. Meanwhile, Seongwu called out to his friend and pointed to the message on the door. It read, "The door won't be opened until you defeat the boss in a set amount of time. The boss will only grow stronger if it's not defeated in time." The MC realized that they couldn't rely on anyone to save them. They needed to kill the boss if they wanted to get out. Just then, he came across Jinsuk again. Jinsuk introduced him to the nerdy guy and ordered him to hold off the goblins. The MC asked him if he had seen the message on the door. The nerdy guy replied that he had seen it and was waiting for a rescue team to arrive. He believed the Korean army would come in and save them all. But the MC knew he couldn't just sit around and wait for help to arrive. As he starts moving back towards the stairs, he sees a bunch of goblins running towards him. The nerdy guy almost has a heart attack seeing the goblins. At the same time, the skeleton minions also come out, which causes him to panic even more. The MC signals the skeletons to stop and explains that they are under his control. He calls the student council guy an idiot and sends his skeletons to fight. Due to the synergy buff and the scent of death, the monsters have no chance to fight back. As the students stare out from the glass windows of the cafe, they see Seongwu's skeleton army fighting the minions. The MC joins his skeletons and starts smacking the goblins using his spear. Jins looks at him in shock since he is planning to run away at his first chance. As the goblins try to escape, the MC orders his skeletons to block the stairs. He knows that he has to convince everyone that he can control these skeletons. In order to fight the boss, he needs them to team up with him. His bracelet activates the wild spirit buff, which increases the speed of all of his minions. These small goblins aren't a threat to him right now, but he knows he might have to fight stronger opponents later on. The students began to notice that the main character, MC, was the one controlling the skeletons. As the summon army cleared away the small goblins, the crowd started cheering. The students were beginning to place their trust in him. The MC searched through the defeated monsters for any items but only received a notification stating that he had obtained a roulette ticket. He wondered how they would give him the ticket since he didn't have an inventory. They made their way back to the group. The MC smirked when he saw Jins and asked, "Were you helpful?" For a moment, everyone stood in silence, unsure how to respond. The MC explained, "We can't leave yet since we can't break through the door. We need to defeat the boss first. He's somewhere in this building." Hearing this, the students instinctively stepped back, reluctant to face the boss. The MC added, "If we fail, the consequences could be serious. We might end up facing much stronger monsters." Suddenly, one student raised his hand. "I've seen the boss monster," he said. "It looks like he's on the roof." Sonoma knew he had to go to the roof, so he asked the group, "Anyone want to join me?" As expected, they all hesitated, none of them ready to follow him. Even his friend wants to stay back, but the MC forces him to come along so he can buff his skeletons. As the two of them are talking, a girl named Jisoo interrupts their conversation. She tells them that getting more people might be disadvantageous due to their narrow surroundings. She says that the MC already has his skeletons, so there is no point in bringing people who are even weaker than those skeletons. The MC thinks to himself that the girl seems a bit rash, since they don't have enough information about the boss yet. He looks back at Jinsuk, but he starts trembling. "I need to stay back and protect the students," he says. The MC knows that he won't be getting any more people to join him, so he decides to head up with his current team. As they move up, they encounter a wave of goblins. The goblins surround them from the top and bottom of the stairs. Without a moment of hesitation, Jisoo launches herself at the goblins, slashing them into pieces. She uses a longsword and appears to be properly trained. Hano is really impressed by her skills. Meanwhile, our boy is busy taking care of the skeletons on the top. After clearing through the wave, they start moving again. After climbing a few stairs, they come across the injured professor. The MC runs to him and asks, "What happened?" The professor explains, "Half of the monsters attacked the campus. I led my students to the roof to keep them safe. However, that was a huge mistake. All the students became victims of a terrifying monster on the roof." He grabs the MC and pleads, "Don't go up there. I don't want you to die." The MC grabs his spear and stands up. A new quest appears: kill a boss and avenge the professor. It also states that his choice will affect his destiny. The MC knows this is a crucial moment in the game. He assembles his skeletons and starts moving up. Once on the roof, they receive a message: "You have entered the boss room." The situation on the roof is catastrophic. None of the students manage to survive the boss's rampage. All that remains are some minions. Jisoo, furious at the sight, decides to rush in and kill all the monsters. But Seongwu stops her, signaling for her to wait. He knows they must stay calm and rational in this situation if they want to survive. It doesn't take long for the goblins to notice the group. They all grab their weapons and start to surround them. Hano asks the MC, "Should we run?" The MC, however, wants to stand his ground and fight. He raises his hand and activates the Berserker spell. With this buff, his skeletons charge at the tiny monsters and start slashing them. The MC tells the group, "Treat the undead soldiers as your shield." He stays behind a minion and strikes the goblins when he gets the chance. Ju also does the same, slashing the monsters. Meanwhile, Hano still doesn't know what to do, so he stands awkwardly. Feeling useless, he takes out one of his daggers and throws it at the goblins. His dagger hits and instantly kills the target. Bro even surprises himself. He was good at throwing, especially since he used to throw pencils at other students in college. He immediately throws another dagger and also hits the target. My guy locks in as he realizes that he has found his talent. As the enemy goblins start losing, they become affected by a debuff that decreases their stats. In fear, they start running, halting in front of a giant goblin. The group immediately recognizes that this goblin is the boss monster. With the boss appearing, the goblins get a new wave of motivation. So they jump into battle again. As the group tries to fight back, they witness one of the skeletons getting destroyed to pieces by a single strike from the boss. The MC frantically orders all of his minions to retreat. The boss continues to strike his skeletons, killing them one by one. He revives the dead minions, but he is low on mana, so he can't keep doing it for long. "Hano!" The MC shouts, "Surprise him with your daggers." Hano throws his daggers, but the boss blocks them effortlessly. Furiously, the boss begins chasing after Hano, causing him to scream for help. "Someone help me!" The minions try to assist, but the boss smacks them away with ease. However, one of the skeletons manages to land a hit on the boss. This enrages the boss even more, and he kicks the minion away, sending it flying. Out of nowhere, the sword girl appears and slashes the boss while he is distracted. She lands a good hit, but it's still not enough to finish him off. The MC, observing her strategy, realizes she is playing it smart. He decides to create a strategy of his own. He surrounds the boss with his minions and orders one of them to attack from behind. As the boss turns around to defend himself, he launches the spear directly at him. It hits him in the face, and he screams out in pain. The MC is almost out of mana now, and he only has 3 skeletons standing. The boss recognizes this and laughs, thinking he has won. He immediately strikes with his sword, which makes the MC lose his guard. As the boss starts running at him, the MC knows he has to think of something, otherwise they will all die. Fortunately, he notices his sword lying nearby. The boss shakes everything while rushing towards the MC. Sonyu sighs as he clenches his sword. He then commands both of his minions to rush the boss monster. The boss immediately smacks one of the minions to pieces. The other minion jumps into the air and grabs the sword passed to them by the MC. However, it fails to land a hit since the boss is too quick to defend. With the minion now holding a sword, the weapon synergy effect is triggered, increasing attack speed and decreasing the weight of the weapon. Moreover, the minion activates the one-armed warrior effect, which gives it an 88% chance to cause a bleeding effect on its first attack. The MC knows that he can win with these buffs. He grabs a chair and rushes at the boss with his sword. At the same time, Jisoo and the minion also rush at him. He hits the boss with the chair to create an opening, and they all go into attack. However, the boss slams the ground, causing an explosion and throwing them back. Suddenly, the boss is stabbed by a dagger thrown by Hano. The MC knows this is his chance. He orders his one-handed skeleton to sacrifice itself so they can land a hit on the boss. The minion played an active role in the entire fight, but now it was time for it to die. In a shocking turn of events, the minion manages to hit the boss with its blade, triggering the bleeding effect. The boss finally goes down and the MC levels up. He also notices that the skeleton has absorbed all the mana from the boss and is now leveled up. It reached level 2 and gained the attributes of a commander. His friends tell him that they have also leveled up after defeating the boss. They all begin talking about their level cards. The MC chooses a random skill card. It allows him to create weapons from bones using mana. At his current level, he can only create 4 weapons, and the quality of those weapons depends on the bone. With the boss dead, his exclusive quest also concludes. He receives another skill that increases the total number of minions he can spawn. He still doesn't understand the destiny part of the quest. While he is thinking, he notices a hood falling from the sky. His friend grabs the hood and says, "This will increase your chance of hiding from the monsters by 50%. Chizu receives a fire wet stone. By sharpening her blade with the stone, her blade has a chance to catch fire during an attack. The MC suggests, let's test our items and skills later. We need to keep moving. Back at the cafe, the students are starting to get worried. Even the nerdy kid begins to wonder if they should have gone to fight the boss with Seongwu. Hearing this, Jinsuk starts shouting at the students, "You can just leave if you want." He adds, "If anyone wants to complain, go to the roof and die like the MC." The students start calling him out on his BS as the only one protecting them is Seongwu. Hearing this, Jinsuk loses his cool and begins verbally abusing them. He also tells them that the MC has died and they have no one to protect them. Just then, a bunch of skeletons show up and scare the crap out of him. The MC returns and asks him, "Do you want me to die?" He opens the exit door in front of him and gets ready to leave the campus. The group, along with the skeletons, glances back at Jinsuk. The MC asks, "Do you have something to say?" He feels slightly embarrassed and makes a face, but doesn't respond. Behind him, other students start to whisper that he's only pretending to be a strong leader, when in reality, he's still a loser. Ignoring all this, the MC, Hano, and Jaisu exit the building with their skeleton minions. After inspecting the surroundings and finding it clear, Seongwu notices a passageway and calls everyone to follow. As they walk further, they find several corpses with smashed heads and a variety of weapons spattered around. After examining the bodies, the MC concludes they were killed by goblins and wonders if any are still lurking on campus. Hano suddenly gets excited as he notices a bunch of people in the distance. The MC and the rest approach the group. They all have weapons on them, and it looks like they have successfully fought the monsters and survived. Jinsuk pushes his way forward, grinning as he greets a guy named Dion. The guy also recognizes him and is a bit surprised that he has survived. As the two talk, Jaisu scowls that she already knows the guy. As Jinsuk whispers something to him, Jaisu and Hano mutter that they are clearly talking about Seongwu. The MC doesn't really care. He just stands there with a smile. Disong introduces himself to the group as the president of the student council and comments on how much everyone has suffered. He tells them that they need to unite if they want to survive. He then points at the skeletons and asks about them. The MC casually explains that the skeletons are part of his class card abilities. With a hint of contempt, the council president asks the MC why he chose creatures that kill people. Sunu realizes that he's trying to make him seem dangerous. Dom mentions that if he wants to join their group, he'll have to get rid of all the skeletons. Slightly irritated, the MC asks, "What would happen if I refused?" The student council president dramatically raises his hand and asks the MC, "Do you really want to let the creepy and strange skeletons join our group?" Hano initially gets mad about the creepy part, but after glancing at the skeletons, he agrees with the council president, though he still finds them cute. The MC mentions that the skeletons are part of his class, and if he destroys them, he'll lose his weapons. He insists that survival in this new world requires protection, and the skeletons provide that. Dom smirks and tells him that he shouldn't be worried since they will be protecting him. He asks him for the final time if he wants to join their group. Hearing this, Jizu gets annoyed and steps forward while holding her ground. She tells him that they don't even want to join his group and points out that being on the student council doesn't make him special. Dong looks at her and asks, "Are you from the Department of Social and Physical Education?" With a smirk, she responds, "It doesn't matter anymore as the university is destroyed." He suggests that they calm down and think about his offer again. This makes her even angrier. She reminds him how he embezzled student fees by forging checks during a festival and reveals that she was the one who reported him on the university's website. Hearing this, he finally asks them to go their separate way. As the group begins to leave, he shouts at them, "You'll regret not staying together for the synergy effect." Imagine saying this to a guy who can spawn an army of skeletons. After getting away from the student council members, the MC asks Jaisu if she has a personal grudge against Diziang. She tells him he's just a bully who comes to school to hit on girls and harass women. Hano grumbles as he hears that the student council president is a scoundrel. The girl suggests we should focus on getting out of the campus for now. We need to avoid places filled with people. Monsters may be hunting big groups. Seongwu thinks for a moment and suggests, let's take the footpath by the hill. It leads to the main gate and avoids most people. The team climbs a long wooden staircase with the skeletons scanning the area. It feels a bit too quiet. Suddenly, Seongwu raises his hand, signaling everyone to freeze. At the end of the stairs, they spot a huge orc standing over several fresh corpses. This orc monster looks even bigger than the goblin boss. The MC realizes that this is the next wave of monsters. Without any warning, the monster swings its axe into the ground and charges at them. The MC is used to fighting monsters by now, so he smiles, thinking of it as an opportunity to make new skeletons. The orc goes for the skeletons, smashing them to pieces without warning. After destroying the skeletons, it turns its attention to Jaisu, who awkwardly thrusts her sword forward. The orc's axe crashes into her blade, nearly overwhelming her. As it raises its axe for another strike, one of Seongwu's skeletons sacrifices itself, shattering to save Jaisu. The MC knows he can't let the orc get closer, so he commands one of his skeletons to stop it. The one-armed skeleton steps in front of the orc. As the orc tries to hit it, the skeleton dodges the attack and lands a blow on the orc's shoulder. The MC calls out to Jaisu, "Retreat to stable ground. We can't fight the orc on the stairs." She seems frustrated by how effortlessly the orc broke through her defense. After moving up, the MC tells the group we can't really get close to the orc. The orc recovers from the hit and starts moving up the stairs. Meanwhile, the group heads for the trees to restrict his movements. The MC tells Jaisu that he will use the skeletons as sacrifices for his plan. Necessary. He has plenty of corpses nearby, so he only needs to look after his mana. The orc begins pushing through the trees trying to catch them. After surrounding the orc, Seongwu orders his skeletons to strike. At the same time, Hano hurls a dagger toward the monster. All the skeletons join in, throwing their weapons at the orc. Two of them rush the orc from his blind spots, but the orc manages to hit them both. Surprisingly, the skeletons grab both of his arms and hold them tight. Meanwhile, the MC and Jaisu rush toward him with their swords. The orc swings at Jaisu, but she evades the attack, slipping beneath his arm and striking his knee with her blade. The orc falls to one knee just as the MC slices through his right arm. Finally, the one-armed skeleton launches itself into the air and delivers the final blow. The MC sees a window that informs him he has earned 110 gold for slaying the orc patrol leader. Surprised, he realizes they just took down the orc's boss. Hyeso tells him that the orc wasn't as tough as the previous boss they'd faced. He walks towards the corpse and tries to summon it, but the system informs him that his level isn't high enough to raise medium-tier monsters. He summons some normal skeletons and asks Jaisu what card she picked. She recalls choosing the 3-star Tiger Hunter card because she liked its color. Since his mana is recovered, the MC decides to try his new skills. He uses his ability to craft weapons from bones, producing a sword, a blunt weapon, a spear, and arrow of the lowest grade. Each weapon can be traded for gold. As he holds the axe, he realizes that the weapons are much lighter than he thought. He throws the axe to one of his skeletons and gives each of them a new weapon. This activates a few more weapon synergy buffs for the skeletons. He lends one of his swords to Hano and instructs him to give it back to the skeleton later. The group starts making their way down the stairs. On their way, Hano spots something unusual. In front of them is a sealed purple entrance with a message that they must defeat the boss in 8 minutes or face a double power boost to all monsters. The mech is frustrated as he realizes that this is the second time they've encountered such a situation. At the same time, an alert appears informing them that orc squads are beginning a hunt. Drawn to the scent of hunters in large groups, Jaisu realizes that the size of the group determines the number of enemies. Staying with a large group might not be the best idea in this scenario. Meanwhile, an orc shows up to hunt the student council team. Jaisu and Hano can hear their screams from outside the building. He feels relieved that they didn't join them. The three of them realize that being in a large group isn't always beneficial. Another notification pops up indicating the arrival of the first orc wave. The group has to face 5 orcs in total. Hano starts to panic as he sees them approaching and asks the MC for his plan. After thinking for a second, he smirks and tells him that he has an idea. He plans to set a trap using the cars and skeletons around them. As the orcs start moving down the road, one of them spots Hano standing on a car, taunting them by calling them pigs. Furious, the orcs charge at him. Just before they get too close, a car door swings open and throws them off balance. That's when the MC and Jaisu spring into action. She pulls out her sword, and he uses his skeleton army, which have been hiding, to attack. The skeletons strike the orcs from all sides, giving them no time to react. After killing the orcs, a system notification pops up announcing their victory. Seongwu earns 100 gold for defeating the first wave and levels up to 4. He notices that he can now command a total of 7 minions. even though his mana capacity remains low. Meanwhile, Hano is excited about his new high-speed slash skill. The MC turns to Jai-Su and asks, "What did you get?" She explains, "I picked strength, raising my power by 2 points. It gives me a warm, fiery sensation." The MC nods and tells Hano, "Give back my sword." He summons 2 war skeletons, preparing for whatever comes next. Hano hands the sword over to a skeleton that reaches out for it. As they make their way out of the area, they realize the entire city is in chaos. While walking, Seongwu suddenly raises his fist and signals everyone to stop. In front of them, a group of orcs is attacking a bus, trying to kill everyone inside. The 3 of them peek out from behind a tree and spot 7 orcs in total. One of the guys inside the bus tries to hit the orcs with a spear, but it's not enough. The MC knows that they might all die at this rate. Jae-Soo watches as 2 orcs swing their axes for another strike and says we should help them. She suggests that they attack the orcs from one side of the bus while the spear guy attacks them from the other side. However, the MC is doubtful. He wonders if the spear guy will be brave enough to go against the orcs. Relying on strangers might not be wise in our situation, he tells her. Just then, he points at a truck and says, "We'll show them the convenience of civilization." Inside the bus, a blonde guy with a sword and shield shouts at another man holding a spear, criticizing him for not hitting the orcs. Kangi screams at him, "Fight them yourself with your own shield and sword." The passengers tremble and cry, thinking they're all going to die. To their surprise, the orcs stop hitting the bus and turn to see a car speeding toward them. The vehicle plows through, tossing 2 orcs into the air. Seeing this, the guys inside the bus are left speechless, unable to comprehend what's happening. The skeletons jump off the truck and start attacking the orcs. One of the guys inside the bus is even more scared of these skeletons than he was with the orcs. After everything calms down, the guys inside the bus wonder if the skeletons are gone. Suddenly, a skeleton appears at the window. The man drops his spear in terror and falls to the floor, screaming for the skeleton to disappear. Hano knocks on the bus door, urging the frightened man to open it. The man sees them, but is too terrified of the skeleton to comply. Despite their assurances that they're human, he refuses. After killing all the orcs, they leave the area. The scene changes to Hano striking a vending machine with his hammer. Seongwu turns to him and asks, "What are you up to?" He smiles and raises his hand, winking as he admits, "I have no cash, but I want a soda, so I'm trying to break the machine." The recently rescued blonde guy approaches the vending machine, attempting to buy a Coke for Hano, only to find it's broken. The MC scratches his head and asks the group, "Should we continue our discussion?" He points to a machine and asks, "Does it spit out items?" Kanwu nods, explaining, "We tried it, but we had little gold, so we could only use it once." He then glances at an old TV with a sticker reading, "If you need this, go ahead and take it." Suggesting that following the instructions could yield an item, the TV screen suddenly lights up, welcoming everyone to the E-Class store. Seongwu presses the screen to browse the offerings. The store offers a chance to try their luck with 3 reward tiers: bronze, silver, and gold. E-Class stores sell items up to the gold rank. As he browses the shop, Hano and Jai-Soo ask him if the shop would actually work. He tells them, "You have to try it if you want to know." Hano has about 360 gold, while Jai-Soo has 584. Our boy, on the other hand, has 1552 gold, which means he can try the silver roulette as well. However, he also has the unlimited rank roulette ticket, which allows him to choose an item of any rank. Hano watches him in shock as he chooses the gold roulette option. His luck is great as he gets first placed in the spin. For this, he receives a blue ball called the Tear of the Sea Spirit. It is a legendary class item that increases his mana by 300 and mana recovery by 200%. This was exactly the item he needed since he was facing mana problems. After the gold roulette, he decides to spend his gold on the silver roulette. This time, he gets second place and receives a shield. Jisoo also gets second place and acquires a skill called Leader of the Expedition Force. However, my man Hano ends up with third place and receives some potions. He feels disappointed, but Seongwu tells him that his potions might be useful later on. Jisoo informs them that the situation at the sports field is still ongoing, so they should probably help. Hannibal looks at the MC and asks him if they are going to use the same plan again. The MC smiles as he stares at the truck and reveals that he has something bigger in mind this time. Away from them, the student council group cries for help as it is being attacked by orcs. Dong tells everyone to group up and prepare to escape as he holds them off using his sword. One of the guys informs him of people trapped in the stands. He tells the man to ignore them since they don't have time to worry about others. He then orders Jin, Suk, and Hong to lead the way since the 2 of them have shields. The group suddenly notices a bus coming at the orcs from behind. The bus destroys them mercilessly as the man sitting inside laughs like a lunatic. After clearing through the orcs, Hanho leans out of the bus and tells everyone to get inside. The players outside realize that they should have followed them from the start instead of staying behind. Jisoo also jumps out of the bus and comes face to face with an orc. She wants her revenge for the last time. As the orc tries hitting her, she blocks it using her sword. This time, her sword doesn't get pushed back. She kills the orc with her burning sword and excitedly looks back, only to see Seongwu and his skeletons killing all the other orcs. She notices his incredible strategy of attacking the orcs while keeping his distance. This makes her feel a bit stupid since she only invested points into her physical strength to overpower orcs. As he continues tearing through the orcs, she wonders what he did before all of this. After killing the orcs, he stares at Dawn and asks him what he is doing here, since he didn't want to be near his skeletons before. Dawn nervously laughs and asks him if he is going to hold a grudge against him in their current situation. The MC looks at him furiously and tells him that he saw him abandoning people and running away. He explains that he was just retreating and trying to reorganize his team. However, everyone on the bus knows that he is lying. As they are having this conversation, they see a notification of the orc chief being enraged. The MC immediately gets on the bus and tells Dion, "You'll only be allowed to get in if you follow my orders." He orders him to hand over his armor first. Dion complains, asking, "How am I supposed to protect myself without my armor?" Seongwu smiles and tells him, "You don't have to worry. You'll be under my protection." After they leave, he gets a system notification telling him that his level has increased to 5, allowing him to control medium-sized monsters. Another system alert informs him that the maximum number of monsters under his control has increased. He feels glad that he now commands 9 monsters. Suddenly, he notices movement behind him. He turns to see one of the skeletons wearing all the armor he took from Dion. He wonders if it's too heavy for the skeleton to move. Remembering their past battles, he realizes this skeleton is more reliable than the others. He sighs and tells the skeleton, "Undress." The skeleton looks at him in despair while he puts on a chainmail over his white t-shirt. Hanno walks in and points at the crowd behind them. He tells him, "We might need another bust if we want to keep rescuing more people." The MC responds, "We won't focus on rescuing others anymore." He walks toward the crowd with Jisoo and Hanno by his side, gripping the handrail. As the bus sways, he tells the people, "We need to fight the orcs." A system window appears, declaring that the orc boss has initiated a global destruction operation. This means the monster will hunt the survivors until no one remains. Seongwu looks at the crowd with hopeful eyes, reminding them, "According to the game's rules, we can't evade the orcs forever. We must defeat the boss to escape." A guy in a tracksuit with bandaged fingers raises his hand. He tells them, "I saw a lot of orcs in the gym. I estimate there were a total of 100 orcs." This revelation horrifies the crowd as the system alerts them to a penalty for imperfect teamwork. 3 new system alerts appear. The first states that at least 10 players have a level below 5, resulting in a reduction of movement speed. The second notification reports that at least 10 players haven't killed a single monster, which decreases their attack power and gold accumulation. The third message indicates that, due to the reluctance of the majority, the chance of a state of confusion has increased. Seongwu sighs heavily, realizing that while they could defeat most of the orc army in battle, things have become clear to him. The crowd looks at him in surprise when he declares that he will fight the orcs himself. He believes that having a weapon is useless if one doesn't know how to wield it. Jisoo, Hanho tries to stop him, but Seongwu tells him the same thing. The people in the crowd stare at him, puzzled, thinking that he might have gone mad. The members of the student council smirk as they discuss how this might be a great opportunity to eliminate him. Jinsk looks out the window, calling him a fool and predicting that he will soon die. Jisoo thinks that it isn't a good idea, so she tries to convince him not to go alone. He reminded her that when they were on the first floor, she said there was no point in sticking together. His skeletons alone are much stronger than most of the people on that bus, so it's not really useful to bring anyone along. Hearing this, Jisoo thinks to herself how his strategies are usually foolproof, but this time the stakes are much higher. As Seongwu walks onto the ground with his skeletons, everyone watches him from the university windows. His friends are inside the bus, some distance away from him. They are here to rescue him if anything goes wrong. Seongwu freezes in the middle of the field as dark figures of enemies emerge. The orcs descend onto the field with a roar, approaching him. Without warning, they start charging towards him. The MC analyzes the monsters and tries to pick out the orc chief. He doesn't really see any system messages, so he concludes that this must be a mid-level boss. The red orc raises his axe toward him and growls. He steps up to the stands, instructing his minions to move forward. The shield cracks as he lowers it to the ground. Positioned at the top of the stairs, he decides to hold his ground. As the orcs roar toward the stairs, the skeletons raise their daggers, preparing to attack. The MC immediately activates his wild berserker skill, increasing the strength and attack of the goblins instead of fighting at melee range. The skeletons start throwing their daggers towards the orcs. The daggers kill a few of them, but the boss manages to block them. The MC panics, realizing that his throwing attack has been blocked. He commands his skeletons to charge. He knows that this plan is suicidal, as all the skeletons get destroyed by the orc boss. Righty stares at it with flames coming out of his eyes. Seongwu places his hand on the skeleton's skull and tells it to wait. The orc monsters smirk after they destroy all the skeletons. However, something suddenly smacks one of them from behind. Behind the orc stands an undead orc warrior, now controlled by Seongwu. A notification pops up indicating that the teamwork has activated the first stage of the synergy effect. The MC gains access to the weapon synergy, which requires at least 5 axes. This effect boosts attack power and speed for the first 10 seconds of battle. The orcs struggle to fight back against the undead orcs since they neither bleed nor get tired. Seongwu stands proudly on top of the stairs with Righty, and together that watches the army of undead orcs overwhelms the ordinary orcs below. Some of the students look through the window, staring in disbelief as they watch the MC clearing through all the orcs on his own. Behind the frightened orcs, Jae-soo Hano and the bus driver also witness this intense battle. Jae-soo's eyes widen in surprise as she recalls her last conversation with Seongwu. She realizes that he has anticipated everything. As the MC glances at the system alert displaying his mana level, a surge of happiness fills him as it rises. He wonders if this is the power of a legendary item. Skulls float above the battlefield. Another notification informs Seongwu that the orcs have been weakened by the overwhelming scent of death, reducing their characteristics by 30%. Frightened, the orcs begin to retreat. However, their leader roars back, triggering a morale boost effect that halves the effects of the debuff. With a cry, the orcs charge back into battle against the MC. On the other side, Seongwu's undead army is ready to fight the approaching orcs. Righty climbs onto the fence above the MC and rushes to join the rest of the undead army. As it runs toward them, it draws its sword and begins slashing at some of the orcs. Combined with the undead orcs, the skeleton charges at the enemy on Seongwu's command. After finishing the orcs, the MC sits down on the steps, letting out a heavy sigh. A system notification appears before him, announcing that he has earned a lottery ticket for defeating 100 monsters. This achievement allows him to rank up to infinite status, making him the 21st player in the story to receive this honor. He realizes there are 20 players ahead of him who have already claimed this ticket. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a bus. Someone is trying to drive the bus away and escape. However, they hit the pink wall and prevents them from leaving. Seongwu gets annoyed as he sees the student president group being swarmed by the orcs. They were the ones trying to leave with the bus. They cry for help as the orcs try to kidnap them. Frustrated, he facepalms. He is upset that others disobeyed his orders and complicated the situation. As Seongwu prepares to rescue the group, the other students are urged to join him as well. Even though he prefers to fight alone, he allows them to join him, as long as they don't get in the way of his skeleton. He enters the building with 2 of his undead orcs. He can see the bodies of defeated goblins hanging from the ceiling. The inside of the building looks terrifying. The group halts as a glow emerges from the smoke ahead, revealing a monster with glowing eyes. Seongwu holds the orb in his hands and questions. Am I looking at the boss? He orders everyone to get ready. We're about to face the orb boss. The hostages are battered and bloodied, some even with knocked out teeth. The MC is somewhat relieved that no hostages have been killed yet, but he is also confused. He can think the orcs were intelligent enough to take hostages. The members of the student council look at him and beg for help. He glares at them fiercely and says, "This is the result of your own foolishness. You dragged others into this mess." He is up against someone who can't even understand him, so he decides to go all in, not showing any weakness. It could be dangerous for him if he does. His plan is to confuse the orcs with a sudden attack and save the group. Out of nowhere, one of the orcs swings its axe and brutally separates the head of the student council president from his body. Everyone is shocked to witness this. However, the surprises don't end there. From the roof of the building, the actual orc boss shows up. He unleashes a strange spell that causes everyone to feel weak. The system sends multiple alerts to Jae-soo, indicating that she has fallen into a state of confusion due to the breath of the abyss and her mana continues to drain. The orc boss finally makes his entrance. He is a junior-level black magician, similar to a shaman. Hano's hands tremble as he squeezes a bottle, attempting to open it. He drinks from the bottle to restore his mana and even offers one to Seongwu. However, he rejects it and tells him to give it to Jae-soo instead. He grins, inhaling the streams of dark mana, finding the dark energy refreshing. Meanwhile, a system alert indicates that the breath of the abyss has significantly boosted his mana reserves, now exceeding 4,000. He understands why he feels so confident. The system informs him that due to the accumulation of abyssal breath, The effects of the First Awakening are temporarily activated, significantly enhancing his characteristics and increasing the number of monsters he can summon. As he walks forward, his figure is illuminated solely by the glow of his mana, giving him a terrifying appearance. Imagine using black magic on a necromancer. He continues walking towards the boss with a smile on his face and asks him, "What did you do?" The boss is reasonably confused as he didn't expect any of this to happen. Jaisu rushes after Seongwu and says, "We should all attack together, just like on the roof." Seongwu lets out a creepy smile as his entire body seems to glow with overflowing mana. He declares, "From now on, nothing will be the same." The undead soar into the air, and Hanho watches them as all the dead bodies on the roof start coming to life. His eyes stay wide open with shock as he stares at the numerous system notifications about different synergy buffs they have acquired. Meanwhile, Seongwu looks like an absolute monster, wanting the boss to taste the true power of death. The orc shaman starts smashing all the undead warriors into pieces. However, a system notification appears revealing that there is a guaranteed chance to revive all these undead skeletons. No matter how many skeletons the shaman kills, they keep coming back. As he kills one skeleton, Seongwu revives it instantly. The orc shaman starts growing tired. He stares at the MC, who now looks like an absolute monster. My man accidentally turned into the boss. He asks the shaman if he finally understands who he is facing at the moment. He stares into his soul with his glowing eyes and tells him that it is the true nature of death. The shaman shrieks in fear as he doesn't know how to defeat the MC. He tries to retreat, but the undead army surrounds him from all sides. Seongwu sees this and tells him that he is foolish to think that he can escape death. The poor shaman screams as all the skeletons leap at him from all directions. He tries to fight back, but the numbers are highly against him. At last, Righty delivers the final blow and puts him out of his misery. Seongwu gets 1055 gold for killing the junior black magician. After killing the orc chief, Righty absorbs his mana and increases its rank. Seongwu realizes that his minions have to defeat the boss in order to gain experience. He then opens up the list of his minions. He has a total of 33 skeletons, one of which is a level 3 veteran. As he looks at the list, Hanho calls him and tells him that something is coming out of the boss monster's mouth. As the MC takes a look, he realizes that it's an item. The item description says it grants devil attributes to the user, and once equipped, it will require many sacrifices to remove. He doesn't really understand what the devil attributes mean and assumes it will likely be similar to his Necromancer class. He equips the item, which grants him the devil attribute. It allows him to steal the enemy's mana with each attack. Suddenly, all of his skeletons start crumbling back to bones as the effect of the orc shaman's spell wears off. The group goes back to the students who cheer them on for defeating the boss. They call the MC their hero, but he doesn't feel good about it. He has no need for other people. He knows that in order to increase his chances of survival, he needs to avoid getting too many people with him. Since the boss has been defeated, the seal finally breaks and the exit doors open. The students wonder if they can finally leave the area. They all start talking to each other, thinking about their next move. Some of them think they should just continue following Seongwu, since it is their best option for survival. Hanho looks at his phone with a worried expression and tells the MC that it is happening all over the world. He wonders if his parents are all right. Hearing this, the MC thinks about his own parents. Suddenly, a bus stops in front of them. Kyungwoo tells everyone to hop on. He says that he was a driver during his military service and knows where the military base is. He's going to take the bus to the base. Seongwu smiles and lies to him, saying he can't go since his house is nearby. Kang-soo asks the rest of the students to hop on and reveals that they have brought 2 buses to accommodate everyone. Everyone except the MC's brute gets on the buses. The guy says goodbye to him and drives off. After the students leave, Hanho wonders where they will go next. He asks Jaisu where she lives. She tells him that she used to live in the school dorms since her family lives on an island. She then asks the MC if she can stick with him, even though she won't be of much help. He assures her that she will be helpful and lets her stay. Hanho asks him the same question, but the MC jokingly tells him that he needs to cut off one of his hands first to become a one-armed warrior like Righty. Out of nowhere, Jaisu pushes them both to the ground to protect them from something. As the 2 fall, a giant dragon flies over them. The group stares at the terrifying creature, not knowing what it is. Meanwhile, the bus comes to a stop and Kyungwoo notices several dragons following them. A man screams at him to keep driving, but he responds that it's more dangerous for them to continue moving right now. The dragons only seem to be chasing the buses, which are in motion. The system notification announces that the boss wyvern, the alpha male, has appeared. The next moment, the dragon lands on top of the bus and tears it into pieces after launching it into the air. Seongwu watches this, realizing that he is far from strong enough for this world. However, he knows he becomes stronger. With his back turned toward Jaisu, he tells her, instead of avoiding the monsters, we're going to actively hunt them from now on. This leaves her confused and she asks, what you mean? He explains we can't just rely on adapting to the situation. If we keep doing that, we'll only go from being easy prey to prey that's a bit harder to catch. In order to survive, they need to dominate the monsters. He clenches his fist and the group starts walking towards a group of orcs. As the orcs and players come face to face, a system notification pops up telling them that the tutorial is complete. If that was the tutorial, I'm not sticking around for the actual game. As the hunt begins, Seongwu uses his skeleton army to surround a bunch of minions. The goblins try to escape, but he has all the exit points blocked off. The skeletons continue slashing them as they run for their lives. Each kill gives extra gold to the MC. After getting rid of all of them, he gains a level. Hanno gets out from hiding and nervously laughs. I took care of them all by myself, he says. The MC sighs and tells him they're all just small fry. Killing goblins isn't going to do us any good. He takes a look at the level cards and chooses to increase his strength. After picking the strength card, his body actually feels a bit different. His skeleton army continues to clear goblins out of sight and gains more gold. He walks out to see Ju standing there with her blade. She smiles at him and tells him there were 9 goblins in total, and she killed them all by herself. The MC looks at Han Ho and asks him to pick up the daggers left behind by the goblins. He stores all the daggers in an icebox. As they prepare to move forward, he tells the group, we're going to ignore goblins from now on. Jaisu asked him, you want to hunt stronger monsters? He explains, compared to goblins, who are only worth 10 gold, a single orc gives about 80 gold. However, I want to find a group of monsters that can give us even better rewards. The group continues walking through the empty roads with no one in sight. Suddenly, Hanno notices some military trucks in the distance. There are a lot of dead soldiers piled up in front of the trucks. As they get closer, they notice that the soldiers are carrying shovels instead of actual weapons. The next moment, a soldier steps out from one of the trucks with a shovel and asks them, are you human? He was terrified of the skeletons, standing behind a group. Seongwu waves at him with a smile and assures him, we're human and mean no harm. The soldier calls out to the surgeon and informs him of the people outside. The MC walks to meet the surgeon at the window. He apologizes for having to meet them like this, but he can't walk out since his leg is injured. Seongwu realizes that he has been stabbed by a goblin. Surgeon Kim feels a bit disappointed in himself as he tells him that he got stabbed by a minion who was no bigger than a child. Somehow, they managed to beat the monsters. The MC looks at the surgeon in confusion and asks him why they are not carrying any guns. The surgeon explains that their guns just won't fire. It wasn't a mechanical malfunction, but all of their weapons stopped working after the monsters showed up. They had to resort to fighting with shovels and swords. Looking at the surgeon's condition, Han Ho faintly tells Seongwu that he has some healing potions. Kim moves closer to the window as he sees the bottle and asks them if he can have it. Seongwu looks away and tells him that they can't simply hand out resources that may be critical to their own survival. Hearing this, the surgeon pokes his head out of the truck and tells them that he can offer him some information. He says that he will tell them everything he saw and heard till now. The MC thinks about it and says that he wants to hear it first before deciding if the information is even worth it. Kim reveals to him that there are wolves roaming around that are as large as bulls. They couldn't even take a single wolf down, and their forces were overwhelmed. Moreover, there is also a QR code. He saw 2 of them so far. One of them is in the station, and the other is in the subway transfer center. The surgeon takes out his phone and tells them to scan the codes as it will install an app on their phones. This is the only way they can communicate with other survivors since all other means of communication are not functioning. Seongwu hands over the potion to him as he thinks about the community of survivors. The surgeon then asks them where they are going and says that they are going to rejoin their unit. Seongwu asks them if he will be safe with his unit. Kim tells him that when the monsters first appeared, their superiors took away their weapons and told them to fight the monsters with shovels. But he is sure that they must have changed their tune by now. The MC tells him that they are heading somewhere else. As Kim prepares to leave, he warns him of the creatures in the sky. The surgeon starts sweating as he hears that there are giant dragons flying around. After parting ways, the MC continues moving with his friends and the skeleton army. They come across their first QR code as they reach the station. Before installing the app, Hanho worryingly asks the MC, do you think the code might install a virus on our phone? My man's worried about a virus in the apocalypse. The app has a message board and a news feed that allows the players to share information with each other. The admin of the game also uses it to post updates. Seongwu looks at a post for the admin and wonders who could be behind all of this. He also glances at the message board, which is empty for now. Ju tells him it costs about 1,000 gold to make a post. Suddenly, They see a new post from player 4884 informing others that their group is making a safe zone in the H apartment complex of Hang City. The post also has 2 comments. One of them is from another player asking how to contact the group. Looking at the address, Hannibal tells them, "It's near my place." Seongwu asked him, "Should we go there?" He also wonders how the person making the post managed to spend 3,000 gold so easily. They barely managed to reach level 6 after going through so much trouble, and yet the other group was already at level 8. He stares at the post, thinking to himself that something about it seems wrong. However, he still needs to beat some high-level survivors, so he continues walking towards the address mentioned in the post. Suddenly, he hears a beep on his phone. He checks to see that a comment has been deleted from the post. The player asks, "Why was the comment deleted?" The author of the original post replies, "Someone was just talking crap, so I deleted their comments." This strikes the MC as a bit strange, and he continues staring at his phone. Meanwhile, we see another buff guy holding a phone. He lets out a creepy smile as he realizes that another victim has fallen into his trap. The sun shines brightly overhead as a man frantically tries to defend his daughter against a group of minions. He only has a baseball bat, which he uses to try to scare the monsters away. Soon he realizes he can't hold them off, so he screams for help. However, none of the other players come to his aid, and they continue to watch him from the safety of the surrounding houses. As the minions get closer to the man, one of them gets stabbed by a dagger. Suddenly, an undead orc shows up and starts hitting them with its axe. The man watches in confusion as Seongwu's undead army comes to his aid at the last second. He holds his hand out for the man and tells him, "You're safe now." The man, trembling, replies, "My house is nearby, but we ran out of food." The MC opens his bag and gives him a few cans. He knows it won't be enough, but it's all he has for now. The minions try to escape as the skeleton army overwhelms them. As the group chases them towards some stairs, they come across a dungeon sign. Hanno asks, "Should we go down and finish off the minions?" Before they can move further, the man stops them. "Don't go into the basement," he warns. "There's something even more terrifying than those green minions down there." Seongwu smiles at the man. "Thanks for the warning." They proceed down the stairs and receive a notification. "You have entered the Elder Slime Shrine." As the group moves further into the basement, they find a dead minion with slime covering its head. An undead orc swiftly swings its axe and destroys the slime. Each kill earns them 140 gold. Hanno holds his melting dagger, grumbling. The slime can even dissolve metal. The MC tells him that it can't dissolve bones, which makes his skeletons their natural predator. Hanno then hears a noise and turns around to see a giant slime monster. The monster destroys one of the skeleton minions with a single attack. Seongwu realizes that the slime can also crush and chew the opponent if it can't dissolve them. Moreover, all the attacks of his skeletons are useless due to the size and density of the slime. He quickly thinks of a plan and starts creating bone weapons. Instead of creating more skeletons, the MC starts creating weapons from the bones and throwing them at the slime from a distance. Jisoo tosses a skeleton towards him, and he turns it into another basic weapon. As he is busy creating weapons, the slime goes in for a hit and attacks him from the front. The MC uses one of his orc warriors as a shield and blocks the attack. The slime swallows the minions and destroys them. Upon seeing this, the MC smiles and says the boss has just made a mistake since the skeleton it swallowed contained a bag filled with bones. He then uses his weapon creation skill to convert all of those bones into weapons, causing the slime to be torn apart from the inside. The skeletons swiftly get into action, smashing the slime into even smaller pieces so it can't regenerate. The one-armed skeleton delivers the final blow, as usual. They receive 2255 gold for killing the slime boss. Seongwu orders the skeletons to collect the slime in an empty glass bottle, since they might need the acid later on. While collecting the mucus, one of the skeletons comes across the core of the slime monster. It can be used for dissolving or fusing objects together. The MC picks it up using a cloth and wonders if it's a compound ingredient. Hanno calls him out. "Read the comments on that online post," he says. The post has a lot of deleted comments. Other players have reached out to the original poster, asking about the deleted comments, but they are told to ignore them. Someone mentions the comment of the first person who was trying to get in contact with the group, asking if they've made it. Player 4884 replies they haven't arrived yet. Something must have happened to them on their way, they claim. Hanno finds it suspicious that all the comments are being deleted. Seongwu thinks to himself that the group first selflessly spent 1,000 gold on the post, and they continue spending more gold on the comments. He knows that something weird is going on. We cut to an underground parking area where a bunch of guys are hanging around. One of them wonders why the players are even hunting monsters, since killing other players is a lot more profitable. A single kill can give them 500 gold for a normal person and more than 1,000 gold for a player, depending on their level, one of them says. The other guy laughs. It's easier to kill players. Plus, we enjoy it. Two of the other guys sit in a car. One of them asks the other about their boss, but the guy looks out of his mind. He grabs his head as if it's about to explode and screams out the name of Professor Red. The other guy looks a bit scared. Are you talking about the serial killer? The tweaking guy starts having a flashback. In the flashback, he is getting attacked by a monster. The monster turns out to be a vampire. It stares at the man with shark teeth and tells him, I have a need for people like you. At the same time, the MC takes out his sword and asks Hanno, can you ever kill another person? After getting bitten by the vampire, the man became a low-ranked vampire. He wonders how things ended up this way. He had just come to the convenience store with his gang members to loot some stuff. However, the monster bit him and turned him into a vampire. After becoming a vampire, he started killing all of his gang members. The vampire watched with a smile as he killed them one by one. The boss continued drinking blood from the dead bodies on the floor. He no longer felt like a human. The vampire looked at him and told him to continue feeding and growing until they met again. The boss finally snaps out of his flashback when the guy sitting with him shouts. Another man walks up to the car window and asks if there's a problem. He looks at the man and replies, everything is fine. Then he asks, what do you want to tell me? The guy shows him his phone and says, our prey just arrived. The post has another comment from player 157. He says he's with two other people. His group wants to meet us and calls us to the park. After hearing this, the boss immediately orders the guy to head for the park. With an evil smile, he thinks to himself how the open space of the apartment complex makes it easy to lure idiots, like the one they just talked to. None of the apartment residents dare to say anything about it since they are all scared. The boss is planning on killing all of them once they run out of prey. The man driving presses the brakes as he notices the group standing in front of them on the road. They are all facing away from the car and wearing hoods, so the two of them can't really see their faces. The boss can't control himself when he sees the group. He screams at the guy, just run them over with the car. The guy obeys the order and slams into the group at full speed. However, upon hitting them, all they see are bones flying in the air. It turns out that there weren't 8 people in those hoods, but skeletons. Seongwu uses the bones from those skeletons to create spikes and hits the car. The driver loses control and the car crashes. The boss doesn't understand what's going on. Suddenly, someone breaks the car window and drags him out. After throwing him to the ground, the MC grabs his phone and asks, are you the one who made the post? With a sword pointed at his head, the boss doesn't know what to say. The MC was a bit suspicious when he saw those deleted comments. He thought about it and came to the conclusion that these guys must be getting something out of it. They decided to set a bait, but he wasn't expecting them to just run them over with the car. The boss guy looks at Seongwu and furiously asked him, do you even know who we are? Without saying anything, our boy kicks the man in the face as one of his lackeys watches. He then asks with a cold expression, how many people do you have upstairs? He threatens, I'll rip your head off if you don't answer. Hearing this, the guy starts laughing. He goes in for an attack, asking the MC, have you ever killed anyone before? Out of nowhere, Righty shows up and slashes his arm with his sword. The man screams in pain as blood spills everywhere. Seongwu looks at him with disgust and says, even with the current state of the world, I'm not heartless enough to kill a person without hesitation. But by skeletons, they're different. As one of the orc skeletons raises its axe to finish the guy off, he starts laughing again. The MC wonders if the guy's gone insane from the pain. He turns to the other man, asks, should we start by cutting off his legs or arms? The guy isn't about that life. He quickly tells them, there are 8 people upstairs. Before he can speak any further, the boss guy kills him using his shark claws. Hanno and Jaisu stare at him in disbelief as they witness him killing one of his own allies. His ripped off arm has now been transformed into a pointed blade. He rips out the guy's head and starts drinking his blood. This allows him to heal back and also increase his stats. The man used to be in a 3-star ninja class, but after the boss bit his neck, his class changed to a low-rank vampire. In this class, you can't really level up, but you can absorb the stats of players that you kill. The man stands up and roars in anger, activating his berserk mode. This causes all the stats to increase by 20%. The MC realizes that there is a class even more gruesome than his own. The brute gets into a defensive position with the skeletons guarding the front. Seongwu knows that the vampire could take them out with a single blow if they make one wrong move. He orders his army to attack, but the guy turns out to be much faster than he thought, so he has to order the skeletons to get defensive again. The vampire tears for the skeletons and goes straight for the MC. He knew he had to deal with this opponent first, as he was the one controlling the entire undead army. Seongwu barely managed to raise his shield before the opponent struck with his sharp, pointed arm. Immediately after, the vampire was caught off guard by Jisu's attack from behind, making him chuckle. He quickly switched targets and moved toward her. As he tried to land a hit, several daggers struck him from behind. Turning around, he saw Hanno standing there with a smile and 2 daggers in his hands, launching them in rapid succession toward the vampire. This only made him more irritated, and in a flash, he rushed toward Hanno, giving him no time to react. However, his strike was intercepted at the last second by Righty. The vampire evaded the blade, but Seongwu charged in from behind with his axe. Once again, the vampire anticipated the move and broke the weapon. The MC quickly raised his shield to defend, but the opponent's strength was overwhelming. Dodging and countering, the vampire remarked that they were too slow. While he was still focused on Seongwu, Jisoo suddenly appeared behind him. Unleashing her blazing sword technique, he noticed the move in time and stepped out of range. He laughed, telling her that he saw the attack coming from a mile away. Immediately after, Righty jumps on top of him with his sword and slaps. They all surrender and immediately drop all of their weapons. After questioning them, one of the guys tells him about their big boss. He reveals that they don't know who it is. It's just that their boss followed his orders, but they weren't aware that he could turn into a monster. Seongwu wonders, is the big boss the one who created those monsters? If he did, what is his class? This makes him question if there are classes with more than 5 stars. He asks the guys about the number of people they have killed so far. After hearing that they have killed over 21 people, he signals to skeletons to finish them off. They beg for him to spare them, saying they were only following orders. But he shows no mercy. He knows that if they don't kill these guys now, they might end up killing others later on. Jisoo is a bit taken aback by what she just saw, but she agrees with him. The post now has a new comment from a guy warning Seongwu's group about meeting the other group, since they are a bunch of murderers. The searcher reads this comment and gets furious. He realizes that there are now people roaming around, killing others in addition to the monsters. He then sees another comment saying that user 157 is the MC's account. Killed all of those murderers after setting a trap with his skeletons. While reading this, the sergeant breaks into a smile. She realizes that this is the same group that he met earlier. One of the soldiers informs him that there is a call, but he ignores him, saying, "Our saviors are doing great things." The scene then shifts to a guy in armor who looks at the comments and expresses his gratitude for Seongwu's group. He appreciates that they are still looking out for others despite their circumstances. The man walks out into the bright light and asks his group, "Should we also start moving?" As Ev's group walks down the road, Hanno informs him of a new post. This post is from a user called the Prosecutor of Yongdongpo. It tells other players that they can comment on the post if they can't afford to make their own posts using 1,000 gold. Jae-soo and Seongwu discuss how people are utilizing the post to comment about their missing family members and talk about synergy effects and monsters. It seems like the post is helping a lot of players who don't have enough gold to make posts. The group finally reaches Hanno's house. He looks at his home with a worried expression and prays that his family is still safe. The MC asks him to calm down and proceed with caution since they don't know the situation around here. They see dead orcs while walking up the stairs, which makes Hanno even more anxious. He starts praying for his parents' safety before opening the door to his apartment. There is a huge slash mark on the door, which scares him. He screams for his mom to open the door. Suddenly, the door opens and his parents stand on the other side with worried expressions. After talking to them, he finds out that neither of them picked a class card. His dad tells him that the cards didn't quite pique his interest. As they all eat, Seongwu asks the parents how they managed to stop the orcs. All other apartments had their doors broken down by the orcs, and theirs was the only one that stood. The dad tells them that he used pesticides to keep the orcs out. This shocks everyone, including the MC. The mom proudly says that all the orcs ran away when her husband sprayed them with pesticides. Hanno almost spills his drink while listening to this. After dinner, his mother thanks Seongwu and Jisoo for bringing him back home. She then offers them some green tea since they don't have anything else at home. Hanno tells her that he also helped them out by throwing daggers, but his mom ignores him. As they all rest inside the house, some kids on bikes glance at the lights and let out an evil smirk. Jae-soo is the first one to come out of the shower. Her mom thinks that she has a frail body and starts to feel bad for her. Meanwhile, Hanno thinks to himself that she is 30 times stronger than him. The MC feels relieved as he finally goes to take a shower. He's glad that both of his friends' parents are fine. His dad was able to utilize the orc's strong sense of smell against them. Otherwise, both of them would have ended up like the rest of the players. Even with the world going to hell, there was still something positive. After showering, the group begins cleaning their weapons. Hanno asks the MC about his thoughts since they can't stay at this place forever. He tells him that they should first decide where they want to go and then move out. Seongwu thinks to himself that the orcs who first arrived were probably scouts. If there is a group of them nearby, it might actually turn into a large-scale battle. Their problem is figuring out where to go as they don't have a clear objective in mind. As he is thinking, Hanno puts his phone up and screams at him to take a look. He tells him that the guy who posted to allow other players to comment has just made another post. In this post, the player claims that they have set up a safety zone inside Yeongdong Post Station with the help of his 3-star class friend. However, in order to maintain the zone, they need gold or rations. Chae-soo looks at the post and asks, "Can we trust this person?" Hano thinks that the guy genuinely has other people's best interests at heart. On the other hand, Seongwu is still skeptical about this guy. He tells them, "Now I know why he made that other post yesterday. Even though they might not be lying about the safety zone, they still spend 1,000 gold to open a new message board for survivors. It seems unlikely that they're doing all this out of the goodness of their hearts." He points to the comments, which are filled with praises for the player. Seongwu thinks that he did this just to gain a favorable reputation among the players. It seems like they're going to form a huge group soon. If that happens, they won't need to do anything, and all the resources they need will simply walk to them. Hano can't believe that the guy did all of this for his own benefit. The MC tells him that he might be overthinking, but the station is too far for them to travel, so they can't really find out. Hano finds a comment from Chief Gu claiming to have another safe zone at the Hashing Fortress. He mentions in the comment that he requires rent. The MC doesn't really like the rent part, but he's curious about the safe zone. He asked his friend about the distance of the fortress from their current location. Hano tells him that it takes about 20 minutes by bus. Hearing that it is not too far, the MC decides to make it their next destination. As they get ready to leave, the MC apologizes to the parents for suddenly asking them to come with them. The dad smiles and tells him that it's fine. He has safely brought back his son, so he is happy to follow his lead. Hano's mother tells him that apart from monsters, are also bandits running around in the neighborhood. The MC is a bit confused hearing this, so he asks them what they mean. The dad explains that they are just a bunch of high school kids who go around on motorcycles and steal stuff from people. Seongwu sighs as he realizes that he now has to deal with such petty criminals too. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a bike approaching. As they all look back, they see a group of teenagers trying to look tough. They stop in front of them and demand, "Hand over all the goods that you have." The kids even threaten them with their numbers and baseball bats. The MC looks at them with a smile and asks, "Do you truly have the greater numbers?" Behind him, several glowing eyes begin to appear. The kids suddenly turn around and leave before he can say anything else. This leaves the group confused as they don't know what scared the kids. The MC looks back with a worried expression and sees a pack of giant wolves standing there, staring directly at them. The wolves aren't attacking them instantly, so he suggests, "Let's back away slowly." He doesn't want to engage in close combat with monsters that have 4 legs. Even without considering their sharp claws and fangs, their balance is just too good. If someone from his group fell to the ground, they wouldn't make it out alive. The group slowly walks back into the apartment building. Hano asks the MC, "Are we safe inside?" However, with the wolves still staring at them, he knows that they can just break into the place and drag them out. As he is thinking of his next plan, one of the wolves charges towards them and slams into the front wall. Seongwu suddenly throws the acid bottle towards the wolf, causing it to burn. While the wolf is still in pain, the MC orders his skeletons to start throwing their spears at it. The only advantage they have over the wolves is that they can throw things. As another wolf tries to get inside, the MC orders one of his orc skeletons to rush at it. The wolf easily destroys the skeleton by biting its head, but suddenly green acid starts pouring from its mouth. The MC laughs as he reveals that the skeleton was carrying slime mucus. To seal the deal, Rai jumps from the first floor of the building and stabs the wolf right in the head. The MC gains 240 gold for killing the wolf. The other wolf, terrified, sees the skeletons approaching with their spears. It doesn't take long for them to kill all the remaining wolves. Seongwu gains some experience and reaches level 7. Chizu looks down and tells him they just feel more and more like a burden to him. The MC tells her that it's not true since the situation just wasn't favorable for them. He looks at her and thinks to himself that even though her class is Tiger Hunter, he should see her as a specialized class and she is only focused on increasing her physical strength. On the other hand, Hano doesn't seem to be getting any stronger. He tries to take the wolf under his control, but it doesn't work. His level is still too low. He suggests that they keep moving, since there may be more monsters nearby. Somewhere else, a military helicopter is being chased by flying dragons. The captain screams at the pilot to go faster, but the pilot tells him that they are flying at their maximum speed. He hurls insults at Surgeon Kim for not describing these dragons in more detail in his report. The pilot reminds him that he was the one who disregarded his report since he was only a surgeon. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The field boss wyvern has appeared. The dragon grabs the helicopter by its claws and destroys it like it's nothing. It then lands on top of a huge building and lets out a loud roar. Seongwu and the group witness this, and they are terrified. Hano thought that the military helicopter might be able to do something against the monsters, but he was wrong. His dad notices that the dragons are planning to sleep on top of the building. They are too close to the safe zone, but they can't move while that thing is still around. Sunyu tells them that they will eventually leave and suggests that they take some rest. At night, the dragons fall asleep on the buildings while the group rests on the ground. Suddenly, the MC notices a flash followed by a system notification similar to the one they saw at the start of this apocalypse. It is the second phase of card selection. Hanno. He screams at his parents, "Don't make the same mistake as me by paying a low star card." His dad assures him, "I won't make any mistakes. I've been playing cards for 20 years. As Seongwu looks around to analyze the cards, he notices that only 15 seconds remain. Since he has already picked a card, this card will act as a secondary class card in addition to his current class. One of the cards suddenly disappears right in front of his eyes. He realizes that other people are also picking up cards. Hanno carefully looks at the card, trying to find the one with the most stars. The MC knows that he can't just pick his secondary class based on stars. He needs to find something that he can use in combination with his current class. He finally comes across a card that fulfills his needs perfectly and instantly chooses it. He selects a 3-star link card for the Dark Mage class. A system notification pops up telling him that this card will be combined with his current class card to grant him new skills. He looks at his still, feeling pretty happy with his choice since they all fit perfectly with his Necromancer class. Meanwhile, Hanno is crying because he accidentally picked up a 1-star priest card. The new skill he got allows him to be shielded from enemy attacks for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. As he cries, he hears his dad asking, "Did you choose the right card?" Hanno looks up to see his card, a 3-star Pioneer class card, which allows him to create safe zones. Sunyu gets excited when he sees this, realizing he won't have to go to the fortress anymore. As Hanno's dad continues to flex on him, he asks his mom, "What class did you pick?" She tells him that she picked the 1-star chef class card. Hearing this, he responds, "You should have picked a class that was useful in battle." While all this is going on in the background, Seongwu looks at Jai-Soo and asks her about her card. She tells him that she picked the 3-star Hitman card. "It gives me a supreme sense of passive skill," she explains, "heightening my senses whenever I'm in danger." She realizes that the MC has grown quite strong. He can efficiently employ tactics in battle and make level-headed decisions even in stressful situations. Jae-Soo thinks, "I can never be like him, no matter how hard I try." However, she also knows she needs to be stronger, so she decides to find her own way if she can't be like him. She understands that she must grow stronger in both her mind and her body. The MC calls out to the dad and asks him to explain his skill in more detail. "The Pioneer class allows me to create a Pioneer's camp," the dad replies. "It costs 10 mana every 10 minutes and provides shelter from monster attacks. The shelter has a limited area," he continues, "and can be destroyed by powerful attacks. Once the player loses all their mana, the safe zone will start costing 100 gold every 10 minutes. Seongwu realizes that it will be difficult for them to maintain a safe zone in their current position. Moreover, gathering a large group for the zone didn't seem like a good idea either. He suggested that they only use that skill during emergencies. They also needed to find a good place for the zone. Hanno asked him, "Won't we be going to the fortress anymore?" The MC took a look outside and replied, "It won't be necessary anymore. All the existing groups will try to use their power, so it's better for us not to meet them." As he looked out the window, he noticed the dragon moving. The dragons finally flew off, and they could leave the building. The MC then asked Hanno, "Can you look for the location of the stores in the forum?" Seongwu currently had over 24 gold. He knew that he had to spend this gold in order to get stronger, since they never knew when they might run into those high-level monsters again. Hanno, however, still couldn't find the location of the stores after going through the entire forum. Suddenly, the group heard the sound of motorcycle engines. The kids were out again now that the dragons had left. Hanno told the MC, "It's probably those kids we ran into yesterday." He smiled and added, "We should ask them about the stores since they're always going around stealing gold from people. They must also have a place to spend it." The kids talk about the store as they walk. They were unlucky last time, but they are hopeful to get good items in their next try. 90% of gamblers quit before hitting it big. The kids finally make it back to their hideout, but it looks empty. They quietly unlock a room to see all their friends hiding. One of the kids asks about Eugene, who seems to be missing. The kid starts crying and tells him that man came again and took Eugene since she didn't collect enough money. Suddenly, Eugene enters the room and tells him to shut up. The guy asked her, "Are you okay?" His expression changes completely as he looks at her face. She looks like a vampire. He walks past her and into the room of their boss. The boss calls him by the name Tana and asks, "Why did you kill Wok?" "He was loyal to our cause and also our leader," the boss says. The kid tells him he attacked us first, so we had no choice. The boss asks, "Will you kill Eugene too?" He stands up and tells him, if vampires refrain from drinking blood, they start losing their sanity. Teish hesitantly asked him, do you even know how many people Gavier killed? This seems to enrage the man, and he asked him if he was talking back to him. He reminds him that their boss has generously allowed them to work for him. They won't last long if they defy their orders. Taesong starts walking away and tells the man that he will figure it all out. However, the man isn't done with him. He stops him and says, if you don't gather 10,000 gold in 2 days, you'll be the next one to die. While this is going on, he starts hearing voices outside the room. Seongwu and the group have entered their hideout. The MC complains about their customer service. The boss thinks that he wants to buy something, so they asked him what he wants. The MC points his sword towards him and orders, hand over everything you have. The vampire guy starts laughing, saying, you have no idea what you've walked into. When Seongwu notices his fangs, he asks the guy, are you the boss of the gang in the apartment? The boss gets angry, realizing that they are the ones who killed all of his gang members. He furiously charges at them, but the orc skeleton grabs him by his arms. The MC puts his sword on the vampire's neck and asks, can you regenerate your head? The two orc skeletons grab the vampire as Seongwu pushes his sword halfway through his neck. He threatens to kill him if he moves even a bit. He then asked him, are you the vampire lord? Hearing this, the vampire starts laughing. He immediately breaks free and destroys the sword. The vampire tries going for the MC but gets hit by several daggers. It's almost like the MC can read his next move. Before the vampire can react, Jaisu rushes in and slashes one of his arms off. He cries in pain as blood gushes from the wound. He can't even regenerate his arm properly due to the fire effect of her attack. Jaisu goes in for another strike, fire blazing from her sword. However, this time he manages to move to the side. At the same time, she ducks and slashes him again. This makes him furious, and he starts attacking her. It seems like she can keep up with the vampire's speed. While they fight, he grabs her sword and tries to attack her. But she senses it thanks to her new skill and easily dodges it. The vampire is attacked from behind by the orc skeletons. Thanks to the MC's new skill, they are under the effect of Death's aura, which makes them much stronger. This aura also makes the enemies weak. Seongwu thinks to himself that all of his undead soldiers would have collapsed when facing the vampire previously, but now they are able to hold their ground because of his new skill. The orcs quickly bring the vampire to his knees. With nowhere to run, he cries out, asking them what they want from him. He looks at the MC and realizes that he is the one controlling the skeletons. The MC looks weak, so the vampire thinks about taking him out with a single blow. His plan is to get closer by pretending to have a conversation, then strike when the time is right. However, before he can even move, he is impaled by several bone spears. Seongwu tells him, you should still be able to talk even with those spears running through your chest. He looks at the vampire with a terrifying gaze. Do you want more? Meanwhile, Talon watches in disbelief, wondering how they managed to kill such a powerful monster. The vampire starts laughing. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Just because you managed to beat me, he sneers. He begins to transform into a terrifying creature. Once my plan succeeds, you'll all die. Seongwu has had enough of him, so he orders Jisoo to finish him. She immediately slashes his head off, and he dies. Taeyeon looks at this and starts begging for his own life. He tells them that he and his friends had nothing to do with this. Seongwu smiles at him and says, I simply want you to hand over everything that you have stolen. The thieves give away all of their gold, but it's not that much. Hugh stares at the dead body of the vampire and asks, is the boss the same person that the other vampire was talking about? The MC tells her, whoever it is, he seems to be growing in power. He even has money collectors. It looks like he's being strategic about all of this. Jaisu can't believe that someone has adapted to the situation even quicker than Seongwu. It feels like those guys are much more suited for this world than the previous one. The MC knows that more vampires will show up soon since the boss and his subordinates have the ability to turn players into vampires. He wonders if he can just ignore them, but it's not that simple. He needs the help of his entire team to defeat one of them right now. If they grouped up and attacked, they would have no chance to fight back. He knows they will have to face the vampires again after what happened today. The MC then looks at the teenagers and asks them about the store. Taeyeon enthusiastically offers to lead them to the store. The next moment, they all freeze as they see a system notification pop up. It talks about players who have not chosen a card despite being given a second chance. This isn't like a usual notification though. It's red, and the MC can feel that something bad is about to happen. One of the teenagers starts to scream. I haven't chosen a card yet, he cries. It seemed a bit fishy to me. I don't trust the system. He points to another guy and says he hasn't picked a card either. Another red system notification informs them that those who haven't picked a card yet will be transformed into monsters. Both of the players scream as they begin to transform. Seongwu watches them. instantly knowing that they won't be able to fight if the transformation is completed. He quickly orders everyone attack while they're still transforming. Meanwhile, Hanno's parents grow anxious while waiting outside. The mom wonders aloud, is it okay for us to hurt all these thieves? The dad stomps his foot in frustration. They made a lot of people suffer, he says, and even killed some of them. So they deserved everything that was happening to them. Inside the building, the orc skeletons were trying their best to destroy the monsters before they could fully transform. The MC knew that their only option was to kill them during their transformation. Suddenly, one of the wolves attacked the skeletons and broke it in half. The MC couldn't believe that the monster had such overwhelming strength. Righty and the orcs continued hitting the werewolves, and they finally managed to kill him. It gave them 3,000 gold for each kill and even leveled him up to 8. He stared at the dead bodies in horror, wondering what kind of terrifying monsters they could be since they gave out such a huge amount of gold. He selected a random stats card, which increased his speed by 3. He seemed pretty satisfied with the outcome of the card. Jisoo told him that it was beneficial for him to increase his stats since his opponents would likely focus on him once they realized he was the one controlling all the skeletons. Meanwhile, Hanno was still losing his mind, wondering if they were going to continue facing such terrifying monsters. Hearing this, the MC told him that he had a plan of his own. He will try to turn the monsters into his minions. He still hasn't tried it on humans, since it might give him a bad name among other players. However, things are different now. There are a lot of other players who still haven't chosen a card. All of them will be transformed into monsters soon, and if he wants to fight them, he needs to stop caring about his reputation. As he turns the skeletons into his minions, he thinks to himself that they might even be able to go toe-to-toe against the vampires. Taesh watches in disbelief as his friend turns into a skeleton soldier for the MC. Seongwu looks at him with a cold expression and asks him for the location of the store. Taong explains to him that the store is located in a used car complex, and the people in charge of that place do all kinds of bad things. His group only goes around stealing, but the people there work directly under the vampires and hunt people for them. Hearing this, Seongwu orders him to take him to those people. They walk into the car complex, surrounded by orcs and werewolf skeletons. The MC knows that something is off since he can't really see any guards in this place. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise and he orders everyone to hide. They all watch as a bear monster fights a vampire. The vampire seems to be losing as the bear hits him with his iron chains. Seongwu notices the chain and wonders if the vampires are holding the monster captive. He soon realizes that it was probably a human they had kidnapped. They turned into monsters since they couldn't choose a card. When the fight seems to be over, the vampire gets up and rushes at the bear again. The bear is injured, but he slams the vampire back. The MC realizes that this is actually good. If he plays his cards right, he can put the bear monster under his control. As the two of them roar and go back to fighting, the MC orders his werewolf skeletons to attack them. One of them manages to stab the vampire, but the bear fights back. He tries grabbing the werewolf, but the other one comes in and slashes it using its sharp claws. The MC receives 3,500 gold for killing the bear. He has reached his maximum capacity, so he needs to destroy one of his skeletons to put the bear under his control. He destroys one of the orcs and replaces it with a powerful bear. The bear is huge and seems to be the maximum size for a middle minion. Suddenly, Hanno notices their school bus parked among the other cars. The group realizes that the vampires have captured the students. Seongwu realizes that if all the students on the bus were caught, the enemies he would have to face would be staggering. They can't just rush inside either, since it could backfire. He looks at Taeyong and asks him about the store. As he tries giving him directions, someone slaps his hand. He turns around to see his friend Yujin, but she has been transformed into a vampire. The vampire laughs upon hearing the girl's name. He tells Seongwu that he hasn't hurt his friends since he considers all of them his own children. He came to see who had been killing all the vampires. Seongwu realizes that the girl has been possessed and wonders if the vampire came to him after feeling the other vampires dying. Seongwu tells the vampire, "It's a bit too chatty for a vampire lord." The vampire starts laughing. "I have a habit of explaining things to idiots," he says. "For that, some people even call me the professor. They probably don't care what I have to say." He pauses for a moment before getting serious. "I'll get straight to the point. All of you are dead meat." Suddenly, he applies a lesser curse on the MC, which requires holy magic to be neutralized. The vampire lord laughs as he prepares to kill the MC and his friends. However, before he can do anything, he gets kicked in the face by Seongwu. Hanno sees this and asks, "Are you even human anymore?" The MC stares at a red mark on his hand and wonders if it has something to do with the curse. Fortunately for him, the mark isn't really doing anything to him. Hanno shows up in his priest outfit and reaches his hand out to him like an angel. The MC looks at him and thinks that the country's standards have really fallen since someone like his friend can become a priest. Hannah holds his hand and tries to remove the curse, but his holy magic isn't strong enough. The curse reveals the MC's location to the vampire lord every 12 hours. The next moment, the MC receives another notification about a quest. It's a special quest, and he has to kill the vampire lord in order to complete it. His rewards include 30,000 gold and a C rank item ticket. This quest makes things a bit simpler for the MC, as he decides to kill the vampire lord before the vampire lord kills him. He then walks over to Taeshong and asks him about the vampire's lair. The group enters the D rank item store. This time they have to choose between 4 different balls, starting from bronze and ending at platinum. The most expensive ball costs 100,000 gold. The MC decides to go first. He has an unlimited rank ticket, which would allow him to access the platinum ball. However, he decides to save it for later, thinking it will be more beneficial. He is still fully capable of surviving on his own. It's not like he desperately needs an item. He chooses the gold option and is presented with another screen showing him different ball choices. He thinks back to the last time and realizes he should pick the first place ball regardless of the price. It has the highest chance of yielding the best item. An evil smirk crosses his face as he goes all in. Lucky for him, he receives the first place prize. His reward is a coupon that grants him a master-ranked exclusive class skill. The new skill costs 0 mana and allows him to create a safe space for his minions. The minions can rest and recover in that space until he summons them again. If he summons multiple minions together, it will trigger the Curse of Death, which will grow stronger with the number of minions. Jae-soo and Hannah will look at him furiously as he has all the good stuff. She pushes him away and goes in to try her luck. Meanwhile, Seongwu tries his new spell and sends his minions to the safe space. It's almost like a giant inventory for him. He can store his minions in the inventory and summon them back whenever he likes. As he excitedly looks back to ask his friends about their new items, he sees both of them in absolute dread. It turns out that Jae-soo received a B-rank mech kit and some hiking equipment, while Hannah got a tough bull hide carapace. Looking at their condition, he nervously asks them if they should continue moving. At the same time, the vampires are holding all the students captive in their lair. With the dead bodies of all his friends lying around him, Kyung wonders if he should have followed the MC back then. He realizes that he was wrong to take everyone to the military base. When they finally reached the base after carefully evading all the dragons, they found it to be completely destroyed and abandoned. Everyone started asking him what they should do next. A huge panic erupted among the students as they all tried to think of their next move. They looked at Kyung-soo for his opinion. He got overwhelmed and thought to himself, why was he the one taking responsibility? He had simply driven them to the base. One of the students showed him his phone and informed him about the safe zone in the fortress. As everyone stared at him for an answer, he realized that they had all survived because of him. He decided to trust himself more and led everyone toward the fortress. Of course, it was a bad decision. Instead of a safe zone, they were all met with vampires who killed the students without mercy. The surviving students were turned into slaves by the vampires. One of them kicked him and told him to continue moving. He laughed and replied, "We can simply eat you if you're feeling too tired." As the vampires talked about eating them, he stared at them hopelessly. He knew he would be killed, just like the rest of his friends. As the vampires lined up the students, they noticed a skeleton standing in front of them. It looked no larger than a minion, and is pointing its sword towards them. The vampires laugh, thinking that it is just another type of monster. One of them leaps and tries to tear it apart, but he gets impaled by multiple spears. Suddenly, Seongwoo's entire army shows up. Kaonga lights up as he realizes that the MC is here to help. When he walks in front of him, he notices that the MC looks a lot stronger than he did last time. He wonders why there's such a huge gap between them when both of them are just college students. The vampires try to get up and prepare for another attack, but one of them is instantly mutilated by the skeleton bear. The MC confidently stands among his army and orders them to kill all of the vampires except one, as he wants to interrogate them. Kyung stares at the group in disbelief, realizing that they are much stronger than he thought. It wasn't just the MC. Jisoo also looked much better now. The last remaining vampire begs for mercy as the orc skeletons hold it in place. Seongwu asked him about the number of players and vampires inside the building, along with their levels. The vampire tells him that there's only the area manager, who is at level 5. As for the players, there are 12 in total, and the highest level among them is 4. The MC thanks that vampire for his honesty, but he has no intention of letting him live. The vampire frantically tells him that he also knows about the security of the building and the situation inside, but he is instantly stabbed by Kyung. He looks up and tells them that he knows what is going on inside the factory building. He starts crying and says, "You can't let any of the vampires live. Even though my friends were cowardly, they didn't deserve to die like that." Seongwu pats him on the shoulder and says, "You've done well surviving so far. The vampires we see around us don't just turn into killers overnight. They hide among ordinary people, and all they need is the opportunity to get out. He continues, "But world we knew might have ended, but we can't just let people like that roam around freely." As they sort out the kidnapped players, one of the guys asks the area manager, "How long are you planning on doing this?" The area manager smiles and tells him, "These people are just a source of food and experience for me. They're much easier to catch than monsters. And they are also more useful," he says. Their CEO has incredible insight and vision. The guy gets excited upon hearing this and tells the area manager, "I also want to become a part of their vision." The vampire tells him, "You could become a regular member if you continue to work hard. I started as a lowly warehouse worker and eventually became a permanent employee." While he was talking, he hears someone mocking him. He turns back to see the MC standing there all by himself. Seongwu laughs and says, "They were just calling their abandonment of humanity innovative." The manager asks, "Who are you?" and begins walking toward him with his crew. The students in the cages recognize the MC and are relieved to see him. The vampire screams as he hears them talking and reminds them, "You are just food." Sunwoo gives him a cold look and asks, "Didn't your CEO tell you who I am?" The vampire realizes that he is the one who killed Manager Park. The MC laughs as he hears the word manager and asks, "Is that some kind of white-collar make-believe?" Seeing him walking into the factory alone, the manager knows that he is reckless. But he still doesn't think he can take all of them on by himself. Seongwu smiles and tells him, "You can take them all on using your skills." Suddenly, black smoke starts spreading through the entire floor. The workers panic as they see a notification telling them that the Great Spirit has been activated. One after the other, skeleton minions appear out of the smoke. With these minions spawning, the Curse of Death effect also triggers, decreasing the stats of all the employees. The vampire finally realizes what it feels like to meet someone terrifying. They start to crumble as the skeleton minions go after them. The manager tries to calm them down, but to no avail. As the vampires kill one minion, it is instantly revived. The manager starts to grow furious and kicks one of the orc minions to pieces. He tries going after the MC, knowing he is the one controlling all the minions. However, before he can make his move, he gets hit in the head by an acid bottle. Hamo stands at the first floor window and has a clear shot of the vampire. As the vampire falls down, Jae-soo rescues all the hostages. Kaomu crashes his bus into the factory wall and calls all the hostages to get inside. The vampire tries to go after them, but he doesn't realize that Righty is coming for him while riding a wolf. As the werewolf skeleton throws him to the ground, Righty jumps into the air and moves in for the final blow. Thanks to Sunwoo's insane buffs and debuffs, the vampire stands no chance. The MC tells the vampire, "The abandoned factory you chose for your operations is one of the easiest targets for a raid." The vampire starts to get worried as he realizes that, in addition to being strong, the MC is also smart. As he bleeds from one of his arms, he hears the voice of their CEO offering him some of his strength to get rid of the MC. Seongwu stares at the vampire in confusion as he starts to grow bigger and more like a feral monster. He gets a notification that a high-level vampire has gone berserk. Looking at his completely changed appearance, he asks, "Is this your true form?" The vampire lunges at them with anger and starts attacking the skeletons. The MC orders them all to fight back, but the vampire manages to hold them off by himself. He moves quickly while destroying the skeletons. He notices Jisoo for a split second as she jumps over him and slashes his back with her sword. As he turns around, she grabs Righty and throws it at the vampire. Righty slashes through the vampire as it moves through the air. At the same time, another orc tries to hit him, but the vampire destroys it into pieces. As the vampire eliminates his minions, the MC immediately revives them. Hano is impressed that Jisoo is able to hold him off on her own. The MC looks a bit worried and says it's not good for them. He knows that the vampire doesn't have much time left before he collapses, as he's lost a lot of blood and is also in a berserk state. However, he could also run out of mana before that happens. If his orcs stop defending the front line, he'll be in trouble. Still, his biggest worry is that the vampire is only a subordinate of the actual boss. Sonu wonders just how powerful the real vampire lord is. As the MC revives his minions, he notices the corpse of a werewolf monster. He smiles and apologizes to the vampire for taking control of one of his captured monsters. With an additional werewolf in the team, all the minions gain a new synergy buff. The vampire gets confused as he realizes that the skeletons have suddenly become a lot more powerful. He orders his werewolves to rip the vampire into pieces. They obey his command and start eating him alive. Sun Eun-woo stares him in the eyes and says, "Inform your boss that his little business in Haesang is now bankrupt." He receives 10,000 gold for killing the vampire, but the system labels him as a player. The MC thinks to himself that he might be able to convert the vampire corpse into his minion. He had previously killed the vampires by cutting off their heads so they couldn't regenerate. However, This one still had his head intact, which meant he could convert him into a minion. He revives the corpse as a vampire skeleton and tells him, "You'll be working for me now instead of that vampire lord." The MC suddenly gets a notification informing him that he can access the memories of the corpses under his control. He wonders what this means and looks at the memory of the vampire. He had never been able to see the memories of any of his minions, so it makes him think this might be one of his new skills. He sees all the vampires having a meeting with the vampire lord as he drinks a huge glass of blood. He asks them about the purpose of the game. When none of them answers, he tells them that their main aim is to evolve. It didn't matter if the game was created by a god or a being from outer space. What actually mattered was that they finally had an opportunity. It could get rid of their fragile selves and give birth to a new species. The vampire lord expresses his aim to create a new world order. Sunu looks at him in anger as he realizes that he is the vampire lord. The vampire lord tells everyone that he has received a new quest and they are all obligated to help him. Everyone immediately agrees upon hearing this. The MC wonders if they got brainwashed after getting bitten since they showed an instinctive loyalty to the vampire lord. He then tells everyone about a party he will be hosting in Han. He orders them to invite as many people to the neighborhood as they can have a little fun. He instructs manager Kim to take care of food and farming supplies. The MC realizes that they are actually setting up human farms and slaughter parties. Their main plan is to lure people in by giving them a false sense of hope in the form of safety zones. Moments later, the MC receives an exclusive quest. He remembers getting a similar quest when he witnessed the death of his professor. This quest revolves around the massacre party being organized by the vampire lord. Seongwu can either choose to prevent the massacre or take advantage of it by using the corpses. The action he chooses will determine his destiny. Hanwha tries to wake the MC, but it seems like he is still stuck in the vampire's memory fragment. He starts crying as he thinks that something has happened to Seongwu after taking control of the vampire. When the MC finally comes to his senses, he dramatically puts his hand on Hanwha's head and asks, "Who are you accused of messing up?" This makes Hanwha a bit scared. Seongwu lets him go and reminds him, "You promise to do anything I say." He smiles and says that he wants him to do a quest with him. Meanwhile, the vampire lord is frustrated that the MC killed his vampire manager even after receiving some of the vampire lord's strength. Madame Yang nervously asks, could Seongwu disrupt his plans? But the vampire lord dismisses this idea, saying his weak skeletons are no threat. After the upcoming great feast, he plans to track down and eliminate him with a curse. Outside the factory, everyone is busy collecting daggers and other weapons from the vampires. Hanwha asks the MC, "Is it okay for us to be doing this?" Seongwu looks at him and replies, "What do you mean?" Jisoo then reminds him of what she told them earlier. A huge massacre is about to happen in Hasham Fortress, she says. Shouldn't we hurry and focus on stopping the vampires? At the same time, Hanwha urgently informs the MC. Something big is happening online, he says. It seems vampires are trying to attract players by promising safety and free entry to their camp. A post from someone named Manager Gu appears, aiming to lure survivors. Hanwha considers posting a warning, but the MC stops him. "We don't know if our warning will help stop people who are looking to latch on to even the slightest bit of hope." The MC says, "If the vampires are forced to change their plans, I lose all my advantage since I already know what they're planning. We have no way to stop them right now, so we should use this time to finish our preparations." He turns to Jisoo. "Did you find anything useful?" he asks. She tells him that she has found useful potions in vampire manager Kim's warehouse. Hanwha finds a wireless charging battery, which they use to recharge their phones. Jisoo also finds a white potion called Treatment, which cures infections. Seongwu immediately uses it on Taeshong's friend, partially restoring her to normal. Taeyeon and his friends thank him deeply. The MC knows that the girl has been having a tough time until now. Even though the potion didn't heal her completely, it was still pretty effective. He turns to Taesh and warns him to watch over his friend in case the vampire lord possesses her again. He says that he will have to kill her if that happens. With a determined expression, Taesh tells him that he won't let it happen. The MC makes a confused face, wondering if Taesh is saying they will try to stop him if he comes after their friend. He knows they are criminals, but they aren't bad people, so he sets them free. However, he tells them that he might need them later on. Seongwu then asks Hanwha's dad, Mr. Lee, to use his skill to create a safe zone around the factory. Recovery is greatly enhanced inside the zone, and Mr. Lee has full control over this space. Everyone feels better as their injuries heal. Since Hanwha's mom has the chef class, she can cook food that grants buffs to everyone. Jisoo looks at all the players and says that people are finally adapting to the situation. Seongwu asks her, "Do you also have an exclusive quest?" She acts confused and tells him, "I didn't." It turns out that he is the only one with an exclusive quest. He tells Jae-soo Yun, "You don't have to join me." She tells him, "I want to go." He asked her, "Are you doing this because of your sense of justice?" She says no. She tells him, "I can't just keep running from the monsters forever. I'll get killed sooner or later if I continue down this path. Therefore, I want to fight in order to survive." As they talk, a notification appears revealing that all survivors are now in Chapter 1 of the game. The admin congratulates those who have made it this far, acknowledging the many lives lost. It explains that those unable to adapt have turned into werebeasts. The real challenges are just beginning. As survivors now, you fight both monsters and other humans. Only the bold will survive. The message includes 4 key warnings. The event will last 7 days, and no one can leave the Swan and Hasham Fortress areas during this time. Players will earn double the gold. Each second-round player who defeats a werebeast has a chance to receive a random combo card. Lastly, a boss monster will appear in each region, with powerful items as rewards for defeating them. These items cannot be found in shops. Seongwu looks at the screen and realizes that they can't go to other regions anymore. Jae-soo stands there with a determined expression and tells him, "We must stay here and fight instead of running away." Hano feels frustrated since Sunu is forcing him to join his dangerous quest. The MC tells him that Jae-soo has been with them from the start, even though she is fully capable of surviving on her own. On the other hand, he's too weak to survive even a day alone. Changing the subject, Hano mentions that people are responding to his recent posts on the community forum. Most of the comments are varied, but one stands out from the prosecutor of Yongdongbo, a person who created a safe base with a level 3 pioneer skill, and formed a guild called Independence. This guild's top goal is the survival of the group, and they plan to establish a safety zone for survivors. The MC doesn't think that the guy expected him to join the guild after watching his post. He simply wants to show others that they are not acting in bad faith. Hano can't believe that the guy can think that far. Sunu tells him that some of the more ambitious people are starting to come forward. His friend then asked him where they are going. He tells him that they are going to level up and asked him about his level. Hano admits he's only level 5, which the MC finds weak. Just then, Kyungwoo stops the car and announces that they've arrived at their destination. As they step out, Hano asks the MC if this is the place where he wants to take them. He tells him that he is right and declares this area as their new hunting ground. It seems to be full of monsters hiding behind cars and debris. Suddenly, a giant fiery rock flies at the group. They barely manage to dodge it by hiding behind cars. These little monsters can use magic, but they are still no match for some Wu skeleton army. As Jizoo and his skeletons finish off the monsters, the MC explains that they are called kobolds. The main goal here is to help Hanho level up and find potential new minions for the MC. His best bet is to find people who have been turned into monsters, as this will increase his power significantly. Unfortunately, these kobolds aren't strong enough to be useful as minions. He already has his werewolves with him, who can easily take down multiple little-level vampires. Jisoo calls out to the MC, "Look at the grocery store," she says. The entire parking lot is filled with bodies, reminding her of their old college campus. The MC realizes that this may have been the place where one of the tutorials took place. She asked him, "Do you think there are survivors inside the store?" The MC replies, "Crowded places attract a lot of monsters, which means the chances of any survivors are pretty low." Hearing this, Kyungwoo guesses rural areas or small villages like Jeju Island could be safer due to their low population. This makes Jae-soo feel a bit relieved as her own family lives on that island. She notices his son, who's gay, and tells him there's no need to worry. She didn't expect to see her family anyway. Moreover, she knew that they were probably doing fine since they were a bunch of big shots. The MC realized that she had a difficult relationship with her family, so he decided not to ask her any further questions about it. As they entered a mark, the entrance was sealed with magic. This transformed the place into a large-scale dungeon called the Sorcerer's Fortress. The only way out was by defeating the dungeon boss. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared beneath them, teleporting everyone to different spots. Han dropped down from the ceiling into a group of kobolds, who laughed about catching a weak human alone. At first, he thought that he could handle them, but realizing he was alone, he became scared. His life expectancy went from half a day to 30 seconds. The kobolds jumped at him, but he accidentally killed one of them. As they furiously attacked him, he started to think that this was the end for him. However, he soon realized that he wasn't taking any damage from their attacks. He remembered that his priest class skill protected him for 10 seconds after a kill. The kobolds looked at him in confusion as they noticed that their attacks weren't working. Hano stands up, a terrified expression on his face. He asked them, "Did you just call me a weakling?" Meanwhile, Kang-soo and Jae-soo are together trying to find the others. They spot blood around a corner, only to discover Hanno standing over a pile of defeated kobolds. Jae-soo can't believe what she's seeing, but Hanno proudly tells her, "I have finally unlocked my hidden potential." Now reunited, the three of them agree that they don't need to worry about Seongwu. He can handle all the monsters by himself. Just like they expected, the MC and his minions are slaughtering kobolds. He easily finishes them off, but is still a bit worried about his friend. As he searches for the exit, he finds a severely injured survivor. The man looks to be in a pretty rough state, and it seems like the potions won't help him much. The guy barely manages to lift a finger and points to a box. Seongwu picks it up for him and asks, "Is there a potion inside?" When he opens the box, he finds a mysterious egg. The item description says that a creature will emerge from the egg and will change his fate. With his final breath, the survivor tells the MC the dungeon boss holds the token needed to claim this egg. This egg originally belonged to the survivor, but the boss somehow stole its token. The MC is disheartened as he realizes that the survivor is a powerful 5-star dragon knight. He guesses that the survivor probably got lost in the dungeon while looking for the store, and all of his tokens were taken by the boss monster. It looks like his class could only reach its full potential later on, but the guy did make it that far. Even though the item description calls it a mysterious egg, the MC knows that it is a dragon egg. He thinks to himself that the guy probably told him about the egg because he wanted him to finish the game. As he stands there, more kobolds attack, but his minions easily defeat them. Now, Seongwu is set on finding the token and taking revenge for the boy who died in front of him. As his minions keep killing the kobolds, he finds it strange that they continue charging at him without fear. It looks like they are simply charging at him mindlessly. Suddenly, he hears an explosion and spots a cobalt sorcerer. Despite its scary look, one of his minions quickly takes it out along with the other kobolds. The MC levels up and decides to go with the skill option since he wants to increase the maximum number of his minions. However, he gains a new skill called Corpse Explosion, which costs 10 mana to blow up a corpse. He immediately gets a chance to test his new skill. As more monsters try attacking him, he orders his minions to stay back and uses the skill on one of the corpses, causing a large explosion. The kobolds outside feel a bit scared as they hear the sound of the explosion. Out of nowhere, Righty jumps out of the door and clears them out. The MC praises him, which makes him happy. They then find the dungeon boss surrounded by roots. The boss is the high-level cobalt sorcerer, protected by a force field that can only be broken by destroying 3 cores scattered throughout the dungeon. The description states that it cannot be harmed by normal attacks. Seeing the force field, the MC realizes why the boss has been sitting here while all of his other guards were fighting. Suddenly, the boss casts a deadly spell that will kill anyone below level 10 in an hour. The MC knows what that means. Everyone in his group is below level 10. The kobolds charging them earlier were just buying time for the spell. He tries using his minions to attack the boss, but they're ineffective against the shield. Thinking strategically, he orders his minions to pile the kobold corpses around the boss, then detonates them all in a huge explosion. But when he returns, the boss is unharmed. Enraged, the boss sacrifices some of its health to speed up the spell, leaving only 52 minutes. Seongwu starts to get worried since he now has even less time to find the cores. Frustrated, Seongwu decides to go for the cores, knowing that is the only way to end the curse. Using memory fragments from revived kobolds, he learns where the cores are. Righty quickly destroys the first core out of the 3. He now only has 19 minutes to find the other 2. He continues moving, reviving the monsters, and going through their memories. He quickly finds out the location of the next core and starts moving to the first floor. Moving to the next floor, they see dead kobolds. Seongwu wonders if Jae-soo killed them. He then gets a notification about the second core being destroyed and thinks to himself that she must have also seen the notification about the instant death spell. He sees someone fighting monsters in front of him and thinks that it's her. He tells her to look for Hanho and King-so. To his surprise, the person killing the kobolds turns out to be Hanho himself. He confidently looks at the MC while holding a dead monster and says, "You're late." Seongwu sees this and wonders if he's dreaming. At the same time, Jae-soo arrives and says, "I managed to destroy one of the cores." However, MC is more interested in knowing what happened to Hanho to cause such a drastic change. Hanho acts like a hero and tells them, "We don't have any time to waste. Let's go and find the next core." They now have only 13 minutes left. As they reach the last core, the kobolds defend it desperately. The MC knows they can't waste time fighting the monsters, so he tells the group, focus on finding the core. It isn't long before they find a core. The time limit has now dropped to 10 minutes. Seongwu helps Ray, who leaps over the kobolds and shatters the core. With the force field down, they only have 9 minutes to defeat the boss. The MC is furious at the boss and decides to teach it a lesson when they find it. Hanno returned to his usual self and said, "It should be easier for you to take down the boss now since you can make fallen enemies explode." The MC replied, "I've already used that spell in front of the boss. He might be ready for it." Hanno then suggested, "Why not just bring down the whole building?" The idea made the MC pause for a moment. He then ordered everyone regroup and head for the boss room. "We don't have much time left." They reached the boss in time, but a fireball from one of Seongwu's cobalt sorcerers disrupted the instant defeat spell. The MC looked at the boss, his frustration rising. "Is that all you've got?" he asked. Provoked, the boss transformed into a corrupted tree spirit. It let out a roar and began striking at the group, sweeping aside its own minions with ease. The boss attempted to hit them, but the brute dodged just in time. Jae-soo used her flaming sword to burn one of its branches, but it quickly regenerated. "Move aside," the MC commanded, then told his werewolf minion, "Throw the down kobolds at the boss." The werewolf hurled them, and the MC detonated them as they neared the boss, damaging its face. Watching the smoke rise, the MC thought it was enough to finish the boss. But as the smoke cleared, it seemed the boss had fully regenerated. Suddenly, a fireball from a cobalt sorcerer hits the boss from behind. The group bombards the boss with fire attacks, but even that is not enough as it keeps regenerating. Seongwu tells them to keep attacking the boss. Suddenly, a notification pops up telling them that the boss has lost all of its mana and will now be giving away its health. The MC smiles as he reveals that he has been using the Devil's Bloodstone all this time to drain its mana. However, even with its mana depleted, the boss seems to be attacking them. The MC orders everyone to retreat. The boss tries to catch them, but falls since it's gotten weak. Before leaving the room, the MC looks back and reveals that he was keeping most of his skeletons on the first floor. As everyone gets to safety, he detonates the pile of dead cobalt bodies his minions stacked below the boss. With no mana left to regenerate, the boss dies. For defeating the fallen tree spirit, the MC earns 1,240 gold and levels up to 10. The system also rewards him with a roulette ticket since he's the 69th person to reach level 10. His max number of minions rises by 5, and he now has a new skill, Death Response. It allows him to summon 10 zombies for 10 minutes without affecting his minion count. He realizes that he can now control up to 25 undead. In addition to this, he also has the token of the Dragon Knight. As he raises his sword, he is confident that he can now beat the Vampire Lord. The Dragon Knight's token is actually a Masterless sword, which increases his strength by 6. Though he can't open the dragon egg yet because he isn't a dragon tamer, he learns he can hatch it by keeping it for 5,000 days. He can also reduce that time by killing powerful monsters using the sword. The MC realizes that it will take 13 years to use the dragon egg. Jae-soo tells him that it must be the penalty for not having the right class for the sword. Sunwoo adds that he can prove himself to the sword by killing monsters. This means the more monsters he hunts, the less time it will take for the egg to hatch. However, the sword also gives him strength, so he is quite happy to keep it. Hanno then tells him that his phone is ringing. He receives a message from Ta, who was sent to Haidom Square as spy on the vampires. He reports that many people are there, but no vampires have appeared yet. The MC is relieved that he is still doing okay. Back at the factory, the MC had ordered him to blend in with the rest of the survivors and keep an eye on the vampires. He also advised him to send a private message if anything happens. Taeyong happily accepted the job as he had been spending time with vampires all along. It seems like he still hasn't seen any vampires in the supposed safe zone. Just then, one of his orc skeletons informs him that they found 2 dead werewolves. The MC wonders if the tree spirit killed them. He revives them and adds them to his army. Now he has 5 werewolves, and his minion count is up to 15. Fully equipped, the MC decides to head toward Hwasong to eliminate the vampires. Meanwhile, survivors grow anxious as those who invited them are nowhere to be seen. From a nearby building, vampires watch and wait for the right time to start killing the survivors. The vampire master enters the room and tells them, "It's time for you to get ready." One of the vampires asked him, "Are you going to feast on the survivors?" The vampire fire master smirks and replies, "No, we're going to kill the guys who attacked the factory." The other vampires are confused since they thought they were going to party first. The vampire master tells them that the plan has changed because the guy is nearby. He wants him dead before he can disrupt their plans. The vampire master tells the others that the order is directly from the vampire lord, so they shouldn't hold back. Taong spots that the vampire is heading out and immediately informs the MC through his phone. The vampires reach the elementary school and begin searching for the MC. He is still under the vampire's curse, so they can track his location. They talk about how stupid he is for letting his guard down. As they move further, they come across the body of a dire wolf. Looking at the claw marks, they realize it was probably killed by one of his werewolf minions. They then notice a blood trail and start to follow it. The Vampire Master wonders how their area manager lost to a loser like this. They think the MC is some kind of idiot who doesn't know that blood can attract monsters. One of the vampires sees that the blood trail leads to the auditorium. Upon finding the MC's location, the Vampire Lord orders all of the other vampires kill him as soon as possible. They know that he can control minions, but the vampire still thinks he can beat him. He expects him to have 5 werewolf skeletons in his army. He is the Vampire Master and serves directly under the Vampire Lord. He believes he can easily handle 2 of them himself. Given their numbers, he's confident in their odds of winning. He leads the vampires inside and spots the MC with his minions. The vampires notice that he only has a few skeletons with him. This makes them even more confident, and they start to chase after him. As the MC runs, he leads them all to a dead end. He stops and tells them, "This will be your final resting place." The vampires begin to get worried as they realize something is wrong. He mentions that they were counting his skeletons and tells them, "You don't know all of my skills." Hearing this, one of the vampires tries to mock him. "Did you find a few more skeletons in the area?" he asks. Seongwu grins and replies, "I don't just command a pile of bones, I command an army of them." With that, he summons the rest of his minions from the void and uses death response to bring in zombies. The vampires almost lose their minds when they see the zombies. Meanwhile, Seongwu sits back and relaxes as his minions do the trick. Ray commands the skeletons to give them a small power boost, and the zombies start tearing through the vampires. The vampires almost feel suffocated due to the amount of debuffs. Seongwu teaches them what happens when you try to fight an army of undead. One female vampire charges at the MC but is struck by Cobalt Sorcerer's fireballs, and Righty finishes her off. The MC earns 2,000 gold for this kill. With the rest of the vampires dead, only the Vampire Master remains. However, he is strong. He starts tearing through the skeletons and zombies. 2 zombies manage to bite him, but he easily shakes one off. As the Vampire Master leaps toward the MC, trying to kill him, he sits patiently and smiles at the vampire. "Look more carefully before attacking me," he says. Hearing this, the Vampire Master starts to panic and asks him, "What do you mean?" 2 hours earlier, as they were all standing outside the school building, the MC had given specific orders to one of his minions. He had tried exploding his orc skeleton, but it didn't work. He realizes that the orc was a skeleton, not a corpse, so the skill didn't work on it. He then used his death's response skill to summon a bunch of zombies and wondered if they would explode since they were just a bunch of corpses. The MC finds out that when his zombies are moving, they are considered summoned minions, but when they stop, they are just corpses. He devastates the remaining zombie, dealing massive damage to the Vampire Master. He mocks him as he falls to the ground in pain. As one of his werewolves bites his leg off, the Vampire Master asks Seongwu if he really thinks he can beat their boss. The MC finishes off the Vampire Master with his nameless sword, earning 20,000 gold. He also reduces the egg's hatching time to 4,049 days. He revives all the vampire corpses, and since he now commands more than 5 vampire skeletons, he gains a synergy bonus, a 5% bleed effect on all their attacks, and a berserk mode before they die, which boosts their stats by 10%. Confident in his army, the MC feels ready for the next challenge. Meanwhile, he receives a message from Jai-Su informing him that the vampires are on the move. The guards started acting suspiciously, asking everyone to hand over their weapons to enter the safe zone. The MC guesses that the Vampire Lord must have sensed the deaths of his royal guards, so he is in a hurry to catch him. Now, all of his vampire guards work for him. In the survivor camp, an old player spots werewolves impaled on a rooftop. The crowd wonders who managed to hang them up there, since that person must be pretty strong to beat them. It's almost Jai-Su and Hano's turn for the weapon check, she thinks. She looks at one of the guards, who tells the players that they are taking away their weapons for the safety of other players. He claims that they have already killed 4 werewolves, so they have no use for their weapons. Jai-Su feels disgusted by the humans working with vampires. All they want is to make it easier for the vampires to kill those people. Just then, Taesh sneaks up and whispers, "I hand your twin swords as planned," thanks to their friend Young-shik, who is a 2-sword swordsman. Hano asks, "Did you also prepare the stuff I asked for?" Taesh nods, "Yes, it's all set." After passing the check, they join the other players. Soon, the Vampire Lord appears with his minions. All in masks, clearly enraged about the MC, Hanho immediately figures out that it is the Vampire Lord. He guesses that they are wearing their masks to hide their fangs. The group has hidden the sword somewhere safe. Now all they have to do is wait for the MC to arrive. As the Vampire Lord starts his speech, the vampires in masks surround the entire crowd. Addressing the crowd, the Vampire Lord proclaims that humanity's downfall is inevitable due to its weakness. The Vampire Lord pulls down his mask and tells everyone, "You are destined to be sacrificed in order to facilitate the next stage of evolution." Fear grips the survivors as vampires begin attacking. They find an opening and try to escape, but it's surrounded by electric fences. All of them have fallen into the vampire's trap and are now trapped. The vampire lord smiles as he watches everyone desperately trying to escape. In the chaos, Jisoo tries to lead the survivors to safety. The vampire lord notices the swords in her hands and wonders how she has a weapon. At the same time, Hyunwoo crashes the school bus into the fence. This destroys the electric barrier, giving the players a chance to escape. Jisoo and Hannah jump out, leading survivors to safety. Furious, the vampire lord turns to the MC, who has just gotten off the bus. He looks at the vampire lord with a smirk and mockingly calls him the Mosquito King. He glances at the vampires and asks, "Why aren't you having fun?" The vampire lord starts laughing. "You're right on time," he says. His eyes gleam as he shows his sharp fangs. "We're going to have a lot of fun." He then turns to Madame Yang and comments, "Our party hasn't gotten off to a good start." She replies, "We're missing our main course." She orders the other vampires to surround the fleeing survivors. The vampire lord turns to the MC. "Are you going to rescue them?" he asks. The MC reassures him, "My teammates can handle the vampire girl." The vampire lord laughs upon hearing the word teammates. If the circumstances were different, he says, "I might have even hired you." Sunyu responds, "I don't need that. I have my own friends." Suddenly, a werewolf skeleton jumps out of the bus, charging at the vampire king. The vampire lord feels disappointed. "You really thought that could kill me?" he sneers. As the vampire lord tries to fight the werewolf, he suddenly realizes it's a trap loaded with goblin corpses. The MC detonates it, causing a massive explosion. All the vampires start to get worried as they see their boss on the ground. They tell themselves that he won't be defeated that easily. They see the MC going inside the bus and chase after him, but all they find inside is a bunch of monster bodies. Seongwu escapes through a hole just as he detonates the bus, taking out a large number of vampires. Meanwhile, Madame Yang is hunting the survivors with human collaborators. The humans following her hear the explosion and wonder if something has happened to the vampire lord. She assures them that he is too powerful and can't be killed by the MC. She tells them to focus on hunting the survivors instead. However, as she looks back, she sees both of them dead on the ground. She senses a deadly presence behind her and narrowly dodges an attack from Jisoo. She looks at the vampire girl with fire in her eyes as she prepares to take her on by herself. Hano and Tong manage to lead the survivors to a safe place. Everything seems to be going well for them thanks to Seongwoo's plan. Hanho has his daggers with him just in case, but they hope that they don't need to use them. Unfortunately for them, a vampire appears from behind. The vampire lord can station him there to guard the perimeter. The vampire mocks them for getting caught. "Will you help me level up?" he asks. Taesong rushes in to fight, thinking this vampire looks weaker than the others. Hano tries to stop him, but to no avail. The vampire dodges Taong's attacks and nearly bites his neck. Just in time, Hano interrupts, throwing his daggers. The vampire leaps into the air to avoid Tyson's punch, but Hano throws more daggers, hitting the vampire in the face and knocking him to the ground. Hano can't believe that he has just defeated a vampire. However, he soon realizes that he hasn't received any gold yet. Probably not over. Furious, but still alive, the vampire stands up and curses them. "You've scarred my beautiful face," he spits. Meanwhile, the MC has cleared out the lower-level vampires with the explosion. He knows the real threat is still out there. The vampire lord suddenly jumps onto the bus. This time, he even has wings. Bro bought a premium skin. The MC realizes that it won't be that easy to kill him. He summons his undead minions from the void as the vampire lord charges toward him. When the vampire lord lands in the center of his orc skeletons, he smashes through them with ease. Realizing it won't hold him off for long, Seongwu calls forth zombies from the ground. The vampire lord is a bit surprised to see the zombies, but he doesn't really care since he knows they pose no threat to him. As the vampire lord kills one of them, the MC quickly tries to detonate the corpse. This time, the vampire is prepared. He uses his blood fly to create a mist of blood, shooting it at incredibly high pressure. Even though the skill is not that strong, it is enough to stop him from detonating the corpses. Switching tactics, the MC sends his werewolves forward, activating the Cerberus synergy, which boosts their strength against a single enemy. However, the vampire lord easily slices through 3 werewolves in one strike. The MC realizes that he can't beat the vampire in close combat and immediately orders his minions to attack him with spears as the vampire lord effortlessly dodges the spears. He says that it is boring for him. He claims that this is the limit of the humans who remain unevolved. Seongwu asked him, "Do you call monsters like yourself evolved?" The vampire lord proudly tells him, "It is a vast improvement over humans. The strong are meant to rule the weak. That's how things have always worked out in human history." He continues, "Modern society wants to treat me like an outcast because I am a serial killer. But I finally got my chance when the apocalypse began. I am one of the chosen ones. Like other humans, he believes someone chose him to lead the world to its next stage of evolution. Seongwu grabs his head as he realizes the vampire's plan is just a crap show. He asks, "You still believe in all that?" No one has taken it seriously in the last 100 years. The vampire lord keeps yapping about being the new form of evolution until he hears Madame Yang calling him for help. She can't believe she is losing to a human, thinking she is superior to him. During their entire fight, she hasn't managed to land a single hit on Pisu. She tells him that the reason she hasn't hit him once yet is because she hasn't done any training all this time. She has impressive strength, but all of her attacks look the same and lack coordination. This happened because she spent all of her time around the vampire lord taking easy experience. Jesu lands a powerful double slash on Madame Yang, knocking her down and finishing her off. She thanks her for bringing back her self-confidence. Meanwhile, things aren't going well for Hanno and Tom. The vampire offers them a chance to join him, saying that in this unfair world they have better odds of survival than vampires under the vampire lord's protection. He tells them that they were once ordinary students just like them. They had no other option to survive in this world crawling with monsters, so they decided to team up with someone strong and live off of them. He asks them again if they want to join him. Hanno tells him that he is right, which makes Teish think that he is going to team up with the vampire. However, Hanno says that the side he chose is way stronger than his. Suddenly, a rider on a motorbike appears behind the vampire, catching his attention for just a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Hanno throws a dagger. The vampire dodges and the dagger hits the rider in the chest. Fortunately, the rider is unharmed as a minion is sitting in front of him. It turns out that this was all part of Hanno's plan. His real target was the goblin. He transforms into his Givichat form and stands confidently in front of the vampire. The vampire trembles as he sees him in this new form. He tries to strike with full force, but his blows have no effect. It's like hitting a metallic wall. Hanno towers over him and delivers rapid stabs using his high-speed slash skill. Talon and Kyungwoo join the fray, attacking the vampire together. The vampire attempts to strike Tisong, but Hanno blocks the attack with his own body. He tells the vampire, "I've been boosting my agility all this time to evade my enemies. You have no chance to run." Hanno becomes a punching bag for the vampire while the other two try to finish him off. The vampire realizes that their individual attacks aren't strong enough, but when combined, they might just be able to take him down. And with a fast-moving tank protecting them, they stand a real chance. While hitting the vampire with his dagger, Hanno realizes that he is losing his power. The vampire also figures out that his skill must have a time limit. Right then, a goblin is thrown at Hanno. He kills it with his knife, reactivating his skill. One of the guys is assigned to throw goblins at him from a safe distance. Hanno taunts the vampire. "You can keep powering up as many times as you want. We have plenty of goblins on standby." He smirks. "Remember how you said that living with the strongest was the best way to survive?" He pauses, locking eyes with the vampire. "You were completely wrong. True survival comes through friendships with people you can trust." Bro is about to defeat a vampire with the power of friendship. He strikes a weird pose and declares, "We survive with love and peace." The vampire trembles in fear. "I'm losing because you're ganging up on me," he cries, frustration evident in his voice. He's not wrong, though. Meanwhile, the vampire lord grows furious as he watches his elite vampires fail and die one by one. Seongwu, with a confident grin, steps forward. "It's your turn next," he says to the vampire lord. "I already know all your weaknesses. First, you can't use weapons." At first, he thought they had no need for weapons as they already had sharp claws. But after controlling some vampires as his minions, he learned that this was actually a limitation of their class. Considering the types of weapons available, it was a significant disadvantage for them. Second, he had low defense but high regeneration, and his movements were large and inefficient. Third, he had no mana, which meant he had to rely on blood for his abilities. The MC revealed that he had been using a Devil's Bloodstone, which drained his health with every strike. His final weakness was that he talked too much. The MC told him that if he were in his position, he wouldn't waste time speaking to his enemies. He'd go straight for the Necromancer. Annoyed, the vampire lord activated a blood field and charged forward. However, Righty intervened, deflecting the attack with a parry skill before throwing a vial of slime liquid at the vampire lord's face. The substance blurred his vision and reduced his ability to regenerate. Low on blood and too weak to recover, he was now vulnerable. The MC ordered his minions to bring the fight to an end. Though still dangerous, the vampire lord was clearly weakened. He heads towards some werewolves hung as trophies on a nearby building. He reaches the rooftop, only to be ambushed by a werewolf minion who stabs him from above. Seongwu mocks him, revealing he'd been sourcing his werewolf minions from that very building. Severely wounded, the vampire lord crashes to the ground. The MC decides to end it dramatically, so his minions toss the vampire lord into a room filled with monster corpses. He then detonates the building, finally killing the vampire lord. He earns 10,000 gold for killing a special player, along with 30,000 gold and a C rank item ticket for completing the No Country for Wicked Men quest. His destiny is altered, granting him an exclusive skill. When his group arrives, they celebrate their victory together. He looks back at them and smiles as he thinks that the world may be coming to an end, but he is going to stick with them. The next morning, everyone is singing his praises. Some of them had been rescued by Seongwu's route before. Hano tells him that a lot of people have started to recognize them. The celebration is interrupted by the arrival of a regiment of soldiers led by Surgeon Kim. He tells them that he saw the epic battle from a distance and was curious about how it was. Suing greets him with a smile and says, "I'm glad to see you doing well." He asks, "Why are you here?" The Surgeon replies, "We were monitoring a group of people who claimed they were creating safe zones for survivors. However, we never imagined the situation would turn this chaotic." The MC looks at them and feels relieved. They didn't try to do anything about the vampires since they don't look all that strong to him. Kim reveals to him, "Someone wants to meet you." The MC is confused. "Who is it?" he asks. Kim smiles and replies, "The Korean army is still alive and well." Meanwhile, an army officer stares out the window, 4 stars on his hat. At night, the MC stands in an office and looks at his profile. He is currently at level 10 and has about $300,000 in gold. He received half of this gold from his recent battle. He realizes that running and hunting monsters is nowhere near as efficient as doing quests. His skill has also upgraded. He can now make bone armor in addition to bone weapons as he creates the armor. It immediately starts to wrap around his skin. It fits him perfectly and leaves little room for attacks. Moreover, he can move pretty well with the armor. He decides to equip all of his minions with the armor to make them more durable. The quest also gave him an item, a heroic rank crossbow that allows him to fire arrows without needing to reload. This is a perfect weapon for him since he mostly stays in the backlines. With these new upgrades, he feels a lot stronger and thinks that he can beat anyone. He suddenly starts feeling a fire burning behind him. He looks back to see his old home burning to the ground and his parents calling out to him for help. They ask him for his help since he is strong now. Seongwu tries to summon his minion, but he realizes that he is just a kid. He watches helplessly as his parents suffer in the fire. This makes him scared and runs away. All of this was part of his past. He thinks to himself that he is still that same weak kid. The nightmare wakes him up from his sleep. Hannah watches him wake up and tells him that he has been sleeping all day. He points to the door and says, "Surgeon Kim is back with those soldiers from the last day." When they asked him to accompany them back to base, he sent them away, telling them that if someone wanted to meet him, they could come to him. He didn't want to meet them then as he was too tired. He got up and told Hanno to make the people wait outside for a bit. In his mind, he was still thinking about that dream. He wanted to become stronger so he wouldn't have to leave anyone behind anymore. As Hanno tried to keep the soldiers outside, the lieutenant pushed him aside and entered. He introduced himself as Lieutenant Major Town Park and asked the MC if he was the Necromancer. Surgeon Kinham was also with the lieutenant. The major sat down and said he didn't want to waste any time, so he would get to business right away. He explained that they had been monitoring a suspicious group in Ha and asked if the MC was the one who took them out. He wanted to know what exactly he had done and if he would be willing to join them on their future missions. The MC told him that he could explain how he defeated the guide, but he didn't see how he could help them with their missions. Lieutenant Taeyeon pointed at him and said that he wanted him to join the army. This annoyed the MC as it was the last thing he wanted to do. He asked him why he should join the army. The guy continues yapping about how the army and the government can help restore order with his help. They basically want him to do everything since they are useless in this apocalypse. He mentions a guy named the Prosecutor of Yongdongpo and says that he is going to create some renegade group. That guy helped save citizens and created the first guild in Korea. He was also the one to establish safety zones. The MC thinks he is quite the man since he also beat a boss monster in his area. Lieutenant Taeyeon has a different opinion about that guy since he rejects the government and doesn't want to side with the army. The MC coldly tells him that he disagrees with his statement. He says that they have no right to declare anyone a renegade group. The army and the government failed to protect the people in this time of crisis. Everyone was forced to adapt to the situation and survive. He tells the army guy that he would rather be a mercenary than join the army. The lieutenant grabs him by the collar, getting furious, but the MC smacks his hand and gets up to leave. He tells him that he will regret not joining them, since he won't be able to survive alone. Seongwu looks back at him with Righty by his side and says, "I like to be alone." Bro literally has an army with him. The players feel a lot safer with the soldiers around. Hannah doesn't like this. He thinks that the soldiers aren't the ones who saved them. It's someone else. Shizu tells him, it can't be helped. People need someone to rely on. Hannah also feels better with them around. After all, they're probably better at fighting than an ordinary guy. She looks at the soldiers and notices they seem a bit anxious. That strikes her as odd. They're trained to remain calm in these situations. Hanno approaches a few soldiers and asks, "Do you work with Sergeant Kim?" He explains that he met him a while ago and came across a soldier named Kwan. He then asks, "Can I meet him?" One soldier replies, "I don't really know where people from other units are stationed." Another soldier adds, "It's classified information. We can't tell you anything." Jae-soo overhears this and finds it strange. After all, he's only asking about a private. Both Hanno and Jisoo start to suspect that something is wrong with the soldiers. Meanwhile, Seongwu steps out of the office. He had just rejected the army lieutenant's offer. He was hoping to be on good terms with the army, but the lieutenant made him lose his mind. As he walks away, he is approached by Sergeant Kim, who apologizes to him. Kim explains that he was the one who asked him to meet the lieutenant. The MC understands that Kim was just following orders and doesn't hold anything against him. He then asks, "Did the lieutenant send you to make me change my mind?" Kim nervously laughs. Seongwu sighs and mutters, "The army must really need me." The sergeant replies, "They do need you, but the way the battalion commander spoke to you wasn't right." Kim steps closer and lowers his voice. "I want to show you something top secret." The two of them make their way through the underground parking lot. The MC wonders what the secret could be. The sergeant raises his hand, signaling for the MC to stop. Several soldiers are ahead. He whispers, "If they find us, we could be executed." However, Kim adds, "The soldiers are all demoralized. I think we can sneak past them." This makes the MC even more curious. If Kim is willing to put his life on the line, the secret must be important. They descend some stairs and enter a room. Inside, the sergeant reveals a glowing crystal stored in a box. This, Kim says, is called the Prophecy Stone. There are several of them scattered throughout the world, and whoever touches them can see a vision of the future. If someone finds the stone, it puts them at a huge advantage compared to other players. Seongwu finally touches the stone and begins to experience a vision. He finds himself floating in the air almost as if he is dreaming. Suddenly, a skeleton wyvern flies past him. As he looks below, all he can see are corpses. It seems like the entire city has been turned into undead minions. Among the skeletons, he notices himself and Jisoo standing together. Hanho, as always, is below, among the less important minions. The MC realizes that the one responsible for all of this is the Lich King, who stands atop the army of minions. As he watches the Lich King, the figure suddenly turns toward him and burns him into ashes. The MC is sent back to his own body. A system notification informs him that these events will occur on January 1st. He starts to tremble and grabs his arm. The surgeon tells him, "I saw an army of skeletons in your vision. It made me think of you." Seongwu receives an exclusive quest where he has to see the Grim Reaper's scythe. He needs to be level 15 in order to find out the location of the scythe. If he can't do it before January, he will be overpowered by the Lich King, thus making the vision true. He faces palms, realizing that he has another quest because of the surgeon. He only has 2 months left to reach level 15 and find the scythe. He did look badass in the vision he saw, but he doesn't want to live that future. He asked the surgeon about the boss monster of their area. He had been avoiding them since it was a bit risky to confront them, but now he has no time to be cautious. Moreover, they're the quickest way to level up. Sergeant Kim tells him that he does know of a boss monster, and it is the greatest source of frustration for the lieutenant. The lieutenant's biggest aim was to clear the area of any monsters and reestablish stability. However, that is impossible without players like him. Hearing this, the MC agrees to help him defeat the boss monster, but he makes it clear that he isn't doing it for free. He wants to be paid for his service. The soldiers go back to the commander and tell him that the MC is demanding over 100,000 gold to join them. This makes him enraged. He asks how he dared to make such a demand. One of the soldiers tells him that they don't really have anyone as powerful as him. He'd have seen him fighting vampires by himself, and it looked shocking. The commander thinks for a second and asks, "Do you think Sergeant Kang could beat him?" The soldier replies, "Sergeant Kang might be strong, but the MC has an entire army with him." The commander doesn't want to agree to his demands, but the soldier explains, "No matter what we try, we can't beat him. He's even more powerful than a battalion." As the lieutenant starts thinking again, Sergeant Kim arrives and says, "Hiring the MC would cost more than it's worth, but I assure you, he's true to his word." The army troops bring in about 60,000 gold per day, so they have to pay the MC almost 2 days worth of gold. The commander knows that it's too much, but he has no other choice. They need to secure the strategic points. One of those points is the 01 fighter wing. A terrifying monster has taken control of the airstrip, which prevents the army from using their planes. They tried sending in dozens of men, but none of them stood a chance against the monster. If they can get rid of the monster, they will be able to travel by air. Keeping all of this in mind, the commander finally agrees to the demands of the MC. However, he promises to make him pay someday. As one of the soldiers hands him the agreed amount of gold, he asks him to proceed with the mission as soon as possible. Seongwu can't leave the area for 5 days because of the event. He asks the soldier if it's okay for him to beat the monster within those 5 days. The soldier tells him that they need to repair the airport and assess damages, so he has to do it in 3 days. He also introduces him to Surgeon First Class Kang, a survivor from the team sent to take out the monster. The surgeon looks at the MC and says, "I will be your assistant, even though my rank is higher than yours." He asks him his level, expecting it to be lower than his own. However, Seongwu confidently replies, "Level 10. This shocks the surgeon, who then asks, "Had you been using some sort of cheats?" The MC calmly responds, "I've been hunting orcs nonstop." The surgeon shakes his head. "But my level is still not that high," he mutters, clearly frustrated. The MC coldly tells him, "You just need to hunt stronger monsters." The surgeon is clearly getting mad. He tells him that the boss inside the airport is on a whole different level. The MC thanks him for the advice and says, "Try to level up in the next 3 days." Meanwhile, the survivors are looking for him since they trust his protection. Kyanga looks at them and realizes that there are even more people to protect now. He wonders, what are we going to do with all these people? He had instructed Hano's dad to only deploy the safe zone when there's danger, since it costs gold to maintain. The mother asked him, "What should we do now?" He replies, "We'll create our own town with the remaining survivors. Everyone who survived must have some kind of ability we can use. People suited for everyday tasks can be builders. Those good at fighting can act as hunters. Their main goal is to increase both their gold and military strength." Hano's parents start clapping as they hear his plan. He tells them, "It wasn't my idea. I was simply instructed by the MC." He feels like he doesn't deserve their praise, since he failed the people who trusted him. Seeing him like this, Hano's dad offers some words of wisdom. "You tried your best to lead those people," he says. "And this is something that requires courage to do." Meanwhile, the MC and his group stand among flames and a pile of monster corpses. Hano looks around and says, "It looks like a slaughter." The MC tells him, "You're not wrong. We've gotten quite strong." The monsters who try to attack them get killed on the spot. Those who try to call for help have to face his minions. Those who try to attack in a large group get blown away by his explosions, and if there are still any of them left, he finishes them off with his crossbow. As the group walks inside the building, they come across a marker with a hammer on it. The MC wonders what it means and decides to go inside the room. Inside, he finds various crafting tools and gets a notification informing him that he can combine 3 of his items. The combination will cost him 100,000 gold. The MC is in disbelief as he realizes that he can combine his legendary items. He wonders how powerful the resulting item will be. The MC has the Tear of the Sea Spirit, which he got from the store, and the Devil's Bloodstone, which he received after killing the Orc Chief. He also has the Slime Core from the I'm Boss event. He thinks to himself that he should collect items that can be combined together. Hano reminds him that the resulting item will be something random. He hopes that it will turn into an item that he can use. Sunu tells him that he is lucky, so probably won't happen. The system notifies him that the combination process will cost 100,000 gold, and there is a 2% chance that he could lose his items. He proceeds with the process anyway. The items finish combining, and the MC receives a new item. This item is called the Chaos Crystal. It grants the player the Chaos attribute, which increases their mana and mana regeneration, while also giving them the ability to steal health and mana with their attacks. Sunwoo wonders if the Chaos attribute is different from the Devil's attribute, which he previously had. He was expecting to get an item above legendary rank, but this was also an upgrade. Previously, he had to drain all of the mana from the enemy before he could absorb their health, but now he can steal both at the same time. Both of his friends congratulate him on his new item. As Jiasu steps forward towards the crafting machine, she also gets a notification that she can craft 2 of her items. It will cost her 15,000 gold. After combining, she receives a blade with an on/off ignition function. The blade also causes burns when she hits an enemy. She looks quite satisfied with her new item. Hano looks at the 2 of them, slams the crafting table in anger, and asks about his combined item. However, he doesn't get a notification. Seongwu feels bad for him and tells him he will buy something for him from the store. When they reach the old car complex, they discover that the store is entirely destroyed. Hano starts crying and asks them who did it. The MC looks at the broken screen and tells them that it wasn't the work of a monster. There is some writing engraved on the wall, warning them of a new species that will replace them. The writing looks like claw marks, but it's too perfect to have been written by a monster. The MC guesses that it's probably the work of someone intelligent, someone who understands human language. The group decides to head back for now. As they leave, they come across Surgeon Kim once again. They ask him what he's doing here. He tells them that he and the other soldiers received a ground quest, so they were out here hunting. He explains that it's basically like a daily quest where they have to hunt a certain number of monsters at the end of the day. If they successfully complete the quest, their commander gets the rewards. The MC asked him, do the soldiers receive any reward? Sergeant Kim reveals their attack power and strength increase by 10% if they complete the quest. However, no matter how many goblins they kill, they keep appearing out of nowhere. It almost seems like they are respawning. The sergeant hopes that it's not the case, since then all of their sacrifices would have been for nothing. Ju asked him, have any of your soldiers tried running away? They must be dying to see their families. Sergeant Kim reveals, a lot of soldiers ran away at first, but the number went down when they realized they couldn't survive alone. Moreover, desertion was not treated well in the army. Currently, the army is just sending them on these quests each day without any strategy or plan. It seems like they are trying to buy time. All of their gold is stripped away, so they can't even use the online forum. The MC realizes that the army hasn't adapted to the situation adequately. This is why the guilds of people, like the prosecutor of Yongdongpo, had a better chance of growing. The MC decided to keep moving and offered the sergeant the option to bring the injured soldiers back to their town for treatment. Meanwhile, the players in town were under attack from a group of massive bear-like monsters. The defense team tried to hold the line, but the creatures were too strong and quickly broke through. Some players abandoned their positions and scattered. Seongwu tried to call them back, but no one listened. Before long, one of the giant bears was standing right in front of him. Seongwu began to wonder why all of this was happening while the MC was away. Suddenly, a surge of determination pushed him forward. He charged the monster with his spear, striking one of its eyes and limiting its vision on that side. This gave him a boost of confidence, and he thought he could buy more time. However, another bear managed to sneak up and strike him, leaving him injured. In the moment of danger, he called out for the MC's help. In an instant, Ray appeared and slashed at the bear's arms. As it recoiled, Jae-soo moved in and landed a flaming sword strike to its face. Hano joined the battle as well, taking down the last remaining bear. Finally, the MC arrived with his minions to join the fight. He is happy that some strong monsters showed up since he was looking for some new minions. The soldiers are amazed as they watch his power with their very own eyes. He received a synergy bonus Wild Tyrant for having more than 4 bears in his team. This bonus lowers enemy defenses by 10% and boosts his allies' defenses by 10%. Sergeant Kim looks at his group and realizes that it's not just him, but the entire group that is strong. All of them use their powers efficiently to fight. He clenches his axe in his hand as he thinks to himself that it's not fair. He believes that his fellow soldiers and their replacements could have also fought like them if they hadn't been forced into a battle without any kind of plan. He doesn't think that they deserve to die and wonders if he did the right thing by obeying the orders of his seniors. The MC then tells Sergeant Kim, inform the commander that I'm ready to fight the boss and retake the airstrip. The next morning, survivors of the last bear attack receive healing. Hano and Jae-soo praised Kyungwoo for holding off the werebears alone. Sonam-woo also tells him that he did well, since anyone would have had trouble holding them off by themselves. Sergeant Kong arrives and mocks the condition of the town. The MC doesn't like that this is his reaction to a bunch of people dying. He explains that they had been attacked by werebears the night before, to which Sergeant Kang smugly replies, I know werebears are tough opponents. I defeated one myself. Sergeant Kim had already informed Sung-woo that Sergeant Kang holds a high-ranking class, a 3-star striker who fights with martial arts instead of weapons. However, he wasn't sure about the combo card Kang had picked during the second phase. Sergeant Kim asks Kang if he is ready for the boss fight, since the MC has finished all of his preparations. Kang gets mad, thinking he's being treated like the MC's messenger. He smacks Kim on the foot and says, Sung-woo can tell me everything himself. He then asks Kim, are you killing monsters like you're supposed to? When Kim responds positively, Kang questions, then why are you complaining about your comrades dying on the job every day? As he walks away, he adds, I'm not bringing in as much gold as I used to, and mentions that the commander is tracking their location in real time. The MC hears this and realizes that the way the army extorts gold from the soldiers is pretty much like slavery. Sergeant Kim has had enough of Kang. He lashes out at him, accusing Kang of causing the deaths of many of his comrades just because he wanted to level up. Kang strangles him, asking if he's forgotten his place. All the privates need to keep their mouths shut and continue bringing in gold. Kang says, I'm the one who fights tough monsters. The troops died because of your incompetence. Kang mocks him for choosing the blacksmith class. You're too scared hiding behind others, he says. But in reality, Kim chose to be a battlesmith because he wanted to do whatever he could to keep his troops alive. Sun-woo is clearly fed up with all of this. He grabs Kang by the arm. I don't have time for this drama, he says, his voice cold. Kang shrugs him off. I really want to teach this guy a lesson, but we need to move on, he mutters. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, he adds, "Sorry, you have to see all of this." Kim explains that Surgeon Kang feels threatened by the MC, and that's why he's taking it all out on him. Surgeon Kim then leaves with his team to prepare for the upcoming boss battle. Seongwu feels bad for him, but he knows he can't help him. The MC and the soldiers reach the airstrip, which is in terrible shape. Kang says that he messed around with the boss the previous day, and it was pretty strong. The MC looks at him with an annoyed expression. He hasn't shared anything useful with him until now. He knows Kang doesn't want the raid to fail, but he is still too envious to tell him everything. However, Surgeon Kim has already told him about the boss, so he isn't worried. Finally, the boss monster shows up. It's a massive troll, even bigger than the aircraft. The MC is shocked to see the monster. It's much bigger than he thought. He has to change his plan to overpower the boss using his werebears. His original plan won't work. The boss notices them and starts walking toward them. Surgeon Kang mockingly tells him, "It's still not too late for you to give up your 100,000 gold and run away." The MC raises his hand and tells him, "I'm fine. It's not like I only had one plan." Sun Woo uses death response, sending his zombies to latch onto the troll's legs, but the troll quickly smashes them with a single ground-shaking attack. He then detonates a zombie to blast the troll, but the troll heals rapidly. The MC realizes the monster has incredible defense. It should have been weakened by the curse, yet it isn't. But it seems like it's not affecting the boss at all. This boss doesn't really have any unique abilities like the slime monster or the vampires, but he has incredible physical strength. Kang starts to talk crap again. "We can't even run now since we'll lose a bunch of soldiers." The MC isn't planning on leaving without defeating the boss. He stands his ground and decides to fight back. Even though Hano is scared out of his mind, he stands with Jai-Su and his friend to defeat the boss. Meanwhile, the company commander informs Lieutenant Kang that the prosecutor of Yongdong-po is gaining influence by inviting survivor groups. The commander wants to update the public about the status of the army through a forum post, but the lieutenant stops him. The army can't trust an unverified communications network. He tells him that information is their bloodline. As soon as we reveal ourselves to the public, we risk giving away our position to the enemy. They still don't know who created this game. Hearing this, the commander isn't sure if that's the best strategy. They might not know everything about the system, but it's still too impactful in this world to be ignored. It is the only thing allowing them to communicate with their troops. The lieutenant asked him, "Have all the troops been informed?" He is planning to kill Sun Woo after the troll boss is defeated, not wanting to leave any threats that don't cooperate with him. He has already sent Sergeant First Class Kang to oversee the plan and steal all of Sun Woo's valuables. The lieutenant is still worried about the MC's friends, especially Jai-Su. He asks, "Do they pose any threat to us?" The commander replies, "She's just a girl, so she won't be that strong." The other friend is practically useless. He dares to call him useless after what happened in the last chapter. The lieutenant orders, "Go to the airstrip and make sure the plan works smoothly. I don't want to kill them right away. We need them to give up all their gold first." The commander realizes it feels more like a robbery than a mission, since the lieutenant seems more concerned with stealing gold than eliminating a potential threat. Back on the battlefield, Hano tanks all of the troll's attacks with his invincibility skill, barely feeling the impact. As the troll tires, Ju stabs him from behind, leaving her sword embedded with an invincible rope attached. Hano then binds the troll with the rope, surprising Kang, who thought that the MC's friends were just leeching off him. After seeing them in action, he wonders if Sun Woo got famous by taking credit for their achievements. Hano's invincibility is about to expire, but Sergeant Kim has a fresh supply of goblins ready to recharge him. Hano throws a knife to take out some goblins, which reactivates his force field. Sergeant Kang is in disbelief to see that he is killing goblins while fighting the boss, but he soon realizes that his skill requires him to kill monsters in order to stay in effect. He looks at Jai-Su and thinks that she isn't trained for human combat. He believes that he can still take her out since fighting humans and monsters is a completely different thing. However, he didn't expect himself to end up in a situation like this. He wonders if he should just kill the MC right now. As Sun Woo stares down the monster, he has a flashback of their plan. Hano and Jai-Su suggested tying down the monster's feet using a rope. He thought it was too dangerous and said that it was better for his minions to do this job. Ju told him that if his minions were killed, their entire plan would fail. Moreover, the two of them were quicker than the minions, giving them a better chance of tying him up. The MC was still skeptical about the plan's safety. He told them that he needed time to think. Jai-Su replied, "I'm not your babysitter. You don't have to think about us so much. We're partners. You need to trust us." Back in the boss fight, the MC watched as the two of them successfully tied down the boss monster, causing it to collapse. He told them, "I'm impressed by your growth. Now it's my turn." The MC used his great spirit skill to summon all of his minions from his inventory. Sergeant Kang was terrified when he saw this. He wondered, is this the true power of a necromancer? One of the MC's minions handed him the Dragon Knight's masterless sword. The MC charged toward the boss. With the boss tied down, they all began attacking it nonstop. The boss managed to eat one of the orc skeletons as it tried to hit him, but the MC immediately detonated the skeleton's bag full of corpses. A massive explosion erupted in the boss's mouth. The MC stepped up and struck the boss's head with the masterless sword, finishing it off. For killing the boss, the MC earned 220,000 gold and leveled up to 11. Boosting all the stats by 2 points and receiving a special item chest, the MC kills the boss with a masterless sword. This reduces the egg's hatching time by 98 days, leaving 4,950 days until it hatches. As his level up skill, he selects the Great Bone Weapons card, allowing him to create more weapon types from bones. Sergeant Kang can't believe the boss is dead. The MC looks at him and says, "I fulfilled my contract. I'll be keeping the corpse of the boss," he continues, "since my only mission was to kill it." Kang wonders if he'll be able to kill him if he attacks now. With 20 soldiers behind him, he feels confident. He plans to get closer and break the MC's neck in one go. Seongwu smiles, already knowing what the surgeon is thinking. It's too late for that, he tells him. Realizing he's been exposed, Kang tries to hit the MC up front. His attack causes a huge explosion, but the MC blocks it with his shield. Kang is in disbelief as he sees his surprise attack fail. He orders his soldiers to handle the minions while he focuses on fighting the MC. He thinks the MC will be too weak to fight without his skeletons. As he attacks him again, Seongwu defends with his shield and it breaks. He tries to hit back with his sword, but Kang kicks his arm, throwing the sword away. He laughs, thinking the MC is now weaponless. Suddenly, he gets slashed in the face with a dagger. He quickly retreats, but the attack leaves a cut on his face. He asks the MC, "How did you manage to obtain the dagger? You clearly didn't have anything a second ago." Seongwu responds, "My armor is made of bones. I can convert it into weapons." The surgeon screams at him, claiming that he is still far superior when it comes to close combat. But then, Kang suddenly finds himself surrounded by skeletons. The MC reminds him, "I can also create weapons using skeleton bones." With a swift movement, he uses his skill and creates bone spears to trap Kang. The surgeon calls for help, but his soldiers reveal they are already siding with the MC. Sergeant Kim speaks up, "We finally decided to survive. All of us are tired of being slaughtered like sheep under your leadership." Kang screams, "This is a mutiny. You're not even fighting to protect the citizens. All you're doing is earning gold for the army." The rest of the soldiers also join in with Sergeant Kim and say that he is right. Suddenly, the company commander arrives and asks what's going on. Sergeant Kim tells him, "The other platoon has revealed the real mission to us. We refuse to work for an army like this." Hearing this, the company commander tries to scare him back into line. He says, "You can't survive alone in the current state of the world." Shisu replies, "You're just digging yourself into a hole at this point." The commander continues screaming at the soldiers, telling them, "You'll be penalized if you leave the army." Kim looks at Seongwu's group and thinks to himself that they only ended up becoming slaves because they feared being penalized. However, with the MC and his friends on their side, they had nothing to fear. Sergeant Kang can't hold his rage anymore and takes out a syringe. The commander tries to stop him, but Kang injects the drug that transforms him into a ferocious, tiger-like beast. Now crazed and stronger, Kang kills the company commander. Kang then looks at the MC and tries going after him, but he has to go through Jaisu first. She attacks his head, which gives him a chance to counter, but she quickly ducks thanks to her supreme sense skill. Using her flaming sword, she manages to stab his paw. Kang is strong enough in his current form to grab her with one arm and throw her away. She starts to spit out blood due to the injuries. The War Tiger suddenly sees a notification for a new synergy effect. It turns out that the MC has summoned more than 3 of his canine skeletons. He is furious to see his friend getting injured and discards the idea of keeping him alive. He orders all of his skeletons to tear him apart. Meanwhile, the lieutenant gets excited as he sees Sergeant Kim returning from the mission. He learns from Sergeant Kim that they defeated the boss, but that the company commander and Sergeant Kang are dead. Hearing this, he nervously asks him what they did to the MC. At the same time, Seongwu walks into the room with the War Tiger as his new minion and says that he wants to talk to him about the mission. As Kim goes back to the soldiers, they are confused since he was supposed to be on the mission. They all get terrified as they see the minions following him and say that it is treason. Kim smiles as he tells everyone that they are free now. Meanwhile, the MC throws the lieutenant in front of the commander. The commander tells him that he is disappointed since he failed to prevent the treason when he had the chance. The MC realizes why the soldiers follow him. He leads them to their death, and if anyone disobeys, they simply label it as treason. The commander disagrees with him. It's a legitimate mission, he says. The only reason you survived is because we took swift action and found a new way to boost morale. The MC asks, are you referring to the game's synergy effect, the same one you previously declared as your enemy? The commander orders his troops to fight for him and make them suffer if they disobey, he adds. He slams the cup onto his table. It helped our troops survive, he claims. He reveals that when the apocalypse first began, they sacrificed many of their men to drive the monsters away. As a result, they received a special synergy effect. This synergy forces the soldiers to follow me, the commander explains. Each day, the soldiers must complete a group quest for a slight boost, but anyone who disobeys or tries to leave becomes a target for nearby monsters. He pauses, his voice growing darker. All other units in the area were wiped out, but we survived because we kept sending troops into battle. The MC tells him that he is just in a battle against non-intelligent and unorganized monsters. He compares the world to a survival game, where humans are just pieces on a board controlled by a higher power. Then, Seongwu directly asks why he ordered his troops to kill him. The commander admits that it was a threat, and he can't allow groups like his to grow and challenge the government. The MC realizes the commander doesn't even care about offending him. He seems confident he can handle him with a crossbow. He tells the commander to release his soldiers from their forced allegiance and hand over all of his gold. At first, the commander gets angry, insisting everything belongs to the military. But when the MC clarifies that he's not here to negotiate and will take what he wants by force, the commander backs down. He hands over 45,000 gold. The MC is a bit disappointed since he expected to get a lot more gold from him. Before leaving, he asks the commander about the werbeast vial. The commander hesitates, but eventually reveals he bought the vial from wandering peddlers. The MC recalls seeing a slogan at a destroyed shop that matches the commander's story. This makes him believe that they were the ones who destroyed the store. He prepares to leave and reminds the commander that he will be keeping in touch with Sergeant Kim to make sure he keeps his word. As he and his minions begin to leave the room, the commander stops them and tries a surprise attack with a crossbow. The MC deflects it with his bone shield and says, I was already expecting something like this. The lieutenant orders the other soldiers to take him down, but the MC finishes them off with a bone spear. As he goes for the commander, he warns him, there's a powerful bomb called Abyss Concentrate. I got it from the peddlers. He continues, if you press that button, we'll both die. The MC casually adds, go ahead, press it. I'm curious to see what the Abyss effect feels like. The commander panics, realizing his last resort isn't working. Suddenly, a skeleton breaks through the window, grabs the remote, and crushes the commander's hand. The MC then orders the War Tiger to finish him off. After beheading the commander, he realizes that he is only at level 3. All he cared about was collecting gold. Surprising even himself, he didn't have enough gold in the end. As the MC is thinking, he comes across a blocker. As he opens it, he finds some leftover supplies, including the werbeast vials, which can temporarily transform a person into a monster. Meanwhile, outside, Hano is trying to heal Jae-soo using his new skill. He asked her, why aren't you using healing potions? Those would be more efficient. She replies, we have a lot of injured soldiers who need treatment. Plus, you need to practice your skills to level them up. He looks back at the minions and feels a bit disappointed. They don't respect him. Just then, Righty pats him on the back, which reignites his trust in humanity. The MC walks outside and asks Jae-soo, are you feeling okay? She assures him, I'm fine. Sorry for rushing into battle. I thought I could match the War Tiger's power since I'm a tiger hunter. Seongwu tells her you lost because you didn't choose your character class skill. But that's a good thing. You're not limited to fighting just one kind of beast. He's glad Hano's priest class is developing, knowing it'll be essential against the upcoming Lich King and his undead army. Hano can use his healing and force field for close combat, and his daggers when fighting from a distance. This makes him realize that he might even surpass him someday if he continues to get stronger. Hano stares at his robe with the most innocent expression possible and says, that looks a lot cooler than my own. Seongwu reveals, I got this new item, the Shadow King's robe, from a chest after defeating the troll boss. This legendary robe reduces damage and lets the wearer hide in shadows until they attack or someone uses a detection skill. Hano feels a bit left out, never having received a legendary item himself. Just then, Sergeant Kim shows up and informs the MC that some soldiers have decided to leave to find their families. However, they decided to go to the town with us. Most of his brave and responsible soldiers died in the battle early on, and he doesn't really have enough expectations from the remaining soldiers. The MC tells everyone to head back and resume their preparations. With only 3 days left in Season 1, he knows that he has to continue hunting. The town has started to look a lot more organized, with players stationed for doing specific tasks. The MC continues to level up, but his speed isn't that fast. He realizes that it might take him forever to reach level 15 if he continues at the same pace. He can easily overpower orcs now, but with his current stats, he has no way of facing the Lich King. He knows he needs to reach level 15 soon to unlock the Grim Reaper Scythe. As the chapter ends, players are notified that the main story's first chapter is over. The Double Gold event has ended, and the restriction on traveling between areas is now lifted. A main story guide appears congratulating players for surviving up to Chapter 2. It explains that they'll soon discover the game's purpose and urges them to get stronger to face this new world. 3 more messages pop up, informing players that this event will last 20 days, that powerful raid bosses will spawn worldwide with valuable rewards, and that these bosses can attack safe zones. Lastly, it announces that angels and demons will be introduced later, and players can start searching for clues about these creatures scattered throughout the world. The MC realizes 2 key points in this update: the raid bosses, which can be a great source of experience for him, and the arrival of angels or demons. He lacks info on these creatures though. Hano suddenly asked him to open the app on his smartphone. He says that Korea's server rankings are now published. Seongwu is ranked 3rd in the Korean server, while a mysterious player named Ganjio Khan is in the first spot at level 15. He can't believe how someone can achieve level 15 so quickly. He's been hunting constantly and was only able to reach level 12 recently. It's just the first ranked player that is odd. The same is true for the players at rank 4 and 5. They both appear to be from the same group, and they are still in the top rankings. Emma screams and tells him about an online forum post from the prominent player, prosecutor of Yongdongpo, who leads Korea's largest survival community of 500 players. The prosecutor publicly requests a meeting with the MC, inviting him to join their guild, as he's heard good things about him. He thinks they can work together to survive this crisis and uncover the game's secrets. As the MC thinks about his past, he wonders if he has an ulterior motive. However, he agrees to meet him regardless. Meanwhile, the prosecutor and his guild appear to be thriving. One of the members suggests that they should expand their territory now that travel restrictions are lifted. But another guild member warns that there are unknown threats like raid bosses and supernatural beings outside, so they should probably gather more information first. The guild leader announces, no matter the situation, it is our duty to slay monsters and protect the people. I aim to bring the world back to its previous state. The blindfolded man starts getting emotional as he realizes how great of a man their leader is. The girl informs them, I tried to track down the players who were top ranked in the forum, but I couldn't find any trace of the first guy. However, he did send a message to the Necromancer on behalf of our guild. The blindfolded guy screams as he hears the word Necromancer. Is this Hano's twin brother? He asks. The Necromancer is known for not doing any mission unless he gets paid. The girl continues staring at her phone screen. She tells him he doesn't always demand payment for everything, and when he does, it's mostly reasonable. He did a lot for the people, and he has a pretty good reputation online. The guild leader tells him, that is the very reason I want to meet the Necromancer. His group only consists of 3 people, yet he managed to reach level 12. That's incredible. He wants to meet him in order to make sure that he doesn't pose a threat to their future. As he is talking, the girl tells him that the Necromancer has posted a reply. He has agreed to meet with him. The leader immediately orders his team to start preparations for the meeting. Hano asks the MC why he wants to meet the prosecutor since he was against it in the past. Seongwu tells him, you'll have to meet him eventually. He might be able to provide you with some information on how to level up. It'll take forever to level up at your current hunting pace. As they prepare to meet, another group of players, biker gang members led by Taisheng, arrives with urgent news. He tells them that they were attacked by some strange people who took his friend Yongshik. They were some bandits looking for something called the Golden Deer. Suspecting these bandits might attack their town, the MC asks Tom to lead him to them. The bandits are beating the guy pretty badly as they ask him for information. He doesn't want to tell them the location of the town. He thinks to himself that he only needs to wait until his friend arrives. As one of the bandits tries to finish him off, the biker gang shows up with the MC. The bandits look excited as they see them and demand information on the Golden Deer. The MC tells them that he knows nothing about the Golden Deer and asks, why are you looking for it? One of the bandits gets a bit carried away after seeing Jai-Su, expecting her to be a weak girl. She looks at Seongwu with murderous intent and asks, can I kill him? As the MC gives her the signal, she dodges the man's attack with ease. She plays with him for a bit, then immediately slashes his hand clean off. His men watch in horror as he screams in pain. They retaliate by launching some kind of magic fireball at her. With a swift move, she slashes through their boss and charges at them with incredible speed. Hanovo joins in with his final form, asking, how dare you aim a crossbow at a lady? The bandit tries to take Yongshik hostage, but the MC sneaks up on him and kills him. He receives 8,000 gold for killing the bandit, while the rest of his friends flee in fear. Seeing the robe in action, Hano feels a bit jealous once again. Seongwu assures him, I'll let you borrow it later. Tong tends to his injured friend and asks, what's so special about the golden deer? He reveals it can give the player a specific item. Jaisu suddenly notices a golden deer in the distance. They receive a hidden quest to capture the deer, which will grant access to a hidden stage. The MC sends his zombies to catch the deer, but it's too fast for them. He then commands his werewolves to pursue it. The chase continues as the deer heads for an alleyway. It suddenly stops when it encounters a werewolf. The werewolf looks back, trying to intimidate the deer. However, seeing 3 undead werewolves in front of it, the golden deer decides to flee. With nowhere else to run, it is easily captured. The group earns a ticket to the hidden stage. Yet, the MC remains uneasy. The werewolf ran away after seeing them, a rational decision considering their numbers. But the other werewolves they faced had all acted like mindless animals. He wonders how that's even possible. Still, it's time for their meeting, so he decides to shrug it off. Everyone in the group eagerly waits for the prosecutor. Suddenly, Taeshong notices helicopters in the sky. The MC realizes that the leader wants to make a grand entrance, showcasing his status as the head of Korea's top guild. The prosecutor gets out of the helicopter and greets the MC with a smile. He reveals that his real name is Jung Hun Choi. As both of them shake hands, the blindfolded guy takes a picture of them, saying that this moment will go down in history. The MC starts to figure out the dynamic of the entire guild. Everyone seems to blindly follow their leader. He wonders if there is something else at play. The players in the town are also drawn to his appearance and charisma. This makes Seongwu even more suspicious, since the townspeople have never met the guy before and are still acting like they love him. He has seen something similar in the eyes of the vampires who were willing to sacrifice themselves for their lord. He wonders if he's just overthinking. As he invites Jung Hun inside, the prosecutor tells the MC that his town looks peaceful. The MC replies, saying that it's not that great compared to his town. The prosecutor reveals to him that they have more than 30,000 people in that town and isn't even considering the entire area. They will soon exceed 40,000 people. Hearing this, the MC asks, is having more people beneficial for you, since you get more workers? Jung Hun doesn't like this and says that he only wants to save as many lives as possible. Moreover, most of the people in the town are not really helpful, since they are either too old or too young. No more than a quarter of the people can actually pull their own weight. Seongwu realizes that the guy is probably the head of a family of 30,000 people. The prosecutor reveals that he always had his eye on him, but he didn't really want to recruit him to his guild. However, his mind changed after looking at the rankings. He found out that his improvement was not the result of mere luck. He starts opening up a bit and says that having a lot of people trust him makes him a bit anxious. The MC tells him that it doesn't seem like the kind of thing he would tell to a total stranger. The prosecutor explains that he lost his parents when the apocalypse first started. Even though he managed to survive by getting stronger, he still had some resentment towards the game. He reveals his plan to get back at the game someday for what it did. And to do that, he needs people like him. The MC asks him if he wants him to join his guild, but the guy pulls out a box and says that he also wants something else. He shows him a prophecy stone. When Seongwu touches it, he sees a vision of the world tree on Yu Island, destroying everything around it. The roots spread throughout the island, killing everyone in sight. After going back, he reads a description saying that this future will occur if he fails to stop the fallen ones. The prosecutor explains to him that the world tree is going to destroy their entire world. We both need to work together if we want to prevent this from happening, he says. It has already planted its roots in the UI Island, and there happens to be a raid boss in the area. The MC realizes that he is assembling a raid party, and that's why he needs him. He doesn't really have a choice since the fate of the world is at stake. Seongwu wonders if he should mention the Lich King's future to Jung Hun, but he decides against it, realizing that it probably won't happen if he manages to get the Reaper site. He agrees to work with him, but tells him, I won't be joining your guild. He also mentions that they will equally share all rewards gathered from the raid. As they both shake on the conditions, Hanno bursts into the room. There's an emergency, he exclaims. He reveals that a group of raiders is heading toward their town. The prosecutor steps forward as he hears this and says, my guild got the opportunity to show their strength before we start working together. Jung Hun assembles the Crusaders team, and they all stand to face the bandits approaching them. The leader stops in front of them, smoking a cigar. The prosecutor calls out to the MC and tells him it would be helpful for both of us if we knew each other's classes. Since he already knows Seongwu's class, he reveals, I am the Crusader commander. He continues, I receive powerful synergy by forming an order of knights. In other words, he grows stronger with more people on his side. The bandit leader asks one of his men, is the person we're looking for the guy in the armor? The man replies, no, we're after the man in the cape and the girl standing with him. The leader smirks and explains, you were looking for the ones who killed my men during the raid on the town. I came back to get revenged, but I didn't expect to find a town with so many people. He He gets excited, wondering, how much gold can I get for killing all these players? The prosecutor knows the bandits have already killed many and finds no reason to show mercy. He immediately orders his knights to charge into battle. It seems the bandits are well prepared, launching ranged attacks at the knights. Their plan is to wipe them out before they even get close enough for melee combat. However, as spells and projectiles come flying toward the knights, the prosecutor raises his sword and gives them a force field buff. It protects them from all the spells. The bandit leader is a bit annoyed by his spell, but he chooses to fight on. His men ride their bikes towards the knights, but their weapons prove useless against their tough armor. The knights clear through the bandits like it's nothing. Suddenly, they all hear a truck coming towards them. The man driving the truck calls out to all the bandits and warns them to move out of the way. The prosecutor is ready to defend his men. He picks up his sword and charges his special move. The blindfolded guy screams at the rest of the soldiers to retreat since he knows about the destructive power of the attack. Jong Hun finally uses his cross spear spell, which shoots out immense energy in the shape of a cross. Everyone in the path of the spell is obliterated. The trucks are completely destroyed by a single spell. The bandits are starting to panic since none of their tricks are working. In all of this, one of the knights gets hit by 2 axes and gets blasted instantly. It is the bandit leader. He signals the axes to come back and explains that they are the vortex blades. No armor is strong enough to block them. The MC watches this and gets a bit worried since the weapon looks extremely powerful. He knows that these aren't ordinary blades. As all the knights are crumbling, the prosecutor steps forward with a smile and challenges the bandit leader for a fight. The leader feels insulted and says, "My vortex axes are legendary rank items." Instead of dodging them, the prosecutor stands firmly in front of the attack. A huge explosion shocks the entire scene as the blades hit him. However, when the smoke clears, we see the blades completely shatter on the ground. The prosecutor mocks the leader and asks, "Is this what you call a legendary item?" He then uses his sword to smash the blades in half, leaving the leader crumbling. The prosecutor receives a defense boost based on the number of knights in his party, which puts his defense among the best in the world. The MC realizes that he is basically like a walking fortress. The prosecutor raises his sword again and applies a healing buff on all the knights. A yellow light surrounds them, and they begin to regain their strength. This is also one of his spells. He can heal his allies for the amount of damage he blocked. As long as he is standing, the knights are invincible. With the knights back in battle, he orders them to charge at the enemy. Meanwhile, Kyungwoo and the rest of the survivors are hiding in the building. Hano's dad becomes a bit curious and suggests, "Let's see what's going on outside." Kyungwoo hesitates but eventually agrees, and the two of them step outside to witness the battle. A huge cloud of smoke has engulfed the battlefield. All the knights are on the ground, and it seems like the tide of battle has completely shifted. The bandit leader knew he couldn't win against the knights, so he unleashed a poison cloud he received from the wandering salesman. It was called the Abyss Concentrate. The prosecutor held his breath as he stood in the poison. His shield was useless against it since he couldn't block poison. He wanted to put on a show in front of the MC, but he realized that he actually had to try his best if he wanted to win. As he thought about it, he heard Seongwu's footsteps behind him. He turned to see the MC with a huge smile on his face. He inhaled the poison and said, "I'm a good match for the bandits." Seeing him walk effortlessly through the poison, the bandit leader got annoyed and threw a bottle toward him. However, this has the opposite effect on him, since he seems to be enjoying the poison. Bro forgot he was going against a necromancer. Seongwu takes on his awakened form and tells him, "We are a good match for each other." The MC laughs as he inhales the Abyss Concentrate. It doesn't seem to be as effective as the Orc Chief's spell, but it's still enough to make him feel awakened. He decides to show off what he's capable of in front of the Liberation Guild. The bandits watch him in shock, wondering how he is still standing in the poison. One of them thinks the poison is defective, so he takes off his mask, but it instantly kills him. Meanwhile, Seongwu only seems to be getting stronger with each breath. He activates his death response skill and summons a bunch of zombies. The bandits quickly realize that they are up against a necromancer. The MC wants to show them his real power, so he summons all the skeletons too. The bandits run for their lives as they see the werebeasts turned into skeletons. However, the MC isn't going to let them get away this easy. He uses his corpses to blow them up. Kyungwoo watches this from a distance. The MC and his talent amaze him. Hano's mom also gets out and asks them, "What are you doing?" The bandit leader hears them and immediately calls out all the other bandits to take them hostage, since he can't see any other way out. Kyungwoo tries to protect them, but suddenly Jae-soo shows up. She stands in front of them, acting like a shield. The bandits see a girl in front of them and charge at her excitedly, thinking she will be an easy target. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't be more wrong. Jae-soo slashes them with her flaming blade. The bandit leader finally realizes that she is an absolute monster. He starts to panic and suddenly feels a blade in his stomach. The MC stabs him with his blade and takes a second ticket to the hidden stage. He now has both tickets and can activate the stage. The prosecutor asked him, "What is it?" But before he can even figure it out, he's automatically sent to the hidden stage. The prosecutor tries walking into the portal, but receives a message that he can't enter. He wonders where the golden portal leads. Meanwhile, the camera guy is still taking pictures, capturing everything to see. The prosecutor gets annoyed by him and tells him no more pictures. He tells him that there are a lot of wicked people outside, so they need to be careful about what information they release to the public. The camera guy agrees with his words and assures him that he will be more careful about what he documents. Meanwhile, Jae-soo is worried about the MC. The prosecutor asks her if she knows where he is. She says that she has an idea, but refuses to tell him, despite being affected by his likability aura. He realizes that she is suspicious of him, but she still doesn't reject him straight away, so he tries again. He explains that the MC might be in danger. He just wants to know his location to help him. As Hano begins talking, Jisoo shuts his face immediately. The prosecutor asks her, "Are you just going to stand around like a puppet and leave your friend in danger?" She looks back at him and reveals the MC is in the hidden stage. They are both teammates. She continues, "So I trust him to handle it on his own." The prosecutor starts to compliment her fighting skills and offers her a membership in his guild. He tells her that she will also receive a huge boost to her abilities if she joins. However, Jae-soo rejects his offer and tells him, "I already have a team that I can trust." As she drags Hano away, the blindfolded guy looks at her with a fuming expression since she talked rudely to his leader. By now, the prosecutor has also realized that it's not easy to persuade these people. Meanwhile, the MC finds himself in a golden city. A notification tells him that he will receive a special reward for clearing the stage, and if he dies, his body will just be transported back to his original location. As he tries to figure out where he is, he notices a golden minion staring at him. A few moments later, some other minions also show up. These don't seem like normal goblins since they are not scared of him. He immediately summons Righty and orders it to teach the minions a lesson. Outside the gate, the Liberation Guild is trying to heal their injured members. Normal recovery potions aren't working, so they're using antidotes. Hearing about the antidote, the prosecutor realizes that they are dealing with a curse rather than a poison. He asks the girl what she thinks about the item. She tells him that it sounds like black magic, but she still doesn't know how the bandits managed to get their hands on it. She guesses that they probably got it from a special store. The Prosecutor Guild is puzzled as to why this strong curse had no effect on Seongwu. The blindfolded guy uses his 3-star scout class and informs them that the MC was actually empowered by the curse during the fight. The increase in his stats wasn't that much, he says, but he received other awakening abilities. Moreover, his mana regeneration and vitality increased at an abnormal rate. This makes the prosecutor even more confused as it leaves even more questions unanswered. Benino asked him, "Did you make a deal with him to share all the rewards from the raid?" He replies, "I had no choice. It was the only way I could convince him to join our party." Hearing this, she requests, "Let me write the contract." She thinks he is young, so she can take advantage of him by drafting a contract that's favorable to them. The prosecutor allows her to draft the contract, but reminds her, don't do anything that would make him leave the party. He then asks, "What do you both think about the prophecy stones?" Both of them describe it as a fearful experience. He notices that, while others have been frightened by glimpses of the world's end through the prophecy stone, the MC seems unfazed. He then asks her to check if he has ever encountered the prophecy stone before. Inside the secret stage, Sun and Woo's minions are causing havoc. He revives golden orcs and realizes that they're stronger than typical monsters. However, there's still no match for him. With no one to protect, he's free to fight at full strength. He doesn't have to think about his next move. He can do whatever he likes. All he needs to do is kill all the monsters in front of him. He doesn't have to worry about his reputation or his teammates. He is truly a one-man army. As he ventures deeper, he briefly feels himself slipping mentally but refocuses when he hears his name. He looks around and sees all of his skeleton minions surrounding him. Even with them around, he feels a bit lonely. He soon arrives at a crossroads and is presented with two choices. There is a larger treasure chest on the left and a smaller one on the right. He knows the bigger chest will carry greater risk, but it will also bring a greater reward. With this logic in mind, he steps toward the bigger treasure despite its risks. As he walks toward the chest, he doesn't encounter a single monster, which makes him feel a bit suspicious. He orders his minions to attack. Upon getting hit, the chest transforms into a mimic boss monster. The mimic's teeth are powerful, and its bite is highly damaging. The MC thinks it must be slow due to its lack of limbs. He is confident that he can win against the boss easily because of its weakness. However, the boss suddenly attacks and easily pushes his minions back. Sunyu is caught in the impact and starts coughing up blood. The boss becomes even more aggressive. It starts chasing him, while Righty tries its best to hold it off. While running away from the boss, the MC realizes his mistake. He underestimated this boss monster, thinking it wouldn't be able to move without limbs. He can't believe he was so overconfident and wonders if it happened due to the effects of the awakening. He finally realizes how arrogant he was to think that he didn't need any teammates. He needs them, as he's always extra cautious when they're around. Just as the mimic monster is about to chomp down on him, his minions manage to hold it back. He quickly activates the death response spell inside the mimic's mouth, sending his zombies in to attack from within. He steps back while his minions pin the mimic's mouth shut. While looking at Righty, he apologizes for failing it in battle. The next moment, he activates his corpse explosion spell to blow up the boss, knocking everyone back with the blast. When the smoke clears, the boss is gone. He earns 1,434 points for defeating the boss and completing an A-ranked mission. He realizes that the boss's tough outer shell protects it from outside attacks, which means it's impossible to kill it without attacking from within. That was also the reason he couldn't recover his health when Righty was attacking the boss. Seongwu learns a valuable lesson from this fight and decides not to make the same mistake twice. Even though the entire world has turned into a game, he can still die. After healing up, he heads to the next room, which turns out to be a reward room with lockers he can open using his newly earned points. The items inside these lockers are rare and can boost a player's stats and experience. None of these items are available in normal stores. He thinks for a moment and chooses an oath parchment, which lets him form a pact with another player. Both parties must fulfill the conditions of the pact or face death. He also selects 3 C-rank items, an upgrade stone, a strength file, and an experience card. As a reward for clearing the hidden stage, he levels up to 13, boosting all his stats, and receives 150,000 gold. He uses an agility card to gain 3 points, figuring it could have helped him dodge the boss's attacks. After getting everything he needs, he exits through the same golden portal. He meets up with a prosecutor, who tells him, "I was surprised to see you disappearing all of a sudden." The MC apologizes for wasting his time, but the prosecutor tells him it was all worth it. He shows him a crate with some potions as a gift. He also suggests they post a photo and their alliance contract online to give people hope, explaining, "Heroes like you inspire others." Sunyu agrees despite knowing that this might make him a target. However, he also needs to maintain a positive image, so he thinks it will be fine. After taking the picture, the prosecutor gets back on his helicopter and leaves. Hanho looks at all the potions he left for them and can't help but be impressed. He thinks that the prosecutor is a good guy, but the MC still has his doubts. Jisoo suggests, "We should start training and get stronger since we joined the raiding party." The next morning, they tracked a group of goblins and orcs using a foul-smelling bait called rancid wolf meat. Actually, a failed recipe from Hano's mom. As the monsters charge in, the MC detonates the ones that die, causing a massive explosion. This allows them to hunt at an exceptionally faster rate. Meanwhile, Hano's dad sets up a sentry post using his new skill, creating a safe zone around the town. They no longer have to worry about monsters attacking. As they're talking, Tyson arrives with his biker gang and says, "I've got urgent news for the boss." The MC is surprised to hear the word boss. Tyson reveals, "We found a store in Haeyang now, but it was already destroyed by someone." Sunwoo realizes this is becoming a serious problem. Someone is deliberately destroying all the stores. These stores are critical in this world since they can't really produce anything. With no stable source of supplies, they're left to hunt and forage daily. As farming seems impossible for now, Sonang-woo orders him to inform Kyeong-woo if he comes across any other stores in the area. They have to assign guards to every store they find, or their safety could be at risk. He then notices that some of his female friends are standing far away. "Why are they standing over there?" he asks. Taong explains, "It's because you kicked Eugene when she was possessed by a vampire lord. Now they think you're a brute who hits women." Hannah whispers, "You might be popular online, but your reputation on the ground is terrible." For the first time, Sunang-woo is glad that the forum exists. Tis leaves with his gang, and the MC prepares to grind for more levels. Suddenly, Jisoo senses something and alerts everyone in the group. "Get ready," she warns. 2 werewolves burst out from nearby buildings. The MC's minions try to hold them off, but while he's about to shoot one, another werewolf warns him. "Don't shoot," the werewolf says. The MC is shocked since he's never heard a werewolf talk. As they continue fighting the monsters, one of the werewolves grabs Hanho's bag and starts devouring the rancid wolf meat they've been carrying. While the werewolves are distracted eating, the group prepares for the next move. Seongwoo's minions surround them. He aims his crossbow at them and demands a reason not to shoot this time. 2 of the werewolves look to their leader and ask what they should do. The leader wolf tells them to calm down. He says that they still have a chance. Seongwoo wonders what the wolf is talking about. since they are completely outnumbered and don't seem to have any chance of escaping. Suddenly, the leader wolf attacks the weakest orcs nearby, giving his companions a chance to escape. The MC manages to stop the leader with 2 arrows, but the other 2 get away, seeing him put his own life in danger. The MC is impressed by the leader's loyalty. His minions immediately pin him to the ground, and Seongwu asks him why the werewolves attacked them. The leader explains they lost control after smelling the meat in Hanho's bag. The MC then asks them how they managed to come back to their senses. The leader reveals that they were on a quest that made them hunt and eat humans. Once they completed the quest, they returned to their senses. The MC didn't know that there was a quest forcing the wolves to attack humans. He simply thought that all monsters acted on instincts. He asked the werewolf if there are more like him in the area. The leader doesn't answer the question, but Seongwu already knows what he is hiding. He asked him if they are the ones who destroyed all the stores. The werewolf says that they're not responsible for destroying stores. They try to avoid humans when possible. He tells Seongwu about another group that's hostile toward humans and is destroying stores to weaken players. This group, led by humans known as the Mad Scientists, is creating dangerous items to harm others. The MC realizes that they must be the wandering merchant he's heard of. He asks the werewolf if he is telling him all of this information so that his teammates can come back and save him. However, the leader says that he already instructed the wolves to run away and never look back in a situation like this. When Seongwu finally puts his sword on the monster's neck, he is expecting him to beg for his life. But the werewolf does the opposite. He says that he has been waiting for this moment for quite some time. He admits that when the class selection event happened, he distrusted the system and didn't choose a class for himself or his family. However, his son loved games and chose a class card, only to become the first human the werewolf devoured. The leader says, "I wanted to die the moment I regained my senses." Seongwu knows that he can't let him live no matter how bad he feels. In his final moments, the werewolf tells him, "The game is unfair. I only made the choices I did because I was trying to survive, and all of them ended up being the wrong ones." Seongwu finally ends his suffering. Hanho feels bad for him, knowing that they are all rational beings just trying to protect each other. The MC tells him, "We shouldn't let our guard down. Even the looters we killed earlier must have had their own families." He tells him to prepare because they're going after the 2 werewolves who escaped. Jiaesu asked him, "What will we do once we find them?" "They seem like kids." He answers, "I'm not planning on doing anything to them. I just need to learn more about the werebeast territory." He knows that this isn't fair. By making the werebeast conscious, the system is creating a conflict. Even though the players don't want these monsters around, knowing that they are human may cause them to show sympathy for them. However, he knows he can't risk showing mercy to creatures that might lose control at any moment. The system programmed these beasts to hunt and kill people, and it is evident by the quest that they all receive. Seongwu's group travels a long way, searching for the werewolves. Suddenly, they all hear a voice nearby and hide. They see the 2 werewolves captured by a group of kobolds. One kobold jokes, "We'll make sausages out of them." But their leader quickly responds, "No, don't eat them. They're gifts for the queen." The kobolds stab the werewolves with their spears and drag them off to their hideout. The MC and his friends are puzzled. Kobolds are weak monsters, yet they managed to capture 2 mid-level werewolves. Seongwu guesses they might have spread some kind of paralyzing poison on their spears, but he still can't figure out how they managed to tie them up like that. They also spot a store in the dungeon, which means it hasn't been cleared yet. Seongwu tells his team, "We need to secure this store to help our whole community survive." Just then, they get a notification that this dungeon is called the Venomous Spider Queen's Chambers, a deadly area where 124 players have already lost their lives. There's a 50% bonus reward for clearing it. Hanho gets nervous since they didn't bring any goblins with them, and this dungeon favors monsters. As they go deeper, they find people trapped in spider webs, calling for help. Jiaesu, use your flaming blade. Jiaesu cuts down the webs, freeing the trapped players. One of the rescue players thanks them. But suddenly, several spiders burst out of his mouth and kill him. Sunu steps back. Suvinu tells everyone to retreat and blows up the bodies. Stay alert. Keep an eye on the ceiling. The spiders are coming from all directions. The explosion attracts more spiders and kobolds, swarming the group. Hanho suddenly throws his knife and kills one of them. This activates his super scan form. Fired up, he activates his berserk mode. With a huge smile on his face, he starts crushing the spiders and kobolds. This scares all the monsters, who think he's the demon, and they begin running away. My boy gets a bit too carried away with his power and starts to replace Seongwu's monologue all over again. He also thinks he doesn't need his teammates anymore, since he can fight everyone by himself. He is now a priest bandit. The kobolds try a new tactic, ordering the spiders to trap Hanho with webs from all directions. Seongwu realizes that this is how they managed to tie the werewolves. They managed to tie him up briefly, but Hanho breaks free with a loud roar. The kobolds command the spiders to keep spraying him, and they finally immobilize him completely. Realizing that he can't get out, Hanho comes back to his senses and calls the MC for help. Sun Woo explodes the bodies around them again, catching the monsters in the blast. As he does, he gives Hanho a short lesson about controlling his emotions. More monsters appear. Sun Woo activates his death responsibility to summon zombies and sends them to the monsters. He clears the invading monsters with an explosion, allowing his team to take control of the subway station. However, the path to the next station is blocked. He remembers that this subway connects to a mall above, where he thinks the queen might be hiding. After clearing the mall, they reach the boss room. A notification warns them that this dungeon, known as a killer dungeon, has claimed the lives of 124 players. They will still receive a small reward if they leave now. Hanho is scared since the dungeon is already offering them a reward without even entering the boss's room. Jisoo asks him if he wants to continue. Our boy isn't the one to back down, so he insists on pressing forward. Inside, a kobold shaman greets them, revealing that he's the dungeon boss. Sun Woo expected the boss monster to be a spider queen, so he is a bit surprised. Hanho is also shocked since the shaman can speak fluent human language. The shaman laughs and explains that it's because he's eaten 20 human brains. The MC realizes that the gang lets monsters grow stronger by killing humans. The shaman taunts them, saying he'll soon have 23 human brains. Suddenly, the ground shakes and the venomous Spider Queen appears, joining forces with the shaman. It appears that this dungeon has two monsters. The two monsters merge, with the shaman acting as the brain and the Spider Queen as the body. Sun Woo immediately activates his death's response spell and releases all of his zombies. He is planning on using the zombies for explosions and then finishing them off with his skeletons. However, the Spider Queen traps his zombies in her steel webs. She tosses them away instead of finishing them. The shaman laughs. I already knew you were going to blow them up. This makes the MC worried. The kobold seems to have acquired the intelligence of the humans he ate. He watches as the Spider Queen blocks Hanho's dagger throw. The kobold exclaims, I am acting as the brain, while the queen is the body. She will protect me at all costs. As the Spider Queen attacks with webs, Jisoo burns through them with her flaming sword. She smiles. The queen spider is as flammable as the others. The kobold shaman uses water magic to douse the fire and keeps Jisoo at a distance. At the same time, the MC orders his minions to form a barrier and instructs Hanho to guard Jisoo. I have a plan, he tells Hanho. As the Spider Queen crushes his minions, he uses his Necromancer powers to resurrect all the corpses from above. As the corpses fall down, he tells them, your nest was practically made for me. Decorating your house with corpses is never a good idea when you're fighting a Necromancer. The awakened minions swarm the boss, but the Spider Queen slashes through them with her legs. One minion manages to strike her leg, making her angry enough to spray poison. However, the poison doesn't affect the undead since they're just bones. The shaman quickly realizes this and tells the queen to stop using poison. It appears that she is losing control since she is not listening to the shaman anymore. Sun Woo knows that the shaman is smart enough to figure it out. The queen takes down the first wave of skeletons. The MC resurrects even more from the bodies lying around. He knows that he can't let the fight go on for much longer since he is losing his mana. Most monsters simply fight till they are exhausted and then surrender. However, this boss is different since the kobold knows what he is doing. The kobold shaman becomes frustrated with the endless waves of resurrected minions, so he and the Spider Queen go straight for the MC. The Spider Queen lunges at him, but he blocks her with a bone shield. His current stats are much higher than an orc monster. He may not be able to keep up with a boss monster's strength, but he knows that he can hold off if he focuses all of his energy on his defense. The Spider Queen breaks his shield again, and one of her strikes hits him. He is sent back, but he holds his ground. He expected the boss monster to do some damage to him, but as long as they can't kill him in one blow, he's okay. His minions can continue to heal his health and mana with their attacks. All he needs to do is endure the pain and hold on. The queen suddenly stops attacking him. Sun Woo mocks them, asking, are you already tired from the fight? The kobold starts to brag about his intelligence. I will continue a fight with no end. The queen gathers up all the nearby corpses and the shaman burns them with his fireball skill. He is doing this so the MC won't be able to summon more skeletons using these corpses. Sun Woo realizes that the shaman is much smarter than he thought. His minions charge at the shaman, but he creates a force field using an air blast, keeping them away. Feeling confident that he's running out of minions, the shaman drops his guard, only for Ju Yun to sneak up from behind and try to strike him. However, the Spider Queen is ready. She blocks the attack with her legs and protects the shaman. The kobold asks her if she is trying to surprise him. He takes a look at everyone in front of him and realizes that someone is missing. Suddenly, Hanno appears with the zombies and tells him that he and Jaisu are working on a secret weapon just for him. The shaman mocks Hanno for being stupid and says that the zombies can't even hear them. As the shaman orders the queen to attack, he realizes that she isn't in her senses. Hanno pulls out the rancid meat and reveals that he had spread it on the zombies. Its smell is irresistible to both the Spider Queen and the Cobalt Shaman. Since the Cobalt is also a monster, he can't help but go after the scent of the meat. Sunu knows that no matter how intelligent the Cobalt is, he can't go against his natural monster instincts. The Shaman tries to stop the Queen, but it's too late. The MC bids farewell to them and detonates the zombies, triggering a massive explosion. Meanwhile, the Prosecutor is facing off against another boss monster. He slashes it in half using his sword, killing the man-eating bat. His troops cheer for their victory, and he gains experience points from his crusaders. He is strong enough to hunt any monster he wants and can gain experience points from his party members. He knows that he is not in first place, but he still thinks he is stronger than him. However, he's still uneasy, wondering how Gang levels up so fast. Even with the most powerful guild in Korea under his command, the Prosecutor can't seem to catch up to this mysterious competitor. It somewhat scares him since the guy is so mysterious and he doesn't know anything about him. He wonders if he can become a future threat to the order he has established. Suddenly, his scout reports that the Korean rankings have changed. The Prosecutor can't believe his eyes as he witnesses that the MC has reached level 14 and claimed second place. Furious, he wonders how he managed to level up so quickly. After the explosion, the Cobalt Shaman barely clings to life, but Hanno finishes him off with a knife to the head. For defeating the Shaman boss, they earn 300,000 gold and a 50% bonus for clearing the killer dungeon. Hanno feels proud to finally contribute and says, "I'm not just a wanted tanker anymore." It turns out that the Spider Queen is still alive. She screeches and goes after him. Righty stabs her in the eye, instantly killing her and giving them an additional 300,000 gold. The MC levels up to 14 and Righty's rank increases as well, boosting his strength and leadership. As a reward for leveling up, Seongwu draws a new card and gains 2 more minions. With his current number of minions, he thinks he's almost ready for the raid. He doesn't think he'll have any trouble finding the Grim Reaper scythe, since he's close to level 14. His first awakening is also getting closer, which makes him a bit worried. Jaisu tells them they should find the store now that they've cleared the dungeon. Later, they find a C-rank store in the dungeon that works like a slot machine, offering gold, platinum, and diamond options. Seongwu realizes that the cost of the platinum rank is lower in this store. After reading the rules, they realize it's basically gambling. Hannah wants to beat the manager of the store. Meanwhile, Seongwu starts analyzing their chances of winning. It works by receiving tokens. The more tokens they have, the more chances they have of getting a good item. Hanno raises his hand and insists that he wants to go first this time, thinking it will somehow increase his luck. Seongwu tells him that there are 3 machines, so they can all try to play at the same time. After several tries with no luck, a message pops up saying they'll get a low-ranking item if they fail 5 times in a row, which frustrates Hanho. Jaisu and Seongwu keep spinning like they're addicted. The game is designed to give you a higher chance of winning the more you play. I mean, that's basically how you become addicted to gambling. They decide to go all in until Hanno finally hits the jackpot. He wins a legendary magic scroll that grants 1 random skill with a 50% chance of failing. Jaisu eventually gives up as she runs out of money, but our boy isn't going to give up that easily. He hits another jackpot and gets a top-tier item, the Shadow King's Ring. It boosts agility by 3, health by 2, and summons a Shadow Clone that deals 50% damage. He also unlocks a special quest to collect all the Shadow King's relics, which will reward him with the Shadow King's crown. The quest is basically to gather all the items in the set, so he's not that interested in it. Since Jaisu didn't win anything, Seongwu gives her the Wind Spirit's bracelet. Bro didn't mind destroying the machines in the store. They head back to town to inform the others about the stores as they need someone guarding them. Over the next few days, Seongwu and his party work to make the town more self-sufficient. Ready for their next raid, Hanho updates him about a new feature on the app, a live broadcast. He opens one of the broadcasting streams that seems to be online. Jaisu guesses it's a test stream since they only see an office. The MC wonders if this was the system's idea or the Liberation Guild's idea. He doesn't want to overthink it and call it bad, but he can definitely see the potential to influence public opinion. He realizes the prosecutor could use it to rally support for his guild. He knows that he is not a bad person, but ambition can sometimes force people to make bad choices. Seongwoo's recent level up to 14 has upset his plans, making him more determined to keep an eye on him. He knows that the prosecutor will try to keep most of the raid rewards to himself. However, he has a special oath part meant from a hidden stage, which might come in handy soon. Suddenly, a helicopter arrives and the blindfolded guy shows up. He introduces himself as Minhung Xiao. I am the lieutenant of the Crusader team, he says. I'm here to pick up the player in second place. As they fly, the MC asks him about the safety of this way of travel of wyverns nearby. The blindfolded guy reassures him, our guild members are tracking each wyvern's position in real time. The pilots speak up, it's not 100% safe, but we can't miss out on the benefits of traveling through the air. The MC realizes the advantages of having a large guild for coordination. Things like these are impossible for a small group of survivors like them. He wonders if there is an alternative to flying in the air. Suddenly, they receive a notification assigning a competition-type raid quest. They need to defeat the raid boss solo for a special reward. The final boss has the Gladiator's Blessing, which reduces damage by 90% from strong attacks. However, the buff is inactive in one-on-one combat, and whoever defeats the boss alone will earn a special title. The blindfolded guy feels a bit surprised after reading the message because this wasn't part of their plan. However, he trusts his sister or the prosecutor will handle it. Seeing him in a panic makes Hano think that they're both very similar. The MC is also surprised since raid bosses are normally taken down by groups as they're tough to beat alone. He senses someone might be watching them and notes how, after all their raid preparations, someone has suddenly made things more difficult. Now he has no choice but to compete with the prosecutor and the other guild members. During the raid, the player guidebook reveals a message from the prosecutor, announcing that 12 groups and 1,000 players will join the UI Island boss raid, which will be broadcast live. After the raid, the Liberation Guild plans to hunt monsters across Korea and eventually the world. While most players are thrilled by this, some believe that the MC should lead instead of the prosecutor since he has a higher rank. When Seongwu and his team arrive, the players are excited to see him. As they land, a prosecutor personally welcomes them. The MC tells him that he is impressed by the surrounding area since it looks well organized. He spots a camera and suspects that the prosecutor might be using the raid for publicity. He can also see a large group of players and wonders if the prosecutor is trying to showcase the difference in numbers between them. A player with purple hair steps up and mocks him for arriving with only 2 teammates. This doesn't look like a balanced alliance, he says. I brought 31 elite members, as if having purple hair wasn't enough for me. The terms of the contract have not yet been discussed. So, the MC wonders if the prosecutor and this purple-haired guy planned this to make him look bad. Seongwu asks, can I introduce myself first? The prosecutor introduces the player. This is Gang Yun Lee, leader of a group from Dihak Ro, and a fire-type sorcerer popular on the forums. Seongwu responds, the 3 of us always stick together. I don't see a point in counting heads. We're going for a boss raid, not a war. Gang Yun is clearly annoyed, but the prosecutor reminds him, do you know what class Seongwu belongs to? He adds, he's never alone. That's why they asked him to join the raid party. As the blindfolded guy anxiously bites his nails, the prosecutor says, it's time for the meeting. They head inside for the meeting, which is about to start. Inside, leaders from various groups are gathered. Manhwa, the deputy lieutenant of the Crusaders, announces that the raid's difficulty has increased with this new quest, so the rewards will also be higher. Though they don't know what items they'll get, she proposes converting the items to gold and splitting it equally among the 12 leaders. The MC looks around and realizes that everyone is in on it. Splitting it evenly isn't always fair, but none of the leaders said anything. He realizes that it's a setup. They've been working with the prosecutor from the start, all tied to the Liberation Guild. Even if they split the rewards among the 12 of them, it will all go to the Liberation Guild. This means he will only get a small share. When Manhwa asks for any objections, Seongwu raises his hand and asks her, why are we dividing the rewards equally when the quest demands we fight the boss alone? He argues that whoever risks their life against the boss should get everything. Manhwa points out that he was the one who originally proposed the idea of equal rewards. Seongwu immediately clarifies, I wanted fairness, not equality. The other leaders don't think that his proposal is fair since they all have different strengths. They ask him if he just wants someone to defeat the boss for him. One of the leaders, Anu, stands up and challenges him to a duel. Known as Iron Fist and ranked 11th, Enak is famous for fighting monsters barehanded. Seongwu brushes him off and tells him that he is only upset because he knows that he is speaking the truth. My man out here making enemies left and right. And Seek gets angry, but the prosecutor slams the desk and tells them it's a great idea. He hides his frustration and tells them that it will only make the raid more interesting. That night, Anyunochak takes out his frustration on the lizard monsters. As he continues fighting, more and more monsters start showing up. However, instead of backing down, he decides to go all in. Suddenly, fireballs rain down, causing an explosion that wipes them out. The purple-haired guy appears and advises Antioch to be careful. He tells him that they will be in big trouble if he dies. The island has become a perfect habitat for the lizard monsters. Antioch, however, is confident that he can finish off all the monsters. Ganga mentions they also need to stop the fallen ones who plan to plant the World Tree Seed. Anna asked him if he knows who they are, but he tells him that he has no idea if they are players or monsters. He says that this is why it is crucial for them to take control of the island first. The leader is pretty confident that the prosecutor can take care of things since he is the type of guy to keep his promises. A few moments later, they see a helicopter heading toward Udo Park. Enoch thinks that they are going after the prosecutor, but the purple-haired guy tells him that the MC is headed in that same direction. They fear that he might even reach the boss before the prosecutor. Following Seongwu is Maom Su-yang, an archer who was a rising talent even before the world ended. He thinks that success isn't always the result of hard work. Sometimes you just have to make the right connections and partake in some politics. People tend to favor those who are obedient and can easily fall in line. He knows that he is not the most capable, but he is confident in his ability to cling to others for his survival. Manhwa handed him 2 weapons and instructed him to trip the MC when he was going against the boss. However, things weren't going as he expected. Watching the MC and his team in action, he realized his plan was falling apart. Jisoo's flaming sword and Hano's unbreakable defense seemed almost unbelievable to him. He looked at them, wondering if they had managed to tame some new kind of monster. Moreover, the MC was carrying an army of armored zombies with him. The synergy he had with the zombies was strikingly similar to the synergy of the Crusaders. As he was thinking, Sun Wu looked back at him and asked his group if they also wanted armor. "We don't need armor," they replied. "We're archers, and we dress lightly." But Sun Wu equipped them anyway. To their surprise, they felt lighter and more protected. With this, the MC's synergy doubled with over 40 units. Manhwa felt like he was helping the person he was supposed to be. He hoped this wouldn't affect his performance review. Manga slipped back into his bootlicking mode. The place up ahead is Uno Station, he pointed out. Just past that is a park where the boss room is located. The MC feels uneasy as they get closer. The water level is rising. The archer warns him, "Many lizard men are waiting to ambush us in the water. It would be wise to team up with others." The MC smiles to himself, thinking that even the Necromancer may not be able to handle these waters. Sun Wu, however, ignores the advice. He instructs Hano and Jisoo to step back while his werebear minions toss the lizard men into the water. The MC detonates their corpses, killing all the monsters hiding below. This earns him a lot of gold. The nearby archers watch in amazement. Once the smoke clears, the MC announces the path ahead is clear. Soon, the helicopter arrives and a cameraman begins recording him. Hano sees the helicopter and realizes it's there to film the Guildmaster's exploits. The cameraman can't contain his excitement as he films the MC and his skeletons. He thinks to himself, this is the footage the prosecutor would want. It would boost the morale of the other survivors. The pro is too innocent for this world. The viewers cheer for the MC as they watch him clear through all the monsters. However, the cameraman's assistant interrupts, saying he's received a call from the Crusader team. As he takes the phone, he hears the voice of Menino, who angrily demands that he turn back or face consequences. The cameraman doesn't understand what is wrong since she gave him permission to film the other teams. She screams at him that she only allowed it so that the players won't think they are being biased. Scared for his own life, the cameraman immediately turns around and heads to film the other teams. The MC and his friends suspect that other teams must also be making good progress, which is why the helicopter is moving away. The 3 of them eventually reach the boss's room. Even though it's a park, Jae-soo notes that it looks more like a jungle. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake like an earthquake, and a powerful beam of light shoots up from the northern forest. They get a notification that the raid boss, Lizardman Warlord, has appeared. It has a defense against concentrated attacks, reducing their effect by 90%. The Warlord is searching for a worthy challenger for a one-on-one fight. The group notices helicopters rushing toward the boss. The MC realizes that the prosecutor was waiting for them to locate the boss, so he could swoop in for the rewards. The prosecutor is even more competitive than he expected. The Crusader team is going straight for the boss without clearing the nearby monsters. Even though it's not stated in the contract that they have to travel by land, he finds it hard to trust someone who is this competitive. Hano asks, "What will we do next?" The MC replies, "We'll have to fight for the monsters." As his minions start clearing the way, the MC notices a green light appearing on his clothes. He knows exactly what it is. It's the C-Reg card from the hidden dungeon, which lights up when the player has obtained enough experience to level up with the card. The MC is thrilled. He can finally level up to 15 and unlock his first awakening. He decides to use the experience card, which causes him to disappear into a different realm. It feels similar to when he touched the prophecy stone. However, his actual body seems to be floating in space. There, he sees a bright light and a system message appears, saying he is the one who holds the reins of death and must find the Grim Reaper's scythe. The quest, Who is the Master of Death? Part 2 appears. He will receive the first stage of awakening if he manages to seize the Grim Reaper's scythe. If he fails, he risks becoming the Lich King's minion. The choice he makes will affect his destiny. The figure in the light seems to want to communicate, but the MC can't understand its words. He wonders if the system is trying to speak to him directly. For some reason, the being feels both calming and strangely familiar. He has a feeling that it won't harm him. Suddenly, a message informs him that he'll witness death directly. However, as he tries to grasp the light, it vanishes and he awakens back in the real world. Han-Ho tells him he was gone for about 10 seconds, which makes him realize that it was a real experience and not just a vision. He knows that he'll witness a death soon, and he hopes it won't be one of his friends. The message leaves him with even more questions than before. Suddenly, they hear a loud explosion from the direction of the boss. The MC realizes that he doesn't have time to stand around and think about what he needs to do. He can't really complete the quest at the moment, so the best thing for him is to focus on the boss. He signals his team to head for the boss, telling Mongu to retreat and regroup. They hurry toward the boss room, only to see that the Crusader team's helicopter has been hit and crashed. The blindfolded guy crawls out of the wreckage and wonders what happened. Their helicopter was attacked in the air, but they can't figure out what hit it. There is a huge spear impaled on the front. The prosecutor emerges from the flames and instructs all of his teammates to fall back into formation. He used his blind fate zone skill during the crash, saving everyone but the pilot. He tells everyone that they should take their revenge on the monsters. With more lizardmen approaching, the Crusaders prepare for battle as 17,555 people watch the live stream. The knights skillfully start killing all the monsters in their path. As they fight, the blindfolded guy looks at the prosecutor, who appears to be charging his crossbow attack. He cuts down waves of lizardmen with his spell and warns his team to brace for the second wave of monsters. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise from the trees. Minino realizes that the lizardman warlord has appeared. The prosecutor orders the crossbow into fire, but most of the arrows bounce off without damaging the boss since more than one person is attacking it. He immediately orders them to stop. He didn't expect them to do that much damage to the boss, but it seems like their attack barely even left a scratch. Moreover, it's useless to hit him with such attacks since he can regenerate rapidly. The boss suddenly charges towards the knights. He swings his blade, slicing two of them in half. The other knight struggles and calls for help as the boss is about to strike. However, the prosecutor comes in clutch and distracts the boss. He steps forward, ordering the Crusaders to handle the lesser lizard men while he challenges the boss to a duel. He stands in front of the boss and tells him that he is the one he is looking for. The boss lunges at him, but the prosecutor blocks with his sword. He realizes that they're matched in strength. However, the boss monster has an advantage due to his sword having a much longer reach than his. He still thinks that he can win since he has the upper hand in terms of speed and reflexes. The two exchange fierce blows as a helicopter crew records their intense battle. The reporters are impressed by the prosecutor's strength since he seems to be overpowering the boss by himself. Gang Yun and Seokok arrive at the scene. They spot some skeletons in the trees, which means that the MC has also arrived at the battlefield. The prosecutor strikes the boss back with his cross spear skill, dealing a lot of damage. However, for some reason, the boss keeps smirking, and it's making the prosecutor annoyed. He is furious. He wants to wipe that smile off the boss's face. All of a sudden, the boss breathes fire. The prosecutor blocks it with his force field skill. His Crusaders try to help, but he tells them to stay back. It's too dangerous, he warns. The boss destroyed my force field in one attack. The warlord then sheds his skin, revealing his true form, the Wandering Drake. Another notification pops up announcing the second phase of the boss fight. The prosecutor is shocked to see the true form of the boss monster. He wonders if the boss had been hiding his true identity all along. I mean, bro was smiling the entire time. The prosecutor mutters, "He gave me a hint." The Drake lunges at the prosecutor. The force of just one blocked attack nearly shatters his bones. The next moment, the Drake's tail sword strikes, leaving him severely wounded. The crowd watches in shock as the prosecutor falls down. Manhwa, fearing the worst, starts to cry, believing the prosecutor is close to death. Just as the Drake closes in, a corpse explodes near him. Seongwu's minions join the fight, smashing the Drake's head with bone weapons, while Werbeers pummel him with their fists. As the Drake roars and tries to rise, the MC stabs him in the head with the masterless sword. Everyone starts to cheer as they realize the Necromancer is overpowering the Drake. They all watch the broadcast from their homes. Even Manhwa is glad to see him, knowing he can save the prosecutor. She no longer cares about the rewards and just wants him to kill the boss. Seongwu leaves the sword in the Drake's head. One of his werebear skeletons appears with a bone hammer, and Seokok realizes he's going to use the hammer to drive the sword deeper into the boss's skull. The purple-haired guy is also confident he can take care of the Drake. Amid all this, someone informs Manhwa that a massive swarm of lizardmen is approaching the MC's location. She realizes the battle was unfair from the start, even though there was a restriction to fight the boss one-on-one. It didn't apply to the monsters. She orders everyone to defend the MC at all costs. All the knights form a defensive wall in front of the MC to protect him. Hanno looks at them and says they finally realize who they need to defend. At the same time, the werebear strikes the Drake with his hammer and pierces the sword through its skull. It seems like the battle is over, and the boss is dead. Just as the spectators think the boss is finished, the MC notices it moving. Jae-soo asked him, "What's happening? We clearly killed the boss." The boss begins its third phase, transforming into its ultimate form, the Yum Host of the Seed. A system message announces that the raid isn't over and no one can leave until the boss is defeated. The MC is frustrated, realizing the system always changes things up to confuse them. It's almost like someone is toying with us, he thinks. The knights are struggling to hold off the lizard monsters, but the MC trusts his friends to deal with them. The real problem is the massive boss monster standing in front of him. He yells at everyone, "Get out of the way." The boss is about to breathe fire. The attack is so strong that it even obliterates its own lizard men. Seongwu tries a corpse explosion, but it doesn't affect the boss. His werebears instantly turn to ash, and he can't think of a good strategy to fight back. He decides to try and distract the boss for now. With his forces dwindling, he revives fallen lizard men to fight and tells everyone to retreat and spread out. "We can't fight the boss and the lizard men at the same time," he says. "We need to deal with the lizard monsters first." Realizing that the raid has failed, they all retreat. As they are moving back, Hanno notices the prosecutor, who appears to be badly injured. As he tries to help him get to safety, the boss appears behind him and tries to attack. Just then, Righty slashes the boss, blocking its next move. The MC jumps out of the shadows and stabs the boss in the eye, but the boss retaliates, slicing off one of his arms. It turns out that he was using a shadow clone. The real Seongwu grabs Hanno and starts to run. Hanno is still shocked and asks him, "What was that?" "It was a shadow clone," Seongwu replies. Even though it couldn't do much damage, it was enough to trick the boss. "I aimed it at the boss's eye, and that made the attack effective." However, the boss doesn't seem to like it. As the enraged boss chases them, the MC wonders if he provoked it too much. Suddenly, Ju launches a powerful surprise attack on the boss, giving the others more time to retreat. Seongwu looks at her and reminds her, "I told you to retreat." However, Jisoo stands with a smile and tells him, "The three of us always fight together." Hearing her encouraging words, the MC and Hanno turn back, deciding to face the boss monster together. Seongwu activates the death response and zombies start rising from the ground. The boss slashes through them easily, detonating the corpses. Even though he said they would beat the boss, he knows it won't be that easy. The explosion he just caused left no scratch on the outer side of the boss. Moreover, he can't defeat it from the inside since the boss isn't eating any of his minions. He keeps resurrecting the lizard men that Han-ho and Jisoo are fighting, but the boss is destroying them so quickly. The boss gets ready to unleash another fire breath attack, but this time, Hanno and Jisoo are right behind the MC. Instead of dodging the attack, he tries to block it with his bone shield. He barely manages to survive, but loses most of his minions. The boss charges at him again, but he is feeling too exhausted to run. As the boss swings its tail, Hanno jumps in front to protect his friend. The attack is too strong and instantly destroys his holy force field. The boss attacks again, and Righty tries to block it, but his sword breaks. He grabs the boss's sword and slices off its tail. He was the main character all along. As the boss tries attacking again, Righty pushes Hanno out of the way. "I'll hold it off," he says, his voice strained. He says his final goodbye and is smashed by the boss. Hanno gets enraged and charges at the boss. The werewolf grabs both Hanno and Jae-soo and takes them to safety. Meanwhile, the MC stands in front of the boss alone. Righty's attacks had allowed him to recover enough to move. He knows the boss won't let them leave, so he tries to buy as much time as possible for his friends to escape. He summons a bone shield and sword and tanks the boss's attack head-on. He and the boss face off in a one-on-one battle. Mino and her crew watch in fear as they realize that even he is not strong enough to take on the boss monster. The boss smashes the MC's legs with a tail attack and prepares for another fire breath attack. Exhausted and badly injured, he looks up at the boss and realizes that he has failed. It seems like he is probably going to die the same way as his parents. In his final moments, he sees a flashback of the friends he made and realizes that it wasn't all bad. He feels at peace, knowing his efforts weren't entirely in vain and that he saved his friends. The boss uses the fire breath, which directly hits the MC. Hanno and Jisoo are heartbroken as the skeleton minion carries them away. After dying, the MC finds himself in a mysterious space again. He thinks that it is a miracle that he managed to survive till now. He feels like he was lucky when it came to item draws or making friends. He's still worried about them and wonders if they survived the fight without his skeletons. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling him. He looks up to notice the Grim Reaper standing in front of him. He realizes that he has to actually die in order to see him. He asks, "Are you here to take me to heaven or hell?" He's tired and wants it to end. The Grim Reaper mocks him for being tired at such a young age. The MC is a bit surprised and wonders if the Grim Reaper is making fun of him. However, his surprise turns into utter shock when it is revealed that the Grim Reaper is actually his own dad. Seongwu asks, "Is this real, or is this system toying with me?" His father replies, "It doesn't matter if I'm real or not, I'm dead. Either way, you've reached the end, haven't you?" The MC thinks to himself, "This is a fitting end for me." He asked his father, "Do you resent me for running away during the fire?" His father pauses before answering, "I was scared too. Scared to die, scared to watch them burn like that." He continues, "I worked hard, studied hard. I tried to become a stronger person. I never wanted to take on more than I could handle. But still, after everything, I feel like I failed." The MC feels a lump form in his throat, but his father laughs, the sound harsh and cold. "Are you still worried about that, after all this time?" He asked mockingly. "I thought you'd be grown up by now." He shakes his head as if amused. "How could you have possibly helped them when you were so young? And I did run away because I was scared. I ran because I was following my instincts. The fire started suddenly while we were all asleep." Seongwu and his father managed to go downstairs, but his mother was still stuck in her room. The MC's dad told him, "Go outside and wait for me." He specifically instructed him, "Do not come back inside." The MC didn't want to leave him alone, but his father assured him, "I will save your mom." The MC misunderstood the entire scene, thinking his father was abandoning his parents, but his father never wanted him to be in danger. He tells him again, "It's not your fault. I'm the head of this family. It's my job to save us." Hearing this, Seongwu replies, "You couldn't save the family, so you failed like me." His father responds, "I haven't failed, I saved you." The MC finally realizes that he hasn't failed either, since he managed to save his friends. His dad then asks, "Are you going to fight me so you can go back to the real world?" Seongwu smiles and replies, "I can't just go quietly with you." His father points at a bright light and says, "That's your way back to your world." Before leaving, Seongwu looks at his dad one last time. He's glad to have met him after all these years. But then, his father stops him and hands him a scythe. With the scythe in hand, he receives his first awakening and a new skill. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the boss continues wreaking havoc. Jae-soo and Hano still can't believe that the MC is dead. The prosecutor wakes up feeling guilty for his recklessness. He notices the resentful stares of the MC's friends. Deep down, he knows that he deserves it. The prosecutor still remembers Hano saving him when he was unable to move. He thinks that it was mostly because of his passive skill, but Hano was still the only one who came to save him. He turned away from his most powerful allies and made plans without them. He knows he needs to make things right, or the world will be destroyed. The blindfolded guy runs toward him as he sees him awake. The prosecutor realizes that Hano was the one who saved him earlier, which means Minhwa abandoned him. They start retreating from the battlefield. The prosecutor apologizes to the MC and promises to protect his friends to the best of his abilities. As they retreat, the sky suddenly darkens. They all receive a warning message that the Great Spirit has been activated in their area. Minino notices a green light in the black fog. She wonders if this is happening because of the MC. Our boy shows up dressed like a Lich King. Minino and her crew are scared, thinking that he has turned into a lich after dying. Meanwhile, the MC can't really feel anything. All of his senses are dull, and he wonders if he is even alive. He receives a notification that he has been revived with a special Necromancer feature, which is now on cooldown for 31 days. With his first awakening, he can summon the Grim Reaper Scythe and raise large monsters for his army. He also receives a secret store coupon for being the 9th player to reach the first awakening. He can now summon the Grim Reaper Scythe once per day for an hour and turn into a lich. This exclusive skill lets him increase his minions by 50 and boosts all his stats by 10. He can also resurrect and regenerate undead as many times as he wants. With this, he is ready to face the Drake boss. He calls out the Drake and tells him, "It is your time to face your second phase." Hano and Jae-soo rush toward the boss after seeing the MC use his Great Spirit skill. The prosecutor looks at them and wonders how he can still be alive after such a brutal attack. As his friends excitedly ran toward him, they noticed a completely different Seongwu standing in front of them. He almost looked like a monster. Jae-soo could see the scythe in his hands, so she knew that this was probably the result of him completing his quest. The Drake attacked his minions, destroying most of them with a single strike. However, they were resurrected again because of his new skill. Minino and her crew were excited to see the minions coming back to life. The Drake then launched a massive fire attack, which Seongwu blocked with a large shield. Just as the fire reached the prosecutor and his friends, Righty dispersed it with a spin attack. Hanno was overjoyed and hugged Righty. Meanwhile, our boy was on another level. He asked the Drake why it had stopped attacking him. It seemed like the Drake was out of health, but the MC was still in perfect condition thanks to his infinite mana. He resurrected more minions, and they rushed toward the Drake, overwhelming it with their numbers. He used his weapon creation skill to create bone chains to bind the Drake and ordered his minions to peel off the Drake's skin. After a while, they managed to remove its outer skin. The Drake looks exhausted and defeated. The MC tells Righty it's time to finish it off. Righty delivers a powerful slash, and this time, the Drake dies for real. The Masterless Sword now has 4,235 days left before it can hatch the egg. Seongwu earns 1,115 vine and 156 gold for defeating the raid boss. He also receives the exclusive title Amateur Dragon Hunter, which increases his stamina by 2 and fire resistance by 30%. Back in town, everyone celebrates his victory. They have been watching the battle live on their phones. After defeating the Drake, the MC raises his hand and commands, "Come back to life." With all the players watching, the Drake rises from the dead as a skeleton and becomes his minion. The prosecutor and his allies can't believe their eyes, as this puts him way out of their league. Hanno starts crying and says, "I knew you were alive." Seongwu looks away awkwardly and replies, "I'm actually dead." Meanwhile, Jae-soo is worried, wondering if he'll turn back into his normal form since he looks quite weird. One of his minions collects the heroic grade item Drake hides from the boss. Righty also picks up a legendary item called the Dragon Heart and gives it to the MC. This Dragon Heart is a material that can be used to create other items. The MC also gets the Seed of the World Tree, a godly item with unknown effects. This seed is related to the prophecy they saw earlier. He realizes that the mysterious Fallen Ones may try to get their hands on this item. The photographer approaches him and asks, "Can I have some words?" After the incredible battle, the MC tells him, "Don't trust any group that promises protection. All the groups that welcome survivors so far have failed. The system is constantly testing groups, and in many cases, the challenges seem unfair for individual players. Everyone needs to get stronger on their own to survive in this new world." Suddenly, the ground shakes, and they see a huge explosion near Yongdongpo Station. Veneno informs the prosecutor that their base is under attack. He immediately orders everyone to retreat to the station. The MC notices the black smoke from the explosion and realizes that it is actually the breath of the abyss. He wonders if this could be the work of the group who are making deadly explosives. As the helicopters take off for the town, the prosecutor drops to his knees and begs the MC for help. He tells him, "The station is filled with non-combatants and I can't protect them in my current state." Seongwu knows he can't just turn a blind eye to the group attacking the town. He replies, "We need to have a long talk, but considering the circumstances, I'm going to help you." Helicopters begin landing outside, unable to fly through the thick smoke. A survivor informs Menino, "We were attacked by the beastmen, who seem to have regained their consciousness." The MC now knows for sure that the attack on the station was carried out by the Wandering Salesman, a brute consisting of conscious werbeasts and mad scientists. As he walks near the smoke, he notices its color is lighter. He guesses they must have altered it to increase its area of effect. The Crusader team can't really do much against the smoke. Seongwu tells everyone, "I'll handle the situation inside." If the werewolf's last words were true, this anti-human group will become a huge threat to all of us. Seongwu believes they're clever for attacking Yongdong Post, knowing the Liberation Guild's main forces are away on a raid. He needs to hunt them down and find out who they actually are. As he goes into the smoke, he summons the Drake from the abyss to test it in its debut battle. The whole station is covered in smoke from the breath of the abyss. Two beastmen, wearing masks, discuss how easily they managed the attack since the main forces were away. The werewolf mocks humans for underestimating the intelligence of the beastmen. The hog monster says there is no way for them to coexist with humans since they are a new species. He then asks, how much longer will the ceremony take? The werewolf monster tells him, "I have no idea." He explains that only werbeasts who ate Medj brains know the details, since they have settled themselves as the bosses. The hog is disappointed because he ate an archer's brain and can't use many of his skills. The werewolf says, "You're still luckier than the scientists who use their bodies as test subjects for their experiments." As they talk, two massive glowing eyes appear in the windows. Out of nowhere, the Drake skeleton destroys the monsters. Seongwu enters the building and realizes the reason he didn't see many beasts in the streets is that they were all in the station. He returns the Drake to the abyss. The beastmen were talking about a ritual, meaning they were gathering people inside the station without killing them. He can easily take down those werbeasts on his own since he has high stats. He plans to take them out one by one without making too much of a scene. Inside the building, a bull beastman is gathering around 200 human players. They have been ordered to bring in as many humans as possible. The other monster tells him that there are as many humans on the other floors as well. He asks the bull if they are going to use the bodies for the experiment, but the bull monster tells him that he has no idea. He reveals that he overheard someone talking about extracting experience from the bodies. The other monster is surprised and asks him, is this even possible? The bull tells him they did turn into monsters, so anything is possible in this world. Suddenly, they see a notification about the activation of the Great Spirit and Death's response spells. Minions and zombies start appearing from the abyss and attacking the beastman. The War Tiger attacks the bull, but the bull easily blocks it. He lights up his hooves on fire and charges for the MC's skeleton minions, killing some of them. He knows that this is the work of the MC, so he calls him out. Seongwu pierces the bull from behind with his masterless sword. The bull monster calls him a coward for stabbing him in the back, but the MC tells him, you also sprayed gas at people, which was just as cowardly. Soon after killing the bull monster, he revives it, adding him to his minions. He notices that he received 30,000 gold for killing the bull, even though he was only at level 2. This makes him realize that there must be a different leveling system for the conscious werbeasts. He notices that one of the humans is still alive, but he knows he won't be able to survive for long in the gas. He quickly orders his minions to move the unconscious humans out of the gas to save them. As he moves out of the station with his minions, the ground shakes. He receives a warning that a wide-range summoning spell has been activated in the area. He doesn't know exactly what they're planning, but knows he must stop them quickly. Seongwu heads toward the summoning circle. When he arrives, he notices a werbeast sitting at the center of the summoning circle. He figures that this must be the monster responsible for spreading the gas. One of the werewolves recognizes him and tells the others, we'll get a massive reward if we bring his dead body to the researchers. A day has passed. The MC summons the Grim Reaper Scythe and gains the Lich King's powers. He knows that 5 minutes with the scythe will be enough to handle the werbeasts. His minions continue to emerge from the abyss and battle the beastmen. No matter how many are destroyed, they're resurrected. The monster on the summoning circle laughs as he watches this. It's too late, he tells the MC. Suddenly, a notification appears. The summoning spell has been activated. The monster stands up and begins mocking them. Broadcasting the raid online, huh? You've given away how much resources you wasted to defeat the boss. While he is busy showing off, one of Seongwu's minions bites the werewolf magician and throws him off the roof. The MC stands in front of him and asks, what did you just summon? The werewolf simply laughs and says, you're all finished. The Yandong Post Station building completely shatters and a new notification appears. A raid boss will soon appear in the area. Meanwhile, the prosecutor is still trying to recover using the healing potions. He is frustrated with himself for being too overconfident. Hano and Jae-soo notice Seongwu's minions returning with the rescued survivors and they all celebrate. The prosecutor thinks to himself that his methods were wrong. He realizes that creating such a big group is the wrong move. It wasn't that he couldn't survive alone. He just thought that others couldn't survive without him. As the breath of the abyss starts to fade, they receive another warning message. It says that a wide-range summoning spell has been activated. Jae-soo and the others rush towards the station building. When they reach the building, they see it collapsing with a giant ogre gladiator monster coming down. This is the raid boss. The werewolf laughs and tells the MC, you can't defeat this new boss. You must be exhausted from the previous fight. Seongwu smirks and replies, you should have watched the live stream until the end before making the summoning circle. He reveals that he also has a boss of his own. With that, he summons the Drake skeleton, which lands a direct punch on the Ogre champion's face. Everyone cheers for him as they see the skeleton, which fills them with hope. The werewolf can't believe his eyes. He didn't expect the MC to literally pull out his own boss monster. The prosecutor knows that if he wants to stay in the race, he needs to grow even stronger than the MC. The Ogre champion roars in pain. 2 of the MC's minions appear from behind the Drake, throwing spears at him. The Ogre kills both with a single clap, causing them to vanish. They are destroyed so badly that the MC can't even resurrect them. He realizes that the Ogre boss is on another level. Moreover, his Drake can't use its fire breath, otherwise it would have easily toasted the Ogre. But the MC can still control the Drake, which is a plus. The Drake grabs the Ogre's hair and kicks him with all its strength. The Ogre retaliates, grabbing a Drake's shoulders, but Righty intervenes, stabbing the Ogre's eye. The Ogre crashes to the ground, and the Drake holds him down as his minions close in. They keep attacking until the boss is finally defeated. The MC levels up to 16 and earns 705,000 gold from hunting the raid boss. He chooses to upgrade his Death's response skill. Now he can summon 15 masterless zombies for 100 mana. They will remain for 20 minutes with a cooldown of 30 minutes. He is pleased with his level up and reward, but his biggest reward is the ogre boss. He can now control it as his own minion. The ogre already has a heroic rank bracelet called Protection of the Thunder God. The item consumes all mana for a huge attack power boost. If the person using the ring has no mana, it will simply cost no mana and go on cooldown for 24 hours after a single use. Since the ogre has no mana, Seongwu lets him keep the bracelet. Both of his boss minions are now working together as allies. The werewolf monster watches this in disbelief. The MC tells him, "I'm an expert in befriending monsters." The MC stabs him with his scythe, saying, "The jokes are over." Before the MC can ask him anything, the werewolf monster dies. Jae-soo suggests, "Our leaders must have planted something in them to prevent them from revealing any information." The prosecutor is disappointed as it could have given them valuable insight into the group. Seongwu remembers the memory fragments and uses them to get inside the mind of the werewolf. He revives the werewolf to take a look at his memories. The MC thinks to himself that the system is surely leading them in a specific direction. First, it was the vampires, and now they were beasts. He sees the werewolf and other beastmen heading toward Yongdongpo Station. The werewolf is watching the live stream of the boss raid, but the other monster tells him to turn it off as they are close to their destination. Wu figures out why he didn't watch the whole live stream. One of them mentions hearing a rumor that their main objective isn't just attacking the Liberation Guild. The other monster ignores him and says, "I don't know what you're talking about." The werewolf wants to know what the higher-ups are planning to do. However, the other monster tells him, "Our only mission is to attack the Liberation Guild. We now have the perfect chance." The werewolf then asks about U Island, where the mad scientists were trying to build a lab. The MC is shocked to hear this since it is the place where the second bad ending occurred. As they continue talking, the werewolf speaks more about their plan. As he is about to reveal something important about the scientists, the other beasts stop him. As the MC comes out of the flashback, his group asked him what he found out. He tells them that the beastmen attacked Yongdongpo Station to gain control of U Island. He also found traces of them in Cinderum. He needs to find out what the group is after. Cinderum Station is the main transfer station between Seoul subway lines 1 and 2. Many people use it to travel daily, which is why it was always so packed. In other words, the station is overflowing with humans and test subjects for the scientists. One of the mad scientists laughs as he commends the monsters for building a lab near Yongdongpo Station. It provides him with an endless supply of subjects for his experimentation. It is almost like a dream come true for him. His assistant tells him that they need more freezers. He complains about the unbearable smell of rotting corpses. The scientist dismisses his concerns and tells him to just get used to the smell. The mouse monster tells him that he has a stronger sense of smell, so it's more difficult for him. The scientist seems annoyed by him and asks if he knows how bad he smells. He then asks him, "Do you want to turn back into a human?" The rat monster quickly tells him, "I want to be human again. I didn't become a werebeast by my own choice." The scientist turns away and suggests sign up as a test subject. The head office has begun experimenting. The mouse starts to tremble, nervously asking, "Are you joking?" The scientist laughs, replying, "I was just kidding around, but I still want you to consider the offer, where rats like you were treated as the worst among werebeasts." Suddenly, a dog werebeast rushes in, panting. A dragon is destroying buildings outside. The scientist looks frustrated and asks, "Have you been taking drugs?" The dog shakes his head frantically, denying it. Realizing it's an actual emergency, the scientist orders, "Take me to the dragon." As the scientist and the other werebeasts rush toward the dragon with their buffs, one of them says, "Our raid on Yongdongpo failed." When they finally come face to face with the dragon, they realize it's enormous. The scientist nearly faints from fear, not expecting to see an actual dinosaur. The MC's party rushes inside with the Drake, and the scientist realizes they're from the UI Island raid. He knows he can't fight that thing, so he decides to run for his life. While retreating, he orders the dog to hold them off while they pack their stuff. As they are moving down the stairs, the rat stops. The scientist screams at him, "What are you doing?" The rat responds, "I'm smelling something familiar." The scientist yells, "Move! We have a lot of stuff to pack." As they begin moving again, the rat senses danger. He suddenly leaps forward, saving the scientist from some boxes flying at him. The MC finally appears behind them. He says, "I received the wrong delivery, so I'm here to get a refund." The scientist tries to act naive, but the MC summons the giant orc. "I sent this monster for you," he reminds him. As the MC looks around the lab, he notices both human and monster corpses. He had somewhat figured it out when he saw the memory fragments of the werewolf, but now it's clear. These people are even more evil than he thought. He turns to the scientist and asks, "Aren't you embarrassed that I found out about your disgusting hobby?" The scientist gets furious. "We're trying to advance the human race," he screams. We're conducting experiments to create a greater human race. The MC has had enough of his yapping, so he shoots him in the leg. The mouse tries to help him get up, but the scientist stabs him with an experimental injection to turn him into a stronger beast. The rat starts growing larger and stronger. The MC quickly summons a clone using his Shadow King ring. The two start shooting it with crossbows. The rat slashes through his clone, and the MC notices that his attack power has increased a lot. However, he gets stomped on by the orc boss minion and dies instantly. Sudi earns 13,000 gold for hunting a mutant rat. The scientist lies on the ground and tries to inject himself with the liquid. Before he can do anything, the MC cuts off one of his arms. He warns him, "If you try anything else, I will start slashing your lower body." The scientist starts foaming at the mouth. He tells him that he sent the rat after him so he could inject himself. Before dying, he says, "My colleagues will make a nice test subject out of you." Sudu smiles as he replies, "I don't even need to get my hands dirty to find out what I want." He reveals that he will turn him into a minion and read his memory fragments. However, as he tries to bring him back to life again, he gets a notification saying he can't resurrect a living being. Bro was just pretending to be dead. Furious, the MC hits the scientist where it hurts. The scientist starts to scream, and he is now ready to tell him everything. He offers to hand him his inventions if he lets him live, but the MC has had enough and stabs him. He revives the scientist again and views his memory fragment. In the flashback, he sees the scientist sitting on a chair while a man tells him that it's time for him to earn his doctorate. He is going to make him the leader of the entire division. Seongwu realizes that this is the man who is behind these wandering merchants. This man orders the scientist to produce large amounts of gas. He asked him if he can trust him to handle the task on his own. The scientist excitedly tells him that he can handle it since he is the one who created the poisonous gas. He asks the man if he should make a huge batch and release it all over Yongdongpo. The man tells him that they probably won't need a huge amount since they only need to take care of the small insects. He believes the Werribee sorcerers can handle the rest. He reveals that the sorcerers would teleport the 3 raid bosses they have captured. The MC is shocked to hear that they captured 3 raid bosses. The scientist doubts whether the werebeasts they captured can be trusted to handle such an important task. The mysterious man warns him to be careful with his words and says that their plan can't move forward without them. He also mentions 4 beasts who are stronger than the top-ranked players. He says that they will need them for their future plans. The MC is confused because he doesn't understand how these beasts could be stronger than the top-ranked players. They didn't draw a card and wasted a lot of their time, so they can't possibly be stronger than the players. He suddenly realizes that the werebeasts aren't human. They might even have their own way of leveling up that is different from other players. Moreover, the beasts and the scientists also receive their special quests. He knows that these special quests can make someone much stronger and much faster. The scientist really wants to dissect the beasts after hearing how strong they are. The man reminds him that their goal isn't to eradicate all players, but they simply want to kill off some of the ants. The scientist, excited, gets up and agrees with his vision. He believes that humans can transcend into a new species. Seongwu guesses that it must be related to the exclusive quest of the scientist. A white werewolf enters the room and notices them talking. Seongwu recognizes the werewolf from a previous flashback. The scientist explains the werewolf is one of the 4 beasts and a grand sorcerer. However, the werewolf claims, "I'm not a mage." He walks toward the scientist, who is now hiding behind the boss man, and tells him, "Everyone mistakes me for a mage because of my staff." The scientist is shocked that the werewolf knows his name. He suddenly hits him with a flash attack, causing him to panic. The werewolf calmly tells the scientist, "Don't worry. We're going on a long journey. It will notify the other when either of us is in danger." In reality, he touched the scientist to apply the psychometry spell, which allows him to see the MC. Seongwu is shocked to see the werewolf since he didn't expect him to notice him. The werewolf knows about him and is curious about how he learned about their syndrome wrench so quickly. The MC figures that it is one of the werewolf spells. The werewolf looks him in the eyes and asks, "Can you actually access the memories of the dead bodies?" Seongwu mentions that the Sindarin branch was empty and asks, "Is the main base somewhere else?" The werewolf advises him to leave Yongdongpo before their fight drags on. "We will win in the end," he says. The MC is visibly shaken, but he wants to get as much information from this beast as he can. He asks, "Who are you?" The werewolf simply responds, "Remember the name, Evolutionary Society." The werewolf uses skill on him, adding, "This name will soon bring the end of humanity." The MC comes out of the flashback and realizes that their enemy can even use psychometry abilities. He recalls how the boss man mentioned summoning 3 raid bosses in a row. He knows they will rethink their plan since the first boss failed, but he still can't let his guard down. Righty gives him a map he found, showing 3 locations marked A, B, and C. The first location is U Island. The The second one shows Sosa in Buchanan, and the last one is Bongji Station in Anyang. He notices that all the arrows on the map point to U Island, meaning it is possibly the location of the raid bosses. He has already defeated Drake before they could capture him, also got rid of the over-champion. So only one boss remains. Moreover, there is another branch of the Evolutionary Society. Back at Yongdongpo Station, everyone is busy rebuilding. As Minino arrives to ask him about the mission, he asks her to gather information about raid bosses in Vin and Anyang. He plans to discuss the rest with the prosecutor. He finds him busy with some work. The prosecutor watches him enter and asks, "Did you find out anything?" The MC tells him that another attack is coming to Yongdongpo and that the attackers are from the Evolutionary Society. The prosecutor has never heard that name. He asks the MC, "Why are they attacking us?" Seongwu suspects they are the corrupted ones mentioned in the Widow Island raid. However, he still doesn't have any concrete proof. The prosecutor slams his desk and says, "We don't need any proof since they attacked us first. If they are linked to the second ending, they must be stopped at all costs." The prosecutor then realizes they could be an even bigger threat and asks for Seongwu's help. He requests that Seongwu protect Yongdongpo because he is the only one who can resist the gas in return for his service. He is willing to offer him 1,000,000 gold. The Mac wonders if the prosecutor is trying to use him by offering money, but he knows he is not his enemy, so he agrees. He was planning to deal with the Evolution Society anyway, and now he'll earn a lot of gold. After the meeting, he walks out and sees the other leaders getting along with his friends. However, Hanho isn't too pleased since everyone seems to be trying to impress Jisoo. Hanho then gets an alert from the community app. The rankings have changed and a prosecutor's rank has dropped again. A player named Dr. 000 now sits in third place with level 15. The MC wonders if the doctor is the boss of the Evolutionary Society. He already knows that when a player reaches level 15, they undergo their first awakening. He isn't sure if this awakening is just for 5-star classes, but he knows that the doctor has already experienced his. It means that he has already reached level 15. Seongwu realizes he must level up quickly if he wants to get even stronger. Meanwhile, Jisoo comes back after her chat with the other guild leaders. The MC asks her how it went. She shakes her head and reveals that it was just awkward. Meanwhile, Hanho gets a bit too emotional and asks the MC if he really thinks she will change sides. He tells him that she was crying her eyes out when he disappeared. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy who is now assisting the MC on behalf of the Liberation Guild is knocked out when he opens a jar his minions are carrying. These jars, made by a scientist, contain a dangerous gas called Breath of the Abyss that's released when opened. He warns Minhyu not to touch them again. The dad points at himself and announces, "I am officially their liaison from this moment." He tells them that he made time in his busy schedule to help them since they were important allies of their guild. In truth, Bro just got demoted and was doing the labor. He reveals that their guild members are gathering information that he wants. As they walk over to the other guild members, Seongwu asks Hanho, "Was Jisoo actually upset when you died?" He whispers in his ear that she did shed a few tears. On the other hand, he only cried when Righty died. Hearing this, the MC realizes that if he and Rai were ever in trouble, his friend would probably save Rai. Meanwhile, the prosecutor is still thinking about the recent boss raid and his meeting with the MC. He thinks to himself that he shouldn't have gone into the raid like that. He was so determined to lead that he went straight for the boss without killing any of the minions below. This could deteriorate his public image overnight if people find out about it. Most strong players now look up to the MC and Righty instead. Suddenly, the prosecutor receives a special promotion quest that requires him to train 30 Crusaders to level 10. This would allow him to reach his first awakening. The prosecutor knows that he has to finish this quest fast, since this is the only way he can stay ahead of the other 5-star players. However, he has already lost 6 Crusaders in the last raid and only has 14 left, making this task very challenging. Still, he is determined to follow through and become stronger. He decides to start hunting with his guild to train new Crusaders. He summons everyone and tells them that they will begin hunting tomorrow. Manhwa tells him that they need a lot of people and time to rebuild the station. She says that it might not be the ideal time for them to go hunting. However, the prosecutor insists that they must act quickly to keep up with other players and be ready for the next attack. He explains that the MC will take care of the Evolutionary Society. He will basically be acting as the guard dog for their guild. The prosecutor screams out some words of motivation to his guild members, which boosts their morale. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy introduces the MC to an information gatherer who's been looking into recent events in Sosa and Biome stations. He explains that an ogre boss was spotted in Sosa, but there hasn't been any mention of it since the second chapter of the story started. It appears that someone is trying to prevent the information from getting out. On the other hand, Bongji Station has been filled with black fog and zombies. Seongwu looks at Hano, who appears to be in a state of enlightenment. He informs him that the town is safe and Taeish is maintaining the safety zone. The MC has already taken care of the bosses in UI Island and Sosa, so the only one left is the one at Bongay Station. The post regarding the station warned people to stay away due to the gas. The MC suspects this is due to the Evolution Society's experiments involving Breath of the Abyss. There is a good chance that they have a lab in that area. He calls out to the blindfolded guy and asks him, "Can I borrow a helicopter?" Somewhere else, we see players trying to outrun a horde of zombies. These players are holding the last barricade. They try shooting them down, attempting to protect the shelter. However, it doesn't seem to have any serious effect on the zombies. The players realize that they need to do something to keep the zombies away, otherwise they will infiltrate the shelter. They decide to split up and attack. They stand in front of the zombies, trying to provoke them. As the zombies start charging at them, Jisoo enters the scene. With a powerful attack, she takes down several zombies. The MC soon joins her, accompanied by his ogre boss, smashing through the zombies. He has activated the bracelet, which grants the boss immense attack power. Other players recognize the skeletons and feel relieved, knowing that the Necromancer has arrived to aid them. Back at their base, the players are still waiting for the MC and his squad to return. Hano comes back with a smile and tells everyone, "Our hero has arrived." He was referring to himself, by the way. He assures them that everything has been taken care of by him and the MC. The dad ignores him and asks, "Are you the only one who came back?" Hano makes a serious face and replies, "Someone must stay here to protect the town, since we don't know when it might be attacked again." Meanwhile, the players think that he has been demoted. The safety zone requires gold for maintenance, so he has also brought plenty of gold to keep the safe zone running smoothly. He says, "They might think that I was abandoned, but I have something that will prove just how much the MC loves me." He opens up a bag, and Righty jumps out, tied with a rope. Bro is using him like a Pokemon. After seeing Righty, all the players are excited, as they trust him more than Hano. Meanwhile, at the university hospital, some kids peek at the MC from the door. They are amazed to see him and call him a symbol of justice and truth. Jisoo looks at the kids as they stare at them. She is glad they managed to arrive in time to save them. As she is talking, the MC notices some blood on her face and neck. She tells him, "I'm quite used to the smell of blood by now," and simply wipes it off with her coat. They've both faced life or death situations, but haven't really talked that much. The MC realizes that he doesn't know much about her. He mentions her home and asks, "Do you ever think you'll go back?" She tells him, "My family must be doing fine, so I don't think I'll ever go back." They are really the best group of people, so she was happy to get away from them. She feels like her life only got better after she left, though. Then the world changed with the apocalypse. The MC feels bad for her after hearing her story, but he is also glad that she won't be leaving them soon. Suddenly, a guy wearing a white coat slides the door open. He introduces himself as Minhyuk and apologizes to them for making them wait. This guy is the leader of this area. As Seongwu shakes his hand and introduces himself, the guy tells him that he already knows him. He also knows about Jisoo, but she doesn't really have the best nickname. After seeing her confused expression, he tells her that the kids have really picked up this name and apologizes to her. With a smile, she tells him that it's all fine, but she really wants to know who came up with the nickname. "Whoever gave me this name is about to disappear." After telling them about their nicknames, the guy tells them that they have to leave. He explains that zombies have overrun the area for 3 days and they are running out of options. When Jisoo asks him why they don't just leave, he explains that it's a local quest. Keeps them trapped. Everyone in the area received that quest. If they try to leave the building, they'll be hunted by zombies. The more time they spend outside, the more zombies will attack. Half the people there are children and elders, so escaping isn't safe. The mech realizes that his group has become too weak. He wanted to help others, but he didn't have a concrete plan. These guys are not strong enough to handle a quest. The leader asks them to leave before midnight to avoid getting caught up in their struggles. Seongwu looks into his eyes and realizes that he wants help, even though he is asking them to leave. He tells the leader that he is fine with staying since they came here to help the station. They thank them for trying to help. The wife asks if the two of them would like to share a room. Hearing this, Jisoo's head catches on fire, and the two immediately ask them for separate rooms. That night, the kids come to visit and ask if they can enter the room. Jisoo smiles and tells them that they all can come in. The kids are excited to see the Necromancer and the Red Demon. One of the kids asks the MC if he can show him one of his skeletons. Seongwu knows that there is only one skeleton he needs to show them. He summons Righty, and all the kids think that he is cute. While lying in his bed that night, the MC thinks about the smiles on those kids' faces. He can't believe that something like that can still exist in this world. He receives a quest titled "Death Comes for the City." The quest tells him that he can either try to escape death or face it. Whatever choice he makes, death will still follow him. This is the quest about the zombies, and it says they will start hunting him as soon as he goes outside. Suddenly, the difficulty of the quest increases because the system detects a player above level 15 in the area. The MC immediately springs out of his bed. At the same time, Jaisu enters the room and tells him that something is happening across the entire city. Due to her sharp senses, she can feel vibrations coming from outside the building. It seems like they are surrounded by zombies. A new notification warns them that the zombies will now hunt down all survivors, whether they are inside or outside. Makok walks over to the MC and tells him that this has never happened before, since the zombies only hunt outside. Seongwu tells him that the quest difficulty level has increased due to the presence of more powerful players. It seems like the system is toying with them. He starts summoning his minions and tells them it's time to fight back against the system. The leader suggests send the non-combatants to the rooftop for safety. We can handle the zombies, he continues, but if the ghouls show up, we're in big trouble. Originally, ghouls are a different kind of man-eating monster, but in this world, they are depicted as a higher class of undead than the zombies. They're preparing for the fight when the leader's kids run up to him. He asks, "What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on the roof." The kids start crying. "Are the zombies going to eat us?" they ask. The leader assures them, "I'll protect you. We have the Necromancer with us, so there's no need to worry." The kids wish them good luck as they leave. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the ground floor are having trouble keeping the zombies outside. They try to build a huge barricade using chairs and tables, but it doesn't look like it will stop them. The leader guesses there must be more than 200 zombies in that swarm. As zombies close in, the MC realizes the space is too narrow to use some of his powerful abilities. He tells them all to get out, saying that it's harder to fight in a confined space like this. The leader trusts his judgment, and they all prepare to move outside. Suddenly, the zombies crash through the glass and start swarming in. He can't even use quartz explosions on them since they are not considered corpses. Instead, he summons his beast skeleton minions and equips them with shields for a strong defensive synergy. The undead receive a 30% stat decrease debuff due to the synergy. The zombies can turn other players into zombies through the wounds, but his minions are immune. Together, his minions manage to hold the zombie horde back with their shields. The leader fights off zombies using his skill, Pressure of Valor, and cuts through more with his Tornado Blade attack. The MC notices that he fights skillfully and thinks that he may be at least a 4-star knight. He commands his shielded minions to retreat, then explodes some dead zombies to clear the entrance. He soon realizes that he needs to be more careful since there are kids inside. If he continues using the explosion skill, it could cause too much damage and destroy the building. More zombies gather outside, which makes the group a bit frustrated. They all step outside, giving themselves more room to fight. The MC is now free to use his spells. He summons his Drake, which starts destroying zombies left and right. The MC instructs Muck to evacuate the people on the roof since the entrance is now clear. He mentions that there are 2 buses ready in the underground parking for evacuation. Suddenly, the MC receives a notification that his minion has been destroyed. He is good at dealing with a huge number of enemies, but this is just too much. He wants to save his Death's Response and Grim Reaper's sight skills for later, since he doesn't know what is going to appear next. He turns back and tells Jisoo, "It's your turn." She was waiting for him to say that. She puts on her purifying face mask, sewn by Mr. Kim himself, and starts cutting down zombies. The MC watches her fight and notices how good she is in close combat. Soon, the buses arrive and survivors begin boarding. Just then, they get an alert that the ghouls are being drawn to the survivors. Minseok warns the MC that ghouls are far stronger than zombies. They are also much faster and specifically target children, so they have to protect the kids. In the past, one even broke his car window and took his youngest son. Seongwu pats him on the shoulder and promises, "I won't let it happen this time." They start moving with the buses with Drake and other skeleton minions defending them along the way. The group moves slowly, keeping the buses in the middle for protection. Sunu knows that the best way to get out of this mess is to finish the quest. However, the area around them is suspiciously quiet. They come across some dead bodies and realize that they were attacked too. As they walk, Jisoo slowly tells the MC, "Something is following us." The other players start to panic, fearing that it's the ghouls. Suddenly, a ghoul ambushes them. Jisoo tries to warn the players, but it's too late. The ghoul kills him and heads straight for the bus. She manages to kill it with her sword before it can reach the children's bus. The MC realizes just how fast the ghouls are since only Jisoo could react to their ambush. More ghouls begin to show up along with a horde of zombies. Mince stares at the monsters in front of them, his eyes wide open. He asks Seongwu if the players keep their consciousness after he turns them into skeletons. The MC realizes that the guy is telling him to turn his corpse into a skeleton after his death. As the leader is about to ask him for a favor, the ghouls attack them. They all rush to save the children since they are the primary target. Even with the Drake on his side, the MC finds it hard to deal with the ghouls because of their quick and unpredictable movement. Some of the ghouls manage to get on top of the bus, but the Werribee skeletons take them down. The ghouls fight back and start destroying the skeletons. Mintz furiously attacks one of the ghouls using his spell, but he gets too distracted and another ghoul sneaks up on him. He manages to block its attack using his shield. Meanwhile, the MC resurrects one of the ghouls and turns it into his minion. He is impressed by their regenerative abilities. He tells the leader, "I'll take it from here," and summons the Reaper Scythe. He was hoping to save it for later, but the situation was becoming more and more dire. With the Lich King's power, he starts converting all the ghouls into his minions. He notices that Minsulk is not a bad fighter at all. All of his attacks seem calculated, and he strikes the enemies at their weakest points. His technique isn't as refined, but he appears to be on the same level as the Prosecutor in terms of combat abilities. Together with Seongwu's Drake and the Ober boss, they manage to hold back the Horde. The MC thinks that the only reason they are able to fight back is because people are trying to protect their families. He knows he needs to get even stronger. Even with this much manpower, one of the ghouls manages to break into the bus. It targets Minsuk's wife and kids. An old man tries to defend them, but the ghoul stabs him, instantly killing him. Minsuk tries using his Wall of Bravery spell, but it's on cooldown. He doesn't want to lose anyone else, so he charges at the ghoul with all his strength, pushing it off the stairs. He kills the ghoul, but is badly wounded in the process. Seongwu turns back to grab a potion for him, but Minsuk stops him. "It's too late," he says, his voice strained. With his last breath, he asks the MC to protect his family. He even tells him to use his body and turn it into one of his minions. Hearing this, the MC receives an exclusive quest. Minsuk died on the battlefield without fulfilling his duty. The MC can now command his body, but in return, he has to grant Minsuk his dying wish and take care of his family. Doing so will earn the knight's unwavering loyalty. He also has the option to dismiss the quest and leave the man to die. The MC feels frustrated with the system because it's giving him a similar quest to the one he received when the professor died on campus. Left with no other option, he decides to fulfill Minsuk's final request. Minsuk finds himself floating in empty space. He wonders if he is in the afterlife. A Grim Reaper appears in front of him and tells him that he is not in the afterlife yet. Minsuk feels dreadful, knowing he won't be able to see his family again. All he ever wanted was to protect them, but the world has taken everything away from him. The Grim Reaper explains that the MC is turning him into an undead, and he will be the one taking care of his family. He asks Minsuk to accept his death and forget everything, as it is now time for him to rest. Heartbroken, Minsuk begs the Grim Reaper to let him keep his memory since he still wants to protect his family. The Reaper tells him that someone stronger than Minsuk will protect his family from now on. However, he is still not ready since he is the head of the family, and it is his job to protect them. The Grim Reaper grants him his wish and turns him into a skeleton knight with all of his memories intact. Sui receives a message that he has successfully revived Minsuk as a Death Knight. Surprisingly, he has kept his memories, making him one of the most unique undead the MC has ever encountered. He wants to ask him a lot of questions, but they have plenty of ghouls left to fight, so they head back into battle. As the fight continues, Jae-soo cuts through ghouls with her flaming sword. One of the other players calls her and says that they need help keeping the ghouls away from the buses. She realizes that they have gone too far into the enemy ranks. As she runs toward the bus, the ghouls and zombies surround her. One of the ghouls goes inside and tries to kill the wife, but Minsuk cuts it down the middle. He notices that the ghouls are afraid of him, since he is the most powerful type of undead. He can feel all the emotions of the skeletons. He continues killing the ghouls and calls them weaklings. The players witness him in action and are impressed. They can't even compare him to the other skeletons, since he looks too powerful. He notices some of the ghouls running away and uses his spell to catch them. Seongwu thinks that he made a good decision by making him face the ghouls. Minsuk feels a bit strange without a shield and thinks about looking for one. Meanwhile, the MC checks his stats. Max is currently at level 12 and belongs to the Death Knight class. He has 2 spells, one of which can summon chains to bind enemies, while the other gives him life steal. Jisoo walks towards the MC and tells him that they have taken out all the ghouls. She notices him standing with the Death Knight and asks, "What is this?" Seongwu awkwardly tells her, "I'll explain later." They finally decide to take a break, but the MC knows that they have to reach Manga Station right away. Their enemies have played with them enough, and now it's their turn. When they finally reach the station, they notice that the black smoke is thicker. Seongwu asks Mayo, "Do you want to tell your family what happened?" Mayo admits, "I'm not ready." He adds, "We have more urgent things to deal with." As they continue moving forward, they notice Jae-soo running back. She is coughing and says, "My mask is useless against the smoke ahead." Seongwu realizes that he can't take her any further with him. He moves forward with the Death Knight and Righty, since none of them are affected by the smoke. The inside of the place is quiet, and he can't see anyone guarding it. He realizes that they can't really have people guarding this place because of the smoke, but he still can't figure out how they are keeping the raid bosses in captivity. He guesses that they use some kind of magic to lock it up without killing it. The Death Knight tells him, "We should move faster. We need to finish the quest as quickly as possible." Seongwu looks at him and asks, "Are you worried about your family?" The Death Knight assures him, Jaisu is taking care of them. I also need to wait until midnight since my Reaper Scythe skill is still on cooldown. They are currently heading inside the secret base of their enemy, so he knows that things can get ugly. As they move further down, they find a note from the Ministry of Interior and Safety Emergency Action Committee. The Death Knight recognizes it as the official symbol of the government and wonders aloud, couldn't this group be working for the government? The MC is surprised to learn that they may be affiliated with the government. This makes him trust the government even less. They proceed inside and suddenly receive a notification about the appearance of the Ghoul King raid boss. The Death Knight notices that his arms and legs are already severed. They get a warning about the formation of an abyss rupture in the area. The portals open, allowing the zombies to flood in endlessly. Seongwu finally figures out where all the zombies are coming from. As the two of them wonder who is responsible for all this, they hear a voice from behind. It's the doctor. Seongwu says, turning around, and he isn't alone. The doctor steps forward, explaining, "We started spreading the gas when the quest level increased. It led the test subject straight to us." He continues, "You don't have to fight. I have a proposal for you." Seongwu raises an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" The doctor goes on, "You have a class related to death and I study death. We're more connected than you think." The MC asks, "What do you mean by studying death?" The doctor explains, "I study the energy of the abyss as part of a test for human evolution. I believe humanity must break free from its current shell and transcend the self." The MC's eyes widen as realization dawns on him. It's all connected. The doctor nods. By capturing the Ghoul King and experimenting with death, we're gaining insight into what could be a so-called happy ending. Set by the system. This means that the evolutionary society also has access to a prophecy stone. The doctor asks him to join their cause and says that it will benefit him too. The MC rejects his proposal without a second thought. He asked him, "Do you really want me to become one of your pawns and start working for you?" He is disgusted by their inhumane experiments on people and the use of toxic gas. They're not interested in the greater good, the MC says, but simply sacrificing everyone but themselves. The doctor sighs. "I could have introduced you to the great world of science if this were the real world. However, that's not the case." Seeing they can't convince him, the doctor orders one of his men to release the Ghoul King. Sui warns him, "Don't try it," and orders his minions to attack. Before the skeletons can reach the man, he finishes posing, which activates his holy power spell. This causes the MC's skeletons to lose 60% of their stats. The MC recognizes that it's similar to Hanno's powers and realizes that they're all priests. Their holy power is a strong counter to his undead army, so he tries to use his crossbow to aim for the group. His arrows stop before they can even reach them. The girl on the enemy team uses her telekinesis and sends them flying back. He manages to craft a shield just in time to block the arrows. The Death Knight charges in, but the guy named Seongwu uses his holy pressure spell. It smashes his shield and throws him into a room. The girl tells him to be careful since her test tank is in that room. Hearing this, the Death Knight looks around and notices a kid's shoe in one of the large tanks filled with people. Enraged by seeing his kid in the tank, the Death Knight retaliates by using his chains, strangling two of them to death. "They have no right to live," he growls. The group tries to use their holy power to melt him, but Seongwu crafts armor around him. This activates a teamwork synergy that protects him from all debuffs. The group panics as they realize that their spells aren't working on the Death Knight. He is still taking damage, but he isn't getting knocked back by their attacks. With their powers disrupted, the Death Knight slaughters them. Meanwhile, the MC's goals start cleaning up the rest of the enemies. The girl scientist is shocked. "How are we losing? We should have the upper hand according to my calculations." The Death Knight walks over to her and asks, "Are you the one who controls that tank?" She tries to keep him away, but nothing is working. He continues walking toward her and asks, "Why did you use my kid for your experiments?" He finally gets close enough and finishes her off with one slash, earning the MC 12,000 gold. Seeing all of his allies dying, the doctor decides to use his final card in an attempt to escape. He unleashes a strange tree creature, which roots the Death Knight and Righty. Seongwu knows that he has to take him down right away. He doesn't know what else this man is capable of. He uses his Lich King spell and slashes off all the roots. The doctor throws a flash grenade, but the MC is unaffected by the light. He stabs the doctor with his Grim Reaper scythe. As the doctor is dying, he tells the Death Knight, "You chose a good card. It lets me survive well on my own." However, he adds, I can't say the same about my teammates. The doctor reveals that he has released an army of zombies and ghouls outside. The Death Knight is furious upon hearing this. He wants to finish him off badly. The doctor starts yapping about making new weapons from the system. At the same time, the Ghoul King starts to regenerate. The doctor begins laughing and asks, are you still willing to fight after losing everyone around you? Hearing this, Seongwu orders the Death Knight to finish him off. Musuk slashes his head off with a single stroke. As the doctor dies, they receive a system notification. It informs them that this was just a clone of the real doctor. The MC quickly pulls out his phone and checks the community forum. The 5th spot in the rankings has gone blank. It was a clone. They realize that the doctor has 5 more clones in the top 20 players alone. His group has grown quickly thanks to his use of clones, allowing them to pursue the same goal in different areas. As Seongwu is lost in thought, the Death Knight calls out to him, reminding him of the much bigger problem they still face, the Ghoul King. Outside, Jisoo has just finished off a wave of zombies and ghouls with the help of the Wandering Drake and Ober Champion. The players wonder if it's over, but Jisoo senses more monsters approaching. They start to panic at the news of more zombies, especially after having killed so many already. Jisoo knows she can't afford to lose any of these people. The MC trusted her with their safety, and she won't let him down. Even though he is ahead of her in terms of strength, she is working hard to catch up. She fearlessly charges at the center of the horde. Meanwhile, the skeletons continue going down left and right since the MC isn't here to revive them. Suddenly, a recently fallen minion is resurrected. Jisoo sees this and thinks that the MC must have activated his Lich skill. She seizes this opportunity, pushing back the zombies. The players call her Seongwu's girlfriend and say that she is really strong. One of them even calls them the strongest couple in Korea. Ji can't help but feel shy as she hears all of this. She continues killing all of the zombies and ghouls by herself. Some players notice the ghouls moving toward the buses. They manage to break through their defenses and try to get to the children. Just as they're about to reach the buses, the Death Knight intervenes, chaining and defeating the ghouls. He goes inside to look after his kids and asks them if they are okay. They immediately recognize his voice and ask why he has turned into a skeleton. He hesitates for a moment and tells them that the Necromancer transformed him into a skeleton. The kids get excited upon hearing this and tell him that they also want to transform into skeletons. They look up to the MC as the symbol of justice. At the same time, the MC meets with Jisoo. He tells her that he wasn't worried about the situation outside since he knew she was looking after everything. You must be tired from fighting all those monsters, he adds. She looks at him and responds, you must be tired too, since you had to fight the Ghoul King with the Death Knight. Hearing this, the MC thinks back to the fight. They didn't even have a real battle with the Ghoul King. The boss was too injured and exhausted to fight, so it went down without even attacking once. However, just to impress her, he tells her it was a brutal battle. Just then, a new notification pops up informing them that Chapter 2 of the main story has ended unexpectedly. The game is going to have a balance patch. The system congratulates all the players for surviving so far. It lists the players' achievements regarding raid boss kills. Gangdok is leading with 4 boss kills, while Seongwu is in second place with 3 kills. The system commends them for their achievements and reveals that the average level in the Korean server is already the 4th highest worldwide. For this achievement, a hidden chapter will be unlocked for the remaining time limit. They also receive a warning message that large monster armies led by powerful warlords will soon appear across the Korean server. The event will continue until the warlords are defeated. The Death Knight realizes that it's not really better to complete the quest sooner. Seongwu is hopeful that they will figure it out along the way. He knows that the game has an ending since he has seen it with the Prophecy Stone. This event is just another way of reaching the end. He wonders if the system is trying to challenge a Necromancer to a large-scale battle. If that happens, he will crush everyone. He looks back at his allies with a smile and says, it's time to leave. The quest is over. Meanwhile, back at the shelter, Hano isn't too pleased with the notifications. As he destroys the minions, he says, the system is just trying to wipe out the Koreans. As the goblins start to pile up, he decides to retreat back into the shelter. They brace themselves as the goblins keep attacking the shield, damaging it. His dad asked him, why did you run away? You claimed you could take down even 1,000 goblins by yourself. He makes a frustrated expression and tells his dad, I retreated because of others. In truth, he wasn't really fond of the goblins' smell. As they stand there, the goblins continue damaging the shield. Kanyo orders everyone to prepare for battle and instructs them to hold formation. They don't just rely on the MC anymore. As the goblins continue damaging the shield, Hano emotionally thanks his dad for everything he has done for him. His dad thinks that they are all about to die, so he wipes his tears and tells him that they will die together. Hano looks back at him with a confused face and tells him that none of them is going to die since the goblins are no threat to him. He throws his dagger to kill one of them as soon as they break the shelter wall. With his force field activated, he lets out a manic laugh and charges at the goblins, hoping to become a legend among the players. Bro turns into Superman and starts fighting the entire army of goblins by himself. He gets a bit too carried away and starts thinking of himself as the biggest badass in Korea. As the goblins try surrounding him, he performs a spinning attack and throws them all back. Lieutenant Kim is impressed to see him fight, but his dad doesn't think the same. He is embarrassed to see his son fighting like a demon. I mean, he is not wrong. My man literally looks like a monster. As he is mercilessly sending the goblins to hell, he notices Righty helping him. Suddenly, the MC also shows up with his Drake. Hanno is excited to see them, but his excitement dies off as he notices the Death Knight. He thinks he might steal his spot in the team. Later, at their base, the team discusses the ongoing challenges since the new chapter began. The safety zones have weakened as monsters grow stronger, and survivor groups across the country are struggling. The Liberation Guild is also fighting thousands of orcs. Seongwu tells the MC that they still need him. Seongwu agrees with him, and says that they should help them, since they are the only real allies that they have. The Evolution Society attacking now could be disastrous, but it seems like they might be dealing with the monsters too. Lieutenant Kim arrives with news that they've located the Goblin base. He estimates that the base is located on Mount Pal, since the route of the goblins aligns with that mountain. While other regions struggle with tougher monsters like orcs, their town has only goblins to face. Yongdongbo and other areas have to face tougher monsters like the red orcs. He also estimates that about 3,000 monsters are ready to attack. Kim suggests, if it's not urgent to defeat the monsters, we should play it safe. However, Seongwu tells the group, our goal isn't just to win. We need to see how much gold and experience we can earn from fighting these goblins. Kyuyong really likes this idea, but isn't sure how they're going to hunt all those monsters. Seongwu points at them and says, you'll be the ones defeating the monsters, not me. I want you to use this opportunity to level up. That night, 2 goblins are guarding a factory in the mountain. The sea sneaks up on them and finishes them off instantly. He discovers that their leaders are gathered in the factory. This makes things easier for him since he doesn't have to fight them one by one. Even weak goblins become dangerous when led by a warlord. The MC plans to take out their leaders so they can't coordinate, then let his teammates finish them off. He summons the Elder Champion, who unleashes a powerful attack on the warehouse, wiping out all the goblin leaders at once. A goblin lord survives and tries to attack them. The Death Knight tells the MC, I haven't seen a goblin lord in ages. He asked if he could be the one to kill it. Seongwu uses the Reaper's Scythe and gives him the green signal. The goblin warlord is quickly defeated by the Death Knight. The MC then revives the fallen goblins, forming them into his own army. Meanwhile, players back in town set up a barricade. Kumyu assures them the goblins are stragglers who have already lost their leaders. The players realize that the goblins are dying too easily. This gives them more confidence, and they start clearing them all off. The goblins are under the effect of several debuffs since they have lost their leaders, which causes them to become weakened. The MC wants everyone in his town to increase their levels. Most of the people in the town are weak, which adds more burden on the community. Even though everyone is trying their best, the difficulty level is slowly rising. This is why the MC sent Hanno back to town. He knows that even weak or sick players have a chance to grow stronger. Some are even helping kids and the elderly level up, bringing everyone in the community closer to surviving. One kid manages to kill the goblin and starts tearing up. Eventually, they completely defeat the goblin army, and Seongwu gets a notification for being the main contributor in this battle. Every player receives bonus gold based on their efforts. Seongwu watches this all from his rooftop. He says, it is still easier for me to fight alone, but I don't dislike the current situation either. The next day, he tells Kyunggu, I expect everyone's level to reach at least 8 by the time I return. He explains, I can't stay and protect you all forever. Everyone must work hard and look after themselves. Just then, Hanno informs him the helicopter has arrived. He only had a temporary agreement with the Liberation Guild, but he is still willing to help them in this catastrophe. The following morning, buses of Crusaders move together. The prosecutor asks his scout, how many monsters have appeared? The scout asked him to wait for a moment and says we'll soon reach the northern boundary. He used a magical drone to scout the area and estimates that around 200 trolls are approaching. He tries to get a better view, but a troll soon spots the drone and destroys it with a rock. Manhwa suggests we should destroy the bridge as thousands of orcs are coming from Jimpo as well. They knew they couldn't take on both armies at the same time. However, the prosecutor still wanted to engage the trolls first to help his Crusaders level up, even though he understood the risks. He needed to train them to reach level 10 in order to complete his exclusive quest. Despite the danger, he couldn't see any other way to close the power gap between himself and the MC. Medino followed his orders and began summoning all available guards. leaving only the minimum needed for defense. At the station, a blindfolded man suddenly entered and informed the group that the helicopter carrying the MC was almost there. Menino felt relieved at the news, thinking they could now join forces to take on both the orcs and the trolls. However, the blindfolded man explained that the MC had instructed them to meet him at the location of the orc army instead. Puzzled, Menino asked, "Did he even tell you what's happening there?" He replied, the MC wanted to collect some special items from Bones. As the helicopter hovered overhead, Seongwu summoned his minions from above. They landed swiftly and began pushing back the troll forces with coordinated attacks. In addition to the Drake and the orc boss, the MC now had the Gold King on his side. The blindfolded guy and the prosecutor watch in shock as Seongwu's army makes the trolls look like a bunch of ants. He continues killing the trolls and turning them into his skeletons. The prosecutor wonders if he will be able to surpass him after his awakening. Some players from other factions watch from afar. They wonder if the Liberation Guild asked the Necromancer for his help. They have been live streaming all of this. The MC's brute gains another achievement for having over 20 giant minions. This reduces the damage they take from small and medium enemies by 30%. As they clear through the normal trolls, the troll warlord finally appears. The group watches as the orc charges at the MC's army. They wonder if he can even handle such a powerful opponent. However, Seongwu's ogre champion and other minions quickly overpower the troll chief. The troll warlord has no chance to fight back, and it appears to be completely overwhelmed. The troll boss dies after taking a final hit from the Death Knight. Seongwu revives the troll chief, adding him to his growing army. He then asks the group to move, since they have to meet the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor thanks the MC for his help. He wanted to use him to buy time and get stronger, but it appears that he is even more powerful than the last time he saw him. He explains to him that a large orc army is coming with only one bridge for them to cross. He's eager to prove his strength in the upcoming battle. They have sealed off all other entry points using items and other techniques. The prosecutor knows that the whole Korean server will be watching this battle. He can't appear weak this time, otherwise it will be over for him. He knows he has to prove himself, so he decides to take the lead. As news gets out about the MC on forums, many people want to join the raid. They think he is the future and want to help in any way they can. The Liberation Guild is struggling to keep up its reputation. Players in smaller guilds are spreading the news about his achievements online. One of their informants tells her that a group of survivors has offered to join them for the raid. They have about 200 people in the group, and 5 buses are on their way. Minino thinks that they should let the group join them. She is planning to get them on their side. They will assemble the army for the raid and try to convince them to work with their guild. She then walks into the meeting. The prosecutor asks her to brief everyone on the mission. She reveals that their guild has blocked most of the bridge and is monitoring the orcs through magic drones. Seongwu notices that all of the commanders are looking at him. Even Manhwa acknowledges him as the strongest one among them all. All their eyes are on his next move. Suddenly, a crusader announces the arrival of a survivor from the west. He reveals that a woman flew here on a strange beast. Seongwu thinks to himself that they have only been using helicopters due to the wyverns. He wonders what kind of beast the woman is riding. The prosecutor stands up and suggests they all hear what the survivor has to say before proceeding with the meeting. When they finally meet her, the MC finds out she is riding a griffin. She reassures them that the griffin won't harm anyone. She asks the prosecutor for help and explains that a large group of Chinese players recently landed on Ganga Island. Seongwu is shocked upon hearing this as he hasn't encountered any players from other servers yet. Kadal Island is a small island connected to Gangwa Island. The girl explains that players in Gangwa created a safety zone on Jodon Island. Since it was a small island, it was easy to keep it safe after clearing all the monsters. They knew there were powerful guilds like them on the mainland, but they preferred to lay low. The MC thinks to himself that her explanation sounds logical. Monsters and looters overran the mainland, so it was probably safer for them to stay on the small island. It also encouraged the people of the island to coordinate and work together. The girl continues, "Pirates landed on our island a few hours ago. They sailed in dozens on fishing boats. The players on the island tried to fight them back, but they failed." The prosecutor asks how many pirates were there. She estimates about 1,000 of them, considering the fishing boats, but there may be more. The leaders start to worry as they consider that this might be a full-scale invasion from the Chinese server. Manhwa tells them it's highly unlikely. The pirates are probably just low-level players trying to get easy gold. Seongwu adds, "People like that are even more dangerous than monsters. They attack players during their most vulnerable moments. They realize that they need to do something about them, but they also have to deal with the orc army. One of the commanders mentions that the pirates can ride upstream and attack them at the same time as the orc army. Hearing all of this, the prosecutor suggests we should focus on defeating the orcs for now. Because of the orcs, the pirates likely won't cross over to the mainland. They will send some scouts to monitor the river. The girl feels hopeless as they tell her that they can't really go to the island right now. Seongwu raises his hand and proposes another idea. What if we send a group to take out the pirates while the other group faces the orcs? He suggests. Once the pirates are dealt with, the first group will rejoin the other group and attack the orcs from behind. This way, we'll get rid of the pirates and attack the orcs from both sides. He wants to take care of the pirates by himself. The prosecutor looks at him and asks, "Can you handle it alone?" Seongwu nods. "My skills don't work well in large groups, so I'll do perfectly fine by myself. I also want to learn more about the Chinese players, as I believe this won't be our first interaction with them. The orc leader will probably be at the rear, so he will take care of him." After going after the pirates, he asks the girl to ride to the island with him on her griffin, since it will not reveal their arrival. The MC finally flies away with the girl. She mentions that they have to wait on the shore until dark, since the pirates have massive birds that scout for them. At night, we see some pirates lighting a lantern on the island. They are a bit disappointed since the expedition team kept them away from all the prisoners. One of them smirks and says, "We'll get our chance soon when we invade the Korean mainland." The pirates are glad that they got away from the mainland in China because they can get more gold by invading towns in weaker countries. As they continue talking, one of them hears a noise. He is a human hunter, so his senses are a bit sharper than the others. Suddenly, the MC appears behind them with his sword and slashes through them easily. He keeps one of them alive, since he wants to question him later. The Death Knight uses his chains to restrain him while they take care of other pirates in the area. The guy wakes up to a griffin in his face. The girl tells him not to worry since she will feed him to the bird later. Seongwu leans closer and says, "I have a spell that allows me to read the memories of the dead." He says that he can either tell him everything he knows, or he can kill him and find out. Meanwhile, the leader is furious when he hears of the disappearance of his pirates. He orders the men to find out about any escapees. At the same time, he launches one of the giant birds to search for the person responsible for all of this. As the birds start searching, the captain smiles. He knows that they can't hide on this island forever. Suddenly, one of his men informs him that the missing pirates were all found dead on the ship. The captain is furious and wonders who was brave enough to dump the bodies on the ship when they could have easily disposed of them in the ocean. He wonders if they are trying to provoke him. As they rush out, the man informs the captain that it's not just a single ship with bodies. He points to another ship in the corner and tells him that it also has bodies inside. Suddenly, the ship explodes with a massive blast. The captain and all the crew are left totally confused, not knowing what is going on. At the same time, they hear other people coughing and choking, infected by some kind of black gas. One of them then explains that it is the gas that dark sorcerers use. It paralyzes anyone who breathes it in. The captain tells them that there could still be bombs on the ship, so they need to get out. They all get in their cars and drive toward the bridge. The captain is getting signals from all over the island thanks to his birds. He thinks that it is a full-scale attack from the Koreans, who want to take them out. He is furious that they caught them off guard and used biochemical weapons to fight them. He knows they have to get off the island and establish a new base for their main fleet to land. He has to do it for the general's sake. As they finally begin crossing the bridge, a giant minion blocks their path. The captain can't believe his eyes. He can expect the Korean server to have monsters like this. The pirates are from the second Chinese server. Since China has a huge population, there are 3 servers in total. Seongwu knows that these guys are just the advance guard. Their only aim is to set up a base for the main fleet to land. The captain gets out of his car and orders his men to fight. As the men get out, the MC summons all of his minions and zombies. At the same time, he paralyzes them with the breath of the abyss. He has surrounded them from both sides. The captain realizes that he can't run, so he uses his bird spell and summons the birds to fight the zombies. As the birds start attacking the zombies, the other pirates also join in. The MC realizes that these are the birds the girl was telling him about. However, the birds are no match for his skeleton ghouls, who finish them off in a matter of seconds. Seongwu then revives the birds and turns them into his minions. The captain knows the situation is hopeless, so he tries jumping off the bridge, planning to use one of his birds to escape. He knows that his minions won't stand a chance against their main army. However, the MC uses the skeleton birds to take the captain's bird down. He falls and breaks his back. At the same time, the girl returns to the griffin and informs him that the people on the island have reclaimed their weapons and are fighting back against the pirates. She thanks him for all his help. Meanwhile, the captain wonders who he is. Seongwu knows that the captain won't tell him anything, so he kills him. This levels him up to 17. He then uses his memory fragments to access his past memories. He sees a massive ship that appears to belong to the same group of pirates. A man stands at the front asking the crew where they should go. Seongwu wonders if this is the general. He hopes he won't turn out to be a madman like the vampires or the scientists. The general speaks up, saying the second server is being run by the elementalist, while the first server is being expanded by the self-proclaimed emperor, who aims to rule the world. He asked his crew for advice on their next move. One of them then suggests we could ask for outside help. The emperor immediately slashes his neck and snarls, "We're aimlessly roaming the sea because we're not powerful or violent enough." He continues, "We need to devour the mainland like a shark." Hearing this, the MC realizes that the general has lost his mind. No normal person would ever think about invading another country in the first place.